The cloud feather raiment suddenly burst with azure radiance. When the peculiar energy reached little Yuan, it was completely negated by the azure light. Cloud feather raiment? Although it negated more than half of the energy, it still sent little Yuan reeling back. She staggered a few steps backward before regaining her footing on the roof. Initially, Li Jingyi thought the energy blast would heavily injure the little girl. However, she did not expect the cloud feather raiment to be so miraculous. Just who is this little girl? At that moment, the servants in the CI mansion's courtyard, who were looking at the sky, cried out, "Young lady." When little Yuan reeled back, she let go of her nirvana sash. She looked up with an extremely shocked expression. "I'm all right." When CI Yuan saw the situation was dire, he rushed toward Lu Zhou's room. Although he was rather courageous, he was still shocked by what he had seen. "Yuan is in danger. Please do something, old mister." He leaned on the door, hopeful for a reply. Lu Zhou was still sitting cross-legged in the room with his eyes closed. He had indeed heard the commotion outside but made no reply. There seemed to be a power inside his mind, eager to act. It was growing stronger. Lu Zhou had never felt this before. When he comprehended the heavenly writing in the past, all he felt was his mental state becoming clearer and clearer. When he faced the Brahmin lullaby and witchcraft attacks, the extraordinary power was activated passively. This time, it was different. A mysterious sensation made him feel as if he could control this amazing power. He sensed that he could not stop. If he stopped, it would be difficult for him to get into this state again. Meanwhile, Li Jingyi drew level with the flying chariot. She kept flipping her hands, and thousands upon thousands of energy seals formed. Too late. A thunderous voice boomed from the flying chariot. The numerous energy seals were shattered by the terrifying sound technique before they could even take shape, bursting in the air like bubbles. Bam! Li Jingyi was hit and fell. Mingshi shouted at Duanmuxing, third senior brother. "Don't hold back anymore." Avatar. 200 tribulations inside avatars appeared in midair. The separation hook and the overlord spear seemed to pierce the masked cultivator's chest simultaneously. Little Yuan ran along the roof and launched herself into the air. The nirvana sash left the two cultivators and flew toward little Yuan like a dragon. She moved toward Li Jingyi. "Senior brother." Little Yuan's 7 stars cloud treading steps were the perfect match for the nirvana sash. Coming. Mingshi and Duanmuxing's avatars moved swiftly, placing themselves before the two remaining masked cultivators. These two had much weaker cultivation bases, far below the previous two. They were not even in the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Little Yuan could defeat them on her own, but time was running short. The nirvana sash extended and reached under Li Jingyi like rose petals, supporting her to break her fall. Little Yuan approached Li Jingyi. The nirvana sash wrapped around the two of them as they slowly descended. Just what I wanted. The huge sword reappeared in the skies. The Great Dark Heaven Memorial? The sword had grown gigantic. Li Jingyi looked up with a frightened expression. "Move away," she quickly pushed little Yuan aside. The moment she broke free of the nirvana sash, she turned around midair. Little Yuan raised her eyebrows. "What are you doing?" She was determined not to fail her master's mission. "I must accomplish what master has asked me to do." The nirvana sash unfurled again. Supreme Purity Jade Slip. With nimble movements and 100 tribulations inside avatar without leaves, little Yuan appeared next to Li Jingyi. The nirvana sash shielded them from above. "Little girl," a terrifying energy surged from Li Jingyi's body. Boom! Energies clashed above them. Little Yuan and Li Jingyi retreated. "I'm all right." Little Yuan retracted her nirvana sash. Mingshi and Duanmuxing dealt with their opponents and prepared to rush to their aid. At this moment, a cluster of gray clouds drifted toward them from the northwest of Anyang, moving at great speed. Li Jingyi grabbed little Yuan's hand and descended. "Get ready to retreat." A powerful enemy has arrived. The massive flying chariot in the sky also sensed the approach of a stronger enemy. Mingshi, hovering in the air, watched the gray clouds. From a distance, they were just a blur, but as they drew closer, he saw that they were not clouds but a brown flying chariot. A huge flag was displayed on the chariot, showing a jasper saber with spiral patterns, and the large characters of the Nether sect were also visible on the flag. Master, Zhenghai, the sect master of the Nether sect, is here. There was an obvious fluctuation in the impostor's flying chariot's primal chi. The black-robed cultivator who sat in the flying chariot opened his eyes. Zhenghai is here? His hands, which were on his chest, were visibly shaking at this point. His primal chi circulation began to slacken. He wanted to condense his chi into energy again, but he found that he could not. The Nether sect's flying chariot was getting closer, and his hand shook even more violently as time passed. Prepare to retreat. Understood. He looked at the little girl in the cloud feather raiment and said in a deep voice, "Little girl, you foiled my plans. You won't get away with this." A purple blast of energy shot out from the flying chariot again. It formed a huge claw that shot toward little Yuan. Trying to attack my little junior sister? You'll have to go through me. Mingshi Yin's separation hook and scabbard spun as they swept toward the energy blast. The Overlord spear also made a move. 1,000 waves. Swoosh. However, the separation hook and scabbard and the Overlord spear passed through the huge purple claw. It's no use. This is witchcraft. Li Jingyi grabbed little Yuan and ran. The huge claw was closing in on them. A burst of dense energy shot out from the Nether sect's flying chariot, aimed at little Yuan as well. At the same time, 4 figures leaped out of the flying chariot, moving at lightning speed. Li Jingyi and Wei Zhuyan were still unaware of the impostors. They thought the incoming flying chariot was just reinforcement from the Nether sect. This was a truly confusing situation. Li Jingyi sighed and said, "Little girl, since you've saved me once, I'll return the favor now. Take Wei Zhuyan with you and leave. He mustn't die." Just as she was about to unleash her grand technique, above the roof of the CI mansion where Lu Zhou was, a sound wave formed a vortex and erupted with a faint bluish radiance. It shot through the roof into the air. Scram. The word Scram was projected upwards as if the vortex were an oversized loudspeaker. Mingshi descended. Duan Muxing descended. Li Jingyi descended. Little Yuan also descended after being pulled by Li Jingyi. The sound wave was moving upward, so it was best to stay close to the ground. Those in the sky would have a rough time. To gain the power of speech recognition, even about the unspeakable truths, and understand the words spoken by the tongues of beings in different worlds. This was the power of speech from the human scroll of the heavenly writing. Lu Zhou felt danger creeping up on him, and his extraordinary power erupted instinctively. The word Scram sounded like a clap of thunder in every cultivator's ears. The huge purple claw faded away, and the energy shot from the Nether sect's flying chariot dissipated before it could even take form. Cultivators fell like flies in the wake of the soundwave. The 4 great protectors of the Nether sect retreated in the air, with fearful looks on their faces. On the ground, the soundwave spread for several miles, centered on the CI mansion. Every citizen of Anyang City heard the word Scram. The rebel army and the soldiers from the divine capital heard it as well. Li Jingyi and the others looked up the instant they touched down. The flying chariot above the southern gate teetered and creaked. The flying chariot in the northwest, defended by the 4 great protectors, managed to withstand the sound technique. However, the protectors still wore fearful expressions on their faces. Whoosh! The flying chariot above the southern gate seemed to have suffered a heavy blow and was fleeing the scene quickly. After a long pause, the streets of Anyang finally fell silent. The sun shone with just the right intensity. Nobody moved or made a sound. People looked around, some in confusion, some in fear, and some in concern. Creak. The main doors of the CI mansion swung open slowly, and Lu Zhou emerged with his hands behind his back. Master. Greetings, Master. Mingshi and Duanmu Xing fell to one knee. Little Yuan kneeled as well. Master. It wasn't that Lu Zhou didn't want to make a grander entrance, but he had little primal chi left. In fact, he wasn't even sure how he had managed to unleash such extraordinary power. It had nearly depleted his divine court realm's primal chi. His mind wasn't as rested as it had been after comprehending the heavenly writing. For this reason, he could only walk out slowly, pondering how he could utilize this extraordinary power. Even so, nobody dared to underestimate this wizened old man. After all, he was the master of the three elites. Only the three disciples remained on their knees. Lu Zhou was now at the intersection, which was ideal for him. He gazed in all four directions. To his left was the rebel army, to his right were Wei Zhuyan and Li Jingyi. All eyes were on Lu Zhou at this moment. Li Jingyi fell to one knee, cupped her fists, and said, "Thank you for repelling the Nether Sect's four great protectors, Senior." In the sky, the genuine Nether Sect's four great protectors hovered, looking at the ground with fear. Li Jingyi? Lu Zhou glanced at Li Jingyi, who was next to little Yuan. Li Jingyi knew this old man was powerful. There were many strange things in this vast world. Many peerless elites had withdrawn from the secular world and no longer interfered with its matters. These elites were usually humble, knowing there was always someone stronger in this vast world. This was something she had known since she was young. She quickly bowed and said, "My name is Li Jingyi." Lu Zhou's expression was calm. He did not need to display his might to make the four great protectors retreat despite their profound cultivation bases. They seemed to have forgotten their reason for being there. For a moment, they remained in the air, stunned, not daring to descend. This unassuming old man is the master of our sect, Master? The four of them exchanged glances, still shaken by the lingering Scram. Their sect master had said the evil Sky Pavilion's patriarch's life was almost up. His strength and cultivation base would deteriorate rapidly in the next 10 years. If that was true, how did the old man unleash such a shocking and thunderous grand technique? Li Jingyi looked up at the sky. She noticed the Nether Sect's four great protectors hovering in the air, seemingly too afraid to descend. It appeared they were intimidated by the old man. She looked again in the direction of the southern city gates. The rebel army was trembling, some of them sitting on the ground, clearly no longer able to fight. The men on Wei Zhuyan's side were in no better shape, huddled together, hardly resembling an army. They were like a pile of loose sand, in no condition to fight. Lu Zhou looked up slowly, glancing at the four great protectors hovering in the sky. With just that glance, the four great protectors retreated once more. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "Rascal." Rascal? Li Jingyi was slightly stunned. Although Lu Zhou was only in the divine court realm, he could still project his voice. He spoke in a slightly irritable tone, "Well? Are you going to come down?" There was no one else who dared to address the sect master of the Nether Sect in such a manner. Only the master of the evil Sky Pavilion could reprimand Zhenghai like this. He must be Tian Dao, the patriarch of the Fiend Path who dominated the lands. Everything was clear now. The old man who had slowly walked out of the CI mansion was the current greatest villain in the world. The faces of the four great protectors were etched with shock. They did not dare to descend. Instead, they kneeled in the air. The junior, Hua Chongyang of the Nether Sect's Azure Dragon Hall, pays homage to Old Senior. This junior, Bai Yuexing of the Nether Sect's White Tiger Hall, pays homage to Old Senior. The junior, Yang Yan of the Nether Sect's Vermilion Bird Hall, pays homage to Old Senior. The junior, Di Qing of the Nether Sect's Black Tortoise Hall, pays homage to Old Senior. Li Jingyi regarded Lu Zhou with a complex gaze. Who else could make his enemies submit without a fight, apart from the great villain? It should be known that the individuals kneeling were the Nether Sect's four great protectors, the first seats of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise Halls. Yet, they seemed afraid of this old man. Mingshi crossed his arms and said, "Eldest senior brother, stop hiding. Come on down." Li Jingyi took a step back, her mind blank. Her gaze swiftly swept past little Yuan, Mingshi, Duan Muxing, and finally settled on the nether sex flying chariot. She took another step back. "There's no need to be afraid," Wei Zhuyan said, having appeared behind her at some point. Li Jingyi remembered the incident at the center of Blue Sun Lake. The evil Sky Pavilion's flying chariot had flown past them, and the general had never been the same since. The old Wei Zhuyan would claim he did not fear the evil Sky Pavilion, but fear was deeply ingrained in his bones. Wei Zhuyan looked at Lu Zhou. As he approached, he recognized the old man as the one he had met in the evil Sky Pavilion. The Azure Dragon Hall's first seat, Hua Chongyang, said loudly, "My apologies, old senior. The sect master is not on the flying chariot." "He's not? The sect master knows you are here, old senior. Therefore, he sent the four of us in his stead." When Mingshi heard this, he smiled and said, "I heard your sect master inspires awe throughout the nation and is invincible. I didn't take him for a coward. Is he worried that master will eat him alive?" Mingshi Yin's words left Hua Chongyang with no grounds to retort. It was the truth, after all. Zhenghai and Shangrong felt the same way. They had been informed by Old Seventh that their master was here. There was no way he would dare to come in person, even if he was the master of the greatest cult in the world. Sending his subordinates was the perfect move. The combined strength and cultivation bases of the four great protectors were almost equal to their sect masters. This was showing Lu Zhou enough consideration. Before they arrived, they were filled with confidence. It was a coincidence that they ran into the disturbance in Anyang City and the fake nether sex flying chariot. However, they did not expect that the four of them combined were less powerful than a Scram from Tiandao. Not even their sect master could match this. Realization dawned on them. They finally understood why their sect master chose not to come. They hovered in the air, cautiously and obediently. If the worst happened, they could always turn and run. In front of such an elite, running away was not shameful. Hua Chongyang said, "Please believe me, old senior. The sect master heard it was Miss Knight's birthday, so he sent us here to deliver a gift. That's all." Mingshi and Duan Muxing looked at little Yuan simultaneously. Little Yuan appeared innocent. After Hua Chongyang spoke, he mustered his courage and descended. When he reached a certain height, he waved his arm, and an embroidered box floated down. The box was wrapped in energy as it drifted toward little Yuan. Mingshi flashed a faint smile and said, "I'll get it." He moved at lightning speed, grabbed the box in midair, and landed on the ground again. He lifted the box and said, "Little junior sister. If there's something bad inside this box, I'll shield you." Little Yuan nodded. Thank you, senior brother." This embroidered box was similar in size to the one Shangrong had given her. Mingshi opened the box and conjured a layer of protective energy. The box did not contain any dangerous poison or trap. Instead, it contained a pair of light green boots. The name of this item is the Cloud Treading Boots. Miss Knight's movements and footwork are among the best in the world. With these boots, she'll certainly be like a tiger that's been given wings. Little Yuan beamed when she heard this. She kept looking at the boots within the embroidered box. She said softly, "Senior brother. Senior brother, my." Mingshi gave her a meaningful look. Little Yuan immediately quieted down. With an indifferent expression, she said, "Master, I don't want these boots." Lu Zhou appraised the cloud treading boots. The cloud treading boots, like the cloud feather raiment, were not ordinary items. It was rumored that the cloud treading boots were made specifically for the celestials in the heavens. The wearer would be as light as a feather and could soar through the sky with the boots. These boots were crafted from extremely precious twin plumes and asbestos. After the materials were refined, a grandmaster had worked on them. Lu Zhou said, "Tell Yu Zhenghai to come if he wants to apologize." The four great protectors sighed in relief when they heard this. They stood up and cupped their fists at Lu Zhou, saying, "We'll certainly convey your message." The four of them retreated and returned to the flying chariot. Up until now, the four great protectors maintained an air of elite composure. Their movements were neither hurried nor slow. However, when the flying chariot turned around, it resembled a frightened fish, shooting toward the distance as if fleeing from a predator. Wei Zhuyan also sighed in relief. He cupped his fists at Lu Zhou and said solemnly, "Thank you, old senior." He no longer put on the air and might of a supreme general. Li Jingyi bowed as well. "Thank you, old senior." Lu Zhou looked at Li Jingyi and asked, "Where's Jiao Naijian?" Li Jingyi was taken aback by the question. She suddenly remembered the little girl had mentioned her name before. She had announced that nobody was to touch her or Wei Zhuyan. Clearly, the old man knew who she was. In that case, it was pointless to lie. She bowed and said, "Skylark Pagoda." Mingshi frowned slightly. "This Jiao Naijian. He has left the imperial family. Is he making master travel there to meet him?" He asked, "What's he doing there?" "Fishing. He says he likes fishing, and has been at Skylark Pagoda for the past few days." "I don't know any further details," Li Jingyi answered honestly. Lu Zhou nodded. "Let's head to Skylark Pagoda then." The streets of Anyang were deserted as Lu Zhou left, hands behind his back. Mingshi looked at Wei Zhuyan's soldiers and said, "Don't tell me you can't handle this group of trash." By trash, he meant the rebel army. When he passed by Li Jingyi, Mingshi slowed down and said, "Will you consider joining the Evil Sky Pavilion?" Li Jingyi merely bowed without a reply. Mingshi had to leave it at that and catch up with the others. Little Yuan did not leave immediately. She bade farewell to the people of the Ci family before she departed. When she passed by Li Jingyi, she said in a hushed tone, "Big sister, listen to me, you must cut ties with Jiao Naijian. He's too shameless." Thank you, little sister. I'm not exactly close to him," Li Jingyi replied with a nod. "That's great. Goodbye. By the way, you're the first stranger I don't dislike," little Yuan said with a giggle before she skipped off to find the others. Duan Muxing was curt with his words. He cupped his fists and said, "Farewell." Little Yuan was the only one who believed Li Jingyi when she said she was not close to Jiao Naijian. How could it be true since Jiao Naijian was willing to ask them for help? When Lu Zhou and the others left, Wei Zhuyan's soldiers slumped to the ground. Their backs were drenched in cold sweat. They had been immobilized by that sound technique earlier. Then, they had been in close quarters with those villains. It was fortunate that they did not die from shock. Wei Zhuyan chided them with a tone laced with anger. "Get up." His sudden shout shook everyone. Nobody knew why he was angry. Li Jingyi's gaze turned cold as she said, "Only a powerless person takes his anger out on those around him." Wei Zhuyan fell silent. After a moment of muttering to himself, he asked, "You know Jiao Naijian?" "I do." Wei Zhuyan's expression turned unnatural as he said, "He's one of the three great sword freaks. He values the sword as much as his life, and his love for swords is ingrained in his bones. I've heard nothing but bad things about this man. What does it have to do with you? Don't forget. I may be an imposter, but I'm still the commander-in-chief of 3 armies, Wei Zhuyan said as he walked ahead and surveyed the chaotic rebel army and masked cultivators. He seemed more confident now as he waved his arm and said, "Those who caused this disturbance will be executed." Meanwhile, the Nether Sect's 4 great protectors steered their flying chariot back to Pingdu Mountain at top speed. When the chariot arrived above the mountain, a figure suddenly appeared before it. The man walked on air and onto the chariot's stern. His hands were placed behind his back, and he exuded an air of pride. The 4 great protectors stepped forward and bowed. "Greetings, Sect Master. How did it go?" Yu Zhenghai seemed very interested in their answers. After all, he had never sent all 4 of his great protectors on a single mission. The Azure Dragon Hall's first seat, Hua Chongyang, bowed and said, "In response to your question, Sect Master, the gift has been delivered. I've also met the old senior." "Oh?" "The old senior is tremendously strong. Even the 4 of us aren't a match for him," Hua Chongyang said. Upon hearing this, Zhenghai said in a low voice, "Tell me everything. Don't spare the details." The 4 great protectors did not dare to delay. This was the first time they had seen Zhenghai looking so solemn. Hua Chongyang cupped his fists and began to recount the series of events, starting from their ride on the flying chariot to Anyang, the rebellion they encountered, their attack on the rebels, and their being driven back by the word Scram. He spared no details, especially describing the grand technique Scram and the immense power it wielded. He almost reenacted the scene where countless cultivators were pushed back by that technique. Upon hearing this, Zhenghai mumbled, "A grand sound technique." There were many who were skilled in sound techniques. However, those capable of unleashing a grand sound technique were few and far between. Zhenghai, the Evil Sky Pavilion's first disciple, knew his master better than anyone else. He could not recall his master ever using such a technique. As he paced back and forth, contemplating this, he suddenly remembered the information he had obtained from Wuya. Could the old man really be cultivating techniques from different sects? If it had been anyone else, Zhenghai would not have believed they could master techniques from other sections. However, Tiandao was different. Perhaps it's one of Master's friends? Zhenghai asked, "Are you sure you saw my master?" "We were a bit far away and didn't get a clear look at his face. However, we're certain it was old Senior G," they replied. "How so?" "We saw Miss Ninth wearing the cloud feather raiment." Cloud feather raiment. Zhenghai was not doubting his trusted subordinates, he simply did not want to miss any details. He nodded, chuckled, and said, "Second junior brother. I've truly underestimated you." "Sect Master, we didn't see Mr. Second when we were in Anyang," they explained. "Second junior brother has always preferred to operate alone. With your strength, you must never provoke him," Zhenghai warned. "We'll remember your words, Sect Master." Thinking of you, Shangrong, Zhenghai shook his head and sighed softly. The Azure Dragon Hall's first seat suddenly realized he should not have brought up this topic. He hastily bowed and changed the subject. "Miss Ninth likes the cloud-treading boots very much." "Really?" "I dare not lie." Hua Chongyang saw the barely concealed look of delight in little Yuaner's eyes when the gift was presented. Zhenghai smiled widely and said, "The cloud feather raiment is merely protective gear that only takes blows. It's only natural for little junior sister to prefer the cloud-treading boots." "You are extremely wise, Sect Master." The 4 great protectors bowed in unison. Zhenghai asked again, "Where are they now?" "We did not dare to follow them. However, when I returned, I received word from the Azure Dragon Hall that Mr. Seventh is on his way to the Skylark Pagoda," Hua Chongyang said. Yuexing said, "It's rumored that the Skylark Pagoda has 9 floors, each taller than the one before. There are formations everywhere. The person who manages to climb to the top floor will apparently receive a treasure. I wonder if it's true." Zhenghai turned around and walked to the edge of the flying chariot, looking down at Pingdu Mountain. When they saw their sect master was silent, the 4 great protectors did not dare to continue the discussion about Tiandao. They had never mentioned the Evil Sky Pavilion to their sect master before. They knew their sect master was the first disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion and possessed unfathomable strength. If they hadn't been dispatched to Anyang for this matter, they would not have had the opportunity to discuss the Evil Sky Pavilion with their sect master, as he had never spoken about it. The Azure Dragon Hall's first seat, Hua Chongyang, recalled something and said, "Sect Master, the old senior has a message for you." "What is it?" "If you want to apologize, you'd better come in person," Hua Chongyang repeated the words he had heard. At the same time, his heart thumped wildly. He was unsure if Zhenghai would be angered by these words. Zhenghai's expression was as calm as his emotions. He said loudly, "How can I give up before achieving my grand ideals? We'll follow you until death." Zhenghai's four subordinates said in unison. Zhenghai nodded in satisfaction. Then, he asked, "Do you know who impersonated the Nether sect?" Hua Chongyang replied, "They were only there for a brief moment. Their flying chariot and methods are similar to ours. Other than the mysterious expert on the flying chariot, the others are weak." Yuexing said, "They're skilled in mimicry. Even the dark heaven starlight was similar to yours, sect master. When we arrived, we discovered them using witchcraft spells as well. It's most likely a powerful witchcraft practitioner." Zhenghai asked, "Is it Mochi, the sect master of Clarity sect?" Mochi of Clarity sect does have the advantages of 100 sects. However, he doesn't seem to be skilled in witchcraft. "I heard there's a powerful witchcraft practitioner in the Great Yan's palace," Hua Chongyang said. "There's another possibility," Yuexing chimed in. Mochi of Clarity sect might have aligned himself with the palace, and there could be more than one expert on the flying chariot. The speculations were logical, but they were just speculations. They needed evidence. Even the slightest miscalculation could affect the Nether sect's subsequent plans. The Nether sect had carefully planned each step to reach its current position. They played it safe and eventually grew to their current scale. They could not afford to stumble over such trivial details. Hua Chongyang proposed, "Give me 3 days. I'll get to the bottom of this." "Very well." After Zhenghai finished speaking, he turned to look at the mountain terrain before his gaze finally shifted to Skylark Pagoda. He, of course, knew about this place. Hua Chongyang's words were not wrong. Each of the 9 floors had its own formations. Cultivators would frequently visit the pagoda to try their luck at obtaining the treasure. The Skylark Pagoda was not located in Anyang City but northeast of it, near the mouth of the Nine-Tun River. It was a paradise for cultivation, unguarded by the city. The scenery near the Nine-Tun River was captivating, reminiscent of a utopia fit for immortals. When Lu Zhou and his 3 disciples were fast approaching Skylark Pagoda in the air, they were captivated by the scenery. The mountains, tranquil forests, and river were teeming with all kinds of insects, fish, and birds. Mingshi asked in confusion, "The waters of Nine-Tun River are muddy with no fish all year round. Is Jiang pulling our legs?" Duan Muxing replied, "Do you think he has the courage for that?" Mingshi nodded, saying, "Jiang is an intelligent person. He doesn't seem the type to do something so foolish. Skylark Pagoda is a peculiar place. We should proceed with utmost caution." At the same time, he thought to himself, "With Master here, what is there to fear? Look, it's Skylark Pagoda." The towering Skylark Pagoda came into view. As expected of Skylark Pagoda. "It's so tall," Mingshi remarked. He had never been there before, and when he first laid eyes on Skylark Pagoda, he was awed by its height. Lu Zhou had been there several times, though more accurately, Ji Tiandao had been there several times. However, his memories of the place were hazy. He descended, and his 3 disciples followed suit. Mingshi looked at his master in confusion. They had flown at a very slow pace, almost unbefitting of a nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivator. However, he did not dare to question his master. He thought, perhaps, his master was getting older and preferred a steadier, more comfortable pace. His master was also likely being considerate of them, as he could have left them in the dust if he had ridden Witzard. Swoosh! A figure flew overhead. It shot toward a branch and perched on it. A chuckle could be heard as the figure's voice rang through the air. "It's been a while. I miss everyone so much. The distinguished, elegant, handsome, and confident Jiang, at your service." Jiang carried his sword as he stood on the branch in a lazy manner. Lu Zhou regarded him calmly. With his hands on his back, he said, "My patience is limited." Upon hearing this, Jiang shuddered and hastily said, all right, I'll be down in a second." "See? I'm really obedient. He leaped down and pointed to a nearby pavilion. Old Senior, shall we? They made their way to the pavilion, and Zhenghai wiped the bench with his sleeve. Have a seat, Old Senior. Lu Zhou did not hesitate and sat down. Initially, Zhenghai had intended to sit across from Lu Zhou, but when he saw Lu Zhou's glare, he chose to stand instead. He did not even have anything to lean on, as all the pillars had been taken by Mingshi, Duanmu Xing, and Little Yuan. Lu Zhou did not bother with the scenery beyond the pavilion. His eyes were fixed on Zhenghai. Zhenghai felt goosebumps rising on his skin and quickly said, Old Senior, please don't stare at me like this. It's a bit embarrassing. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, say what you have to say. Zhenghai put away his frivolous attitude and mustered up some courage. He sat before Lu Zhou and said, firstly, I want to thank you for helping Li Jingyi, Senior. Is Li Jingyi your woman? She's a friend. So, how do you plan on repaying the favor? Lu Zhou narrowed his eyes, looking like a predator eyeing its prey. Zhenghai gulped, feeling goosebumps rise on his skin once again. He produced a brocade box from his chest pocket and placed it on the table. Everyone's gaze shifted toward the box. What a strange day. It seemed like everyone was gifting brocade boxes. Zhenghai's brocade box was exquisite and finely crafted. Open it, Senior. Lu Zhou waved his hand, and the brocade box opened. A sky fragment. The box contained an item he was looking for, one of the 8 sky fragments. It was curved and more battered than the one in his possession. Lu Zhou glanced at the mission list on the system dashboard. Search for sky fragments, February 8th. When Mingshi, Duanmu Xing, and Little Yuan saw the sky fragment, they were slightly surprised that Zhenghai had such an ability. This is what I obtained from the palace's warehouse. On my first visit, I discovered there was a sky fragment there, but I paid no mind to it. I heard you're looking for sky fragments, so I visited the warehouse again. Although the sky fragment is just a fragment, it is a unique weapon that can easily pierce through energy and be used to harm your enemy when they are unprepared, Zhenghai said. Lu Zhou nodded and put the fragment away. Ding. Retrieved sky fragment. Reward, 100 merit points. It was a surprise to find a fragment in the palace's warehouse. This is a windfall. In addition to the targets Mingshi and Duanmu Xing killed in the Anyang Rebellion, I've earned 1,900 merit points so far. Lu Zhou asked, is Yunsan in Skylark Pagoda? Zhenghai smiled and said, I'll have to ask you the same question, Old Senior. Everyone says that the evil Sky Pavilion's 7th disciple, Wuya, has an information network that extends to every corner of Great Yin. He let slip that a certain treasure, the giant silkworm gloves, will appear in Skylark Pagoda. Coincidentally, the giant silkworm gloves are what Yunsan likes the most. The gloves were initially in the possession of the Yun, Tian, and Luo sects. Yunsan prides himself on being the only descendant of the pickpocket sect, but he couldn't steal this item. However, now it's suddenly known that the giant silkworm gloves are in Wuya's hands. Old Senior. You're not the one behind this, are you? Lu Zhou did not deny it. He nodded frankly. Zhenghai scratched his head, speechless. Lu Zhou stared at Zhenghai and said, is this why you called me here? No, no. Of course not. Zhenghai straightened his back and cleared his throat. Mingshi and the others were speechless. Zhenghai had rambled for half a day and was only now getting to the main topic. Zhenghai said, Old Senior. I want to know which side you will choose. Zhenghai waved his arm casually, and a few pebbles flew toward him, landing on the stone table before him. This is the first prince, the second prince, and the third prince. Oh, no, this doesn't count. This is the fourth prince, the fifth prince, and Lady Jade. As he looked at the 5 pebbles on the table, Lu Zhou said indifferently, continue. Zhenghai said, I don't think you'll pick the first prince, since you've never met him. The second prince's subordinate, Mo Li, views you as a thorn in his side. The fourth prince is exiled to a border garrison post and doesn't have much support in the palace. The fifth prince is meek and won't amount to anything great, and Lady Jade despises the evil Sky Pavilion. You don't have a choice, old senior. Just as well. So long as you don't meddle in the palace's affairs, I'll feel relieved, old senior. Zhenghai Jin had taken the liberty of analyzing the choices and answered his own question for Lu Zhou. This left everyone speechless. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and finally said, "Is the palace already in chaos?" Zhenghai Jin sighed and said helplessly, "The power struggles in the palace will surely spread outside one day. Anyang is a good example of this. Since you've left the palace, why did you meddle in Anyang's affairs?" Lu Zhou asked. Well, Zhenghai Jin scratched his head and said, "As I said, Li Jingyi is my friend. I can't possibly watch her die. If Li Jingyi dies, Wei Zhuyan will die. The three armies will have no leader, the second prince will act out of anger, the imperial family will be in ruins, and the world will be plunged into chaos. I think you're suited for the throne, given such considerations," Lu Zhou said. When Zhenghai Jin heard this, he hastily waved his hands and said, "I'm not that ambitious. What I yearn for is simple. I want to be alive and wield the sword." Mingshi and little Yuaner could no longer refrain from laughing out loud. This fellow was indeed cheap. Lu Zhou looked at the sword in Zhenghai Jin's arms and said, "Dragon Song?" Zhenghai Jin instinctively shrunk back, though he knew it was useless. He placed Dragon Song on the table. Its scabbard was wrapped in a layer of cloth. When the cloth was removed, a striking dragon carving could be seen on Dragon Song's scabbard. Zing! The sword was drawn, and it gleamed in the light. Zhenghai Jin often admired the sword this way. His glazed eyes told the others that he was infatuated and mesmerized. A sword enthusiast was a sword enthusiast after all. A good sword, Lu Zhou nodded. Zhenghai Jin said, "I think so too. I've never seen such a nice sword in my life." "Is it sharp?" Lu Zhou asked. "It is," Zhenghai Jin seemed proud. "To test its sharpness, I've lost weapons that were almost close to heaven grade. Weapons that are earth grade or lower were like tofu." "That's good." Lu Zhou raised his hand. An exquisite and delicate sword materialized above his palm. Unnamed spun and glowed faintly, shrouded in energy. Zhenghai Jin hastily sheathed Dragon Song, wrapped it with the cloth, and held it closely to his chest. He chuckled and said, "There's no need for you to do this, old senior. If both swords are broken, it won't be worth it. Forget it." Lu Zhou didn't push Zhenghai Jin when he saw how much the sword meant to him. He recalled Unnamed, stood up slowly, placed his hands behind his back, and looked at Skylark Pagoda. A group of cultivators appeared in the air, flying towards Skylark Pagoda from the other side of the Nine Tunes River. Zhenghai Jin stood up, looked at the cultivators, and said, "They're here, let's go take a look." Mingshi saw the cultivators too. "Master, there are so many of them. Things might get messy. Should I go ahead first?" "It's fine," Lu Zhou replied, shaking his head. Yanzi Yunsan was cunning, and Mingshi skills might not be enough to catch him. Back then, Yunsan had managed to escape even after being surrounded by the Yun, Tian, and Luo sects. Though Yunsan's cultivation base wasn't profound, he was a renowned master thief and a troublesome opponent. Lu Zhou turned and left the pavilion, walking towards Skylark Pagoda along the path. Mingshi, seeing Zhenghai Jin casually crossing his arms, calmed down as well. At that moment, many cultivators had gathered in front of Skylark Pagoda. They ranged from the mystic and lightning realm to the divine court realm. From the ground, the top of the towering Skylark Pagoda was invisible, obscured by clouds. It's said that a short sword is kept on the 9th floor of Skylark Pagoda. I wonder who'll be able to obtain it. Let the best man win. Brains are more important than bronze to bypass the 9 formations. I heard that a nascent divinity tribulation realm expert from the divine capital was ejected from the 7th floor. On the contrary, a Brahman Sea Realm cultivator made it to the 9th floor and obtained a treasure. The cultivators looked up at Skylark Pagoda. At this moment, a cultivator was sent flying out from the 3rd floor of the pagoda, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he fell. The cultivators backed away, showing no sympathy for the challenger. They only watched as he fell to the ground. Zhenghai shook his head and straightened 2 fingers, saying, "Old senior, let me tell you a secret. There's no short sword at the top of Skylark Pavilion. Instead, there are sky fragments, and there are 2 of them. Although sky fragments are no match for heaven-grade weapons, bringing 2 fragments together can allow them to be reforged. If the forging is done right, it'll surely become a heaven-grade weapon." Mingshi frowned slightly, looking around before saying, "No wonder there are so many people here, willing to risk their lives just to climb the pagoda." At this point, a few more cultivators were sent flying out from the 6th and 7th floors of the pagoda. The observers on the ground only shook their heads and sighed. "I'm afraid nobody will make it to the 9th floor this year." A sly expression appeared on Zhenghai's face as he said, "Old senior, why don't you give it a try? I'm sure it'll be a piece of cake for you to pass the 9 formations." Lu Zhou turned to look at Zhenghai and said, "Are you here for the short sword?" No, you misunderstand me. We're talking about the 9 formations of Skylark Pagoda, after all. In any case, 2 sky fragments await you at the top of the pagoda. They can be heaven-grade." Zhenghai stopped speaking mid-sentence when he felt the eyes of the other cultivators on him. I got carried away and spoke too loudly. Carry on. A commotion broke out at the entrance of Skylark Pagoda immediately. "It's sky fragments. This time, the treasures are sky fragments." The cultivators began discussing among themselves at the mention of sky fragments. The evil Sky Pavilion might disdain the sky fragments, as they were merely earth-grade items, not even weapons. Yunsan had only managed to obtain them because Tiandao had discarded them back then. However, to others, the sky fragments were extremely precious. Though they might not be weapons, they were excellent for forging them. Even a weapon forged from Millennium Frost Iron might not compare to one forged from sky fragments. Moreover, everyone coveted their ability to slice through energy. However, the forging process was too tedious. Therefore, it was more likely that the cultivators at the base of Skylark Pagoda would sell the sky fragments or trade them for something else. Lu Zhou looked at Zhenghai knowingly. Zhenghai shrugged and said, "All right. I deliberately did that." He pointed at the group of cultivators in front and said, "They have the numbers. The 9 formations of Skylark Pagoda can't be breached by brute force." Mingshi smiled and said, "So, when they get to the top and retrieve the sky fragments, we'll swoop in, kill them, and take the fragments for ourselves, is that it?" "You're truly wise, Mr. Fourth," Zhenghai said, giving Mingshi a thumbs up. Mingshi did not accept the compliment and instead asked, "How do you know there are sky fragments at the top?" "The master of Skylark Pagoda is a friend of mine," Zhenghai said, spreading his arms. Mingshi resisted the urge to charge at Zhenghai and beat him up. "If he's truly your friend, can't you just head to the top floor and retrieve the fragments?" Zhenghai seemed to know the thoughts running through Mingshi's mind. He said, "The 9 formations of Skylark Pagoda are always activated. They'll only vanish after a certain period of time. It's only then that we can head up and retrieve it. Look at 9 Toon River. When it's spring tide, the formations will vanish." Mingshi nodded and said, "I'm surprised by how knowledgeable you are." "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Fourth." The cultivators at the bottom of Skylark Pagoda were eager to make a move. Many of them were already gathering at the entrance. It didn't take long before cultivators began to make their way into the pagoda. At the same time, many cultivators were being ejected from the pagoda. Many of them were ejected on the 1st floor due to their eagerness to obtain the treasures and the distracting thoughts in their minds. All of them crashed heavily to the ground. The news about the sky fragments spread fast. Some cultivators who were in the vicinity rushed over when they heard about it. Zhenghai was slightly speechless. He nodded and bowed, saying, "It's an accident. I didn't think there would be so many people." "It doesn't matter," Lu Zhou said, with his hands on his back. Indeed, the size of the crowd did not matter to him. They were merely small fries. He might not even have to make a move himself. Moreover, he was not in a hurry. After all, he was waiting for the pickpocket sex Yanzi Yunsan. Will he come with all the fanfare here? Lu Zhou was now a hunter. A good hunter needed the patience to wait for the appearance of his prey. "You've got to be kidding me. The 9 formations are tougher than last year's. I made it all the way to the 3rd floor last year, but I only got to the 2nd floor this year." Some cultivators began to complain. That's to be expected. If the formations didn't improve, many people would make it to the top floor. "Do you think there's someone so generous in this world who would give away treasures for free?" someone sighed. "I guess I'm not fated to obtain this treasure. I'm leaving." "Wait. Those who failed either pay up or leave an item behind." A cultivator at the base of Skylark Pagoda, tasked with managing the people entering and collecting payments and items from the challengers, called out. Mingshi said to Zhenghai, "Your friend is quite the businessman. He's one of the richest men in the divine capital. Where do you think his wealth comes from?" Zhenghai replied. Zhenghai was the 3rd prince, so it wasn't strange that he knew such a person from the divine capital. Mingshi looked at the cultivators who were flying away. He sneered and said, "What's the use of having numbers on their side? None of them made it." Zhenghai scratched his head. He couldn't say anything. It was a fact, after all. He could only blame the cultivators for not being diligent enough. "Old Senior, what do you think?" Zhenghai turned to look at Lu Zhou. The young cultivators who challenged the pagoda were not as experienced as Lu Zhou, so he might have some sort of plan. Lu Zhou looked at Skylark Pagoda and said, "Clear your heart of distracting thoughts." "That's all?" Zhenghai was puzzled. Lu Zhou said nothing else. He was not there to be a teacher. Bam! Bam! 2 thunderous sounds echoed from above, drawing everyone's attention. 2 cultivators were sent flying out from the 8th floor of Skylark Pagoda, and energy rippled out into the surroundings. Many people exclaimed in shock and quickly retreated. When the 2 individuals were thrown out, they somersaulted in the air and released waves of energy from their palms before slowly descending to the ground. Amazing! The crowd erupted in applause. They had managed to climb to the 8th floor and still had the energy to protect themselves when ejected. Clearly, these 2 were elites. When they landed, they staggered slightly before stabilizing their footing. "How was it?" someone asked. "Yeah, tell us about your experience and thoughts." Some cultivators approached, eager to learn more. One of them wiped the sweat from his forehead. He gulped before saying, "Tough. It was tough." "That's all? I advise all of you to give up." The man sighed and shook his head. "I've never seen such a difficult formation in my life." Given that he had made it to the 8th floor, it was evident that he was more knowledgeable about formations than the others. "Aren't you going to give it another try?" "There's no need for that. It's impossible for anyone to make it to the 9th floor. I'll say this now, believe me or not." Having failed, he thought it was a waste of breath to say anything more. He turned around and walked to a nearby pavilion. The cultivators exchanged glances. The man's words were disheartening, and it affected them somewhat. After all, someone who had made it to the 8th floor was convinced that further progress was impossible. One could imagine how difficult the formation must be. "Master, can I give it a try?" Little Yuan leaped forward. Lu Zhou nodded calmly. Little Yuan was playful by nature and could hardly contain herself. Since she had been behaving well recently, Lu Zhou wouldn't be unreasonable. "Thank you, Master. I'll show them." "Good luck, little girl," Zhenghai said with a smile. "Shut up. Who are you calling little girl?" Little Yuan glared at him. Jiang instinctively shrank back. My. She hasn't changed at all. I shouldn't cross her. Little Yuan walked toward Skylark Pagoda. Jiang said, Old Senior, this little girl. Before Lu Zhou could reply, Mingshi said, I advise you against provoking her. You might not be a match for her now. Jiang changed his words and waved his hands, saying, All the best, great aunt. Mingshi was baffled by Jiang. Was Jiang truly the third prince of Great Yan? Was he really one of the three sword freaks? When little Yuan approached the entrance of Skylark Pagoda, many people were gathered there, most of them burly men. Initially, she wanted to scare these men away by displaying her strength. However, she remembered her master's words and said, Excuse me. Jiang was speechless. She's the very embodiment of someone who's meek and polite in public but a tyrant at home. The cultivators were smart enough to make way for her. Little Yuan stood out in her cloud feather raiment. At 16, she acted naturally and unrestrained. This young lady looks valiant. Judging by her clothes and appearance, it seems she has an extraordinary background. Perhaps she's the young miss of a wealthy family in Anyang City. It's quite rare to see a young lady who is so well-balanced and educated. Little Yuan walked into Skylark Pagoda, paying no attention to the people around her. The sentry at the entrance glanced at her, then lifted his halberd and said, Welcome. Most of the cultivators were gracious enough to let her enter first and did not make a fuss. Everyone watched as little Yuan entered the pagoda, waiting for the result. Jiang crossed his arms and asked, Old Senior, aren't you worried at all? Why should I be worried? If she doesn't make it, she'll just be sent flying out. Best case scenario, her primal chi might be disturbed for a few days. Worst case, she'll be injured for half a year. It'll be fine, Lu Zhou said, continuing to wait for his prey. To begin with, he was not bothered by the formations. Jiang was slightly puzzled by Lu Zhou's nonchalance. Aren't you looking for the sky fragments? Lu Zhou did not deign to reply. Master. An excited voice rang out from one of the floors of Skylark Pagoda. The voice caught Lu Zhou's attention. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw little Yuan was already on the 5th floor. She was standing on the edge, hopping around, clearly having the time of her life. The onlookers were dumbfounded. They rubbed their eyes and looked at her again, thinking they had seen wrongly. However, upon looking again, they indeed saw the young lady on the 5th floor. Moreover, based on her condition, she did not seem exhausted at all. In fact, she appeared unaffected. How is this possible? The other cultivators were perplexed. Jiang, too, regarded little Yuan, who was on the 5th floor, with shock. Only a short time had passed since little Yuan entered the pagoda. It seemed she had not stopped at all as she climbed up. Mingshi said indifferently, among the Skylark Pagoda's 9 formations, the first 3 are illusions, the 4th and 5th are confusion, the 6th and 7th are inner demons, and the 8th is hallucination. There's no way little junior sister will be impeded by the first few floors. Jiang nodded and said, Very well. Little Yuan was naive and pure, with no distracting thoughts in her heart. If a challenger purged their heart of all distracting thoughts, they would not be disturbed as they made their way to the 8th floor. This was all within Lu Zhou's expectations. I think the 9th floor won't be easy. The trial on the 9th floor is a test of intelligence. Even I had a hard time passing, smart as I am, Jiang said. His voice had barely faded when a sound rang from above. Everyone looked up. The sound was accompanied by a ripple of energy that spread into the surroundings. The cultivators looked disappointed. Usually, this meant that the challenger had failed. There were consequences for failing. Judging by the sound, it's the 8th floor. Climbing to the 8th floor can be considered a great achievement. The other person made it to the 8th floor as well. Perhaps there's a new formation on the 9th floor. Let's ask the young lady when she's here. Many felt pity for little Yuan. At this moment, a green figure suddenly appeared at the top of Skylark Pagoda, shocking everyone. Their eyes widened in surprise as they looked at little Yuan standing on the 9th floor. Little Yuan clapped her hands excitedly. The bottom of the Skylark Pagoda was silent. After a brief pause, someone exclaimed, "She's up there." She made it? She was holding a brocade box and waving her arms. The other cultivator who had been sitting in the pavilion stood up, his face showing disbelief. His face slowly turned red from embarrassment. He hurried over and stood behind Lu Zhou and the others, eager to know how this young lady had made it to the top floor. The other cultivators shared the same thought, feeling ashamed that a young lady had outperformed them. Zhenghai clicked his tongue in amazement, clapped his hands, and said, "What do you know? Do you have a question? The 9th floor's trial is a test of wit. My friend told me that only 3 individuals in the divine capital can solve it. Is the little girl that smart?" Zhenghai stroked his chin, puzzled. "You're overthinking it," Mingshi said. "Do enlighten me, Mr. Fourth. All you need is a kick." Zhenghai was speechless. Pooh. The cultivator who had made it to the 8th floor spat out a mouthful of blood. "Eh? What's wrong, brother?" Zhenghai turned to look at him. It was impossible for him not to feel infuriated. He had been so close. Most of the challengers were stuck on the 8th floor. Only a handful managed to reach the 9th floor. Everyone thought the 9th floor's trial was the hardest, but in truth, the 9th floor was the simplest. All it needed was a kick. After the brief exclamation of surprise, the formations are broken, and the item has been claimed. Skylark Pagoda will see you again next year. Following this announcement, some cultivators charged forward, intending to surround little Yuan, who was on the 9th floor of the Skylark Pagoda. The remaining cultivators were taken aback by this development and quickly retreated. An innocent person could get into trouble for possessing a treasure. "Little girl, you shouldn't take the sky fragments." More than 10 cultivators had charged at her. Clearly, they had planned this beforehand. This was a common scene at the Skylark Pagoda. Typically, the challengers with no background or strength who passed the 9th trial were forced to give the treasure to others. Duanmu Sheng and Mingshi did not move. Cultivators of this level did not warrant their involvement. Nirvana Sash. Above the Skylark Pagoda, the Nirvana Sash unfurled like blooming red flowers. Bam! 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 The Nirvana Sash made a circle. With a flurry of movements, all of the cultivators were struck. They reeled back and spat out blood. Little Yuan was walking and dancing in the air, the Nirvana Sash wrapped around her at this moment. A heaven-grade weapon. Those with sharp eyes immediately recognized the Nirvana Sash's grade. Little Yuan laughed. "You dare to try and snatch something from me? I'll kill you." The Nirvana Sash retracted and shot out rapidly. As the cultivators reeled back, they were hit by the Nirvana Sash in the chest. Zhenghai took a step back, seemingly afraid. When did the little girl grow so strong? She was covered in heaven-grade items and had achieved a breakthrough in her cultivation base. She was much more powerful than when he had first met her. Little Yuan's display of strength was so formidable that it intimidated the others. The remaining cultivators stood passively aside. Bzzzt. At this moment, above the Nine-Tune River, a flying chariot that resembled a phantom appeared in everyone's sight. It passed through the sea of clouds, the forests, the mountains, and the Nine-Tune River, coming to a stop several hundred meters above Skylark Pagoda. The cultivators at the base of Skylark Pagoda held their breaths as they looked up at the flying chariot in the sky. At this moment, a gray-robed cultivator emerged from the flying chariot, carrying a brocade box in his hands. He walked on air and slowly descended. Little Yuan was currently at the top of Skylark Pagoda, with the best vantage point. For a time, she too was drawn to the phantom-like flying chariot. The mysterious cultivator exuded a peculiar aura. His head was covered by a hood, and with his back to the sun, his appearance was hidden. The cultivators at the base of Skylark Pagoda had weak cultivation bases. All they knew was that the newcomer was an elite, they did not know his actual cultivation base. Smart and strong cultivators usually conceal their auras and do not easily reveal their cultivation levels. In any case, this scene was enough to intimidate the people present. Little Yuan held the brocade box in one hand and the Nirvana sash in the other, looking at the cultivator who was slowly approaching her with a curious expression. Mingshi said, "Master, I'll go and help junior sister." "There's no need for that," Lu Zhou said. His instinct told him that Yanzi Yunsan was about to make an appearance. He was most likely hiding in the shadows, keeping an eye on the situation. He might even be among this group of cultivators. Yanzi Yunsan was only an alias. No one knew his real name or the depth of his cultivation base. He could be in the Brahman Sea realm or the nascent divinity realm. The mysterious cultivator stopped when he was dozens of meters above Skylark Pagoda. He bowed slightly. After straightening his back, he waved his hand gently. "Congratulations on your birthday, Miss Ninth. As ordered by my sect master, I am here to present you with a gift." A wave of gentle energy carried the brocade box towards Skylark Pagoda. The cultivators at the base of the pagoda observed this scene in shock. Who is this young lady? Why is the mysterious cultivator so respectful toward her? Zhenghai smiled faintly. The evil sky pavilion see Wuya truly lives up to his name, the treasure within that brocade box must be the giant silkworm gloves. Everyone watched as the brocade box floated slowly toward little Yuan. She looked on expectantly as it approached. Her eldest senior brother had gifted her the cloud-treading boots, and her second senior brother had given her the cloud feather raiment. What would her seventh senior brother give her? The brocade box was close at hand. Whoosh! A hook shot out from a small boat on Ninetun River, its line resembling a fishing line as it sailed through the sky toward the brocade box. Zhenghai smiled and said, "The fish has taken the bait." With a tap of his feet, he shot toward Ninetun River at lightning speed. Mingshi and Duanmu Sheng naturally wouldn't allow themselves to fall behind, they also took flight. Like dragonflies skimming the water's surface, they sped across the river toward the small boat on Ninetun River. Everyone exclaimed in shock. 3 nascent divinity tribulation realm elites. Lu Zhou wasn't interested in the brocade box. Instead, he regarded Zhenghai with curiosity. He had never seen Zhenghai attack since they met, and he was slightly surprised to find that Zhenghai was not inferior to Mingshi. Bam! Zhenghai was the first to reach the small boat. The hook that had gone straight for the brocade box was suddenly retracted. Whoosh! 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 Several hooks from the pavilion, Skylark Pagoda, and the bottom of Ninetun River shot toward the brocade box simultaneously, too quick for the others to react. "There's no one on the boat," Zhenghai said. Mingshi changed course. 100 Tribulations Insight. Without hesitation, Mingshi unleashed his 100 Tribulations Insight avatar. At the same time, he released his grand technique and darted toward his little junior sister. He had a feeling that if Yanzi Yunsan wanted the giant silkworm gloves, he wouldn't have just prepared simple hooks. Yanzi Yunsan might also target his little junior sister. Meanwhile, Zhenghai flew toward the pavilion. Duanmu Sheng brandished his overlord's spear and plunged into the river. Bang! The hook latched onto the brocade box. Little Yuan looked around. Seeing her 4th senior brother flying toward her, she said, "Yunsan's not here." Mingshi frowned slightly. "If he's not in Skylark Pagoda, where is he?" The Nirvana sash flew toward the brocade box. Little Yuan would never let her gift be stolen right under her nose. After all, the Nirvana sash was a heaven-grade weapon. It reached the brocade box in an instant and wrapped around it. Little Yuan leaped into the air. Meanwhile, the others saw a man-sized kite flying toward her. "Yunsan, you won't get away." Zhenghai unsheathed his sword. Zing! When the sword was unsheathed, a majestic dragon's roar echoed in the air. Dragon Song moved at lightning speed and slashed at the kite. Lu Zhou's gaze remained fixed on the kite. Bang! The sword struck the kite, severing the cord and sending it crashing down. Nobody? Dragon Song returned to Zhenghai under his control. Yunsan's cunningness exceeded his imagination. The brocade box was pulled back into little Yuaner's arms by the Nirvana sash. The cultivators at the bottom of Skylark Pagoda watched with their mouths agape. The cultivators on the flying chariot did not want to get involved and quickly returned to it. In the blink of an eye, the chariot vanished from sight. When little Yuaner saw the flying chariot making a run for it, she stomped her feet, upset that her 7th senior brother had given her a gift. Humph. You may run now, but I'll catch you on Master's behalf one day. Splash. The Overlord spear, shrouded in energy, spun before breaking the surface of Ninetun River. Duanmusheng followed, shooting into the air and creating a huge wave. He returned to his master's side and said, "He's not underwater either." Dragon Song returned to its sheath. Mingshi landed at the base of Skylark Pagoda. With little Yuaner, there were now 4 elites. The surroundings of Skylark Pavilion were deathly quiet. The kite fluttered and fell to the ground as if nothing had happened. Zhenghai carried Dragon Song and walked toward Lu Zhou, cupped his fists, and said, "I apologize, I couldn't catch him." Mingshi also returned and shook his head. Duanmusheng was drenched, his hair wet. His muscular build and the Overlord spear made the other cultivators retreat. He snorted, and primal chi surged out, the scalding heat waves instantly evaporating the water from his body. "He's indeed cunning," Duanmusheng said. Lu Zhou shook his head. Little Yuaner returned to the top of Skylark Pagoda. She eagerly opened the brocade box and saw a pair of delicate, exquisite, and pristine gloves. Suddenly, a black arrow shot out of Ninetun River. The tip of the arrow was enveloped in shining golden energy, and an energy seal resembling a rounded 8 trigrams revolved around the black arrow. "Look out!" It was too sudden. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "He's skilled with contraptions?" Yanzi Yunsan could only achieve this through contraptions. With Mingshi, Duanmusheng, and Zhenghai's cultivation bases, it was impossible for them to miss any signs of living things. Duanmusheng had even investigated the river. Little Yuaner turned around and wrapped herself in the Nirvana sash, which shielded her like a red barrier. Lu Zhou wasn't worried that little Yuaner might get hurt. With the Nirvana sash, Cloud Feather raiment, and her nascent divinity Tribulation Realm cultivation base, she could instantly put up a defense on par with the 6 compatible seal. However, the scene was too shocking. The cultivators at the base of Skylark Pagoda thought the black arrow would take the young lady's life. But another shocking event occurred. Whoosh! From a forest path more than 100 meters away, a scarlet arrow shot toward her at an even greater speed. Bang! The feathered arrow was also wrapped in energy. When it hit the black arrow, a loud explosion echoed through the air. The 2 energies collided and erupted, causing the black arrow to snap in half and fall. Everyone's attention was drawn to the scarlet arrow. They looked in the direction from where it was fired on the forest path. The cultivators were silent, hardly daring to breathe. Creak, creak, creak. Creaking sounds could be heard from the forest path. Little Yuaner was puzzled when she didn't feel the impact from the black arrow, so she unwrapped the Nirvana sash. She put an arm around the brocade box and leaped off the pagoda. "Master! I'm glad I didn't let you down. I have successfully retrieved the sky fragments," little Yuaner said. "Very good," Lu Zhou said calmly. Little Yuaner was delighted when she heard her master's praise, but Lu Zhou was not particularly happy. Ding! Recovered sky fragments X2. Reward, 200 merit points. He had obtained the sky fragments, but had not caught Yunsan. Where was he going to find the remaining 4 fragments? Creak, creak. The creaking from the forest path grew louder, accompanied by deliberate footsteps. Suddenly, a deep and firm voice rang out loudly in the surroundings. Lady Jade has arrived. Those who have no business here should leave. At the edge of the forest, an extravagant palanquin appeared. The golden curtains, ornaments, and choice of colors seemed exotic. A beautiful girl dressed in white walked next to the palanquin, holding a delicate bough in her hand. The palanquin continued to creak as 2 rows of soldiers marched before it. They approached Skylark Pagoda and crossed their halberds. Those who have no business here should leave. The cultivators at the base of the pagoda shook their heads and left, heading in the direction of the pavilion to observe from a distance. Lu Zhou and the others did not move. The area before Skylark Pagoda was now empty. The 2 rows of soldiers lifted their halberds as the creaking palanquin arrived at the pagoda. Lu Zhou's gaze fell on the girl beside the palanquin. Name, Yuexing. Race, human. Cultivation base, nascent divinity tribulation realm. Halt. The palanquin was lowered, and the curtains parted. Graceful and poised, with a golden crown on her head, Lady Jade slowly emerged. She placed her hands in front of herself and walked with a straight back, appearing elegant and dignified. The dark marks on her eyes, similar to eyeshadow, were her most striking feature as an other tribeswoman. 2 maidservants hurriedly walked up to her, supporting her from the sides. Lady Jade approached Lu Zhou. With a smile on her face, she nodded and said, "Greetings." Lu Zhou surveyed his surroundings through his peripheral vision and noticed that Jian had disappeared. Forget it. He must be worried about his identity being exposed. Let him be. Do you recognize me? Lu Zhou asked calmly, unaffected by Lady Jade's and her company's aura. When she greeted him, an audible gasp could be heard from the nearby pavilion. Who is this old man? Lady Jade is treating him so politely. Lady Jade smiled and said, "Shall we talk in the pagoda?" At that moment, the people manning the pagoda bowed and said, "This way, please." Lu Zhou glanced at Yuexing before walking into Skylark Pagoda. Since the formations had been broken, the group entered the pagoda without resistance, easily making their way to the 9th floor. They faced the 9-Tun River with their backs to the mountains. Indeed, it was a good place for conversation. The 2 of them sat down. Mingshi, Duan Muxing, and little Yuan sat behind their master. On Lady Jade's side, there were only a handful of soldiers, the 2 maidservants, and the archer, Yuexing. One of the divine capital's 3 godly archers, Yuexing, Lu Zhou said casually. Upon hearing this, Mingshi and the others' faces showed shock. The arrow that intercepted the black arrow from 9-Tun River was breathtaking. When Yuexing heard Lu Zhou's words, she was slightly stunned. Then, she cupped her fists and said, "I'm surprised you know my name, Senior." Lu Zhou nodded and said, "If I'm not mistaken, you're originally from the Luo sect." Yuexing's beautiful face turned red, and she took a step back. Betraying one's sect was not something to boast about. Lady Jade covered her face and chuckled. "Old Pavilion Master, there's no need to tease a junior. Yuexing is a skilled archer and a woman. She can't wander the land alone. Serving the imperial court with her skills is her destiny." Lu Zhou nodded. To each their own. There was no need to force someone down another path. "Speak then. What are you here for?" "I'm here to clear up several misunderstandings, Old Pavilion Master. First, the assassin sent to Anyang, Shenzhou, under the alias Wang Fugue, isn't one of mine. Someone is trying to make me take the blame and sow discord among us." She paused slightly before continuing, "It's true I'm from the western regions, and that my sisters died at Mr. Second's hands. However, I do not hold a grudge against the evil Sky Pavilion. You're a good judge of character, old senior. I would never dare lie to you." When Lu Zhou killed Wang Fugue back then, he did wonder if someone was trying to sow dissent. However, he had no way of proving it. A dead man could not come back to life. However, he would not believe her just because she said she was telling the truth. Lady Jade continued, second, after Xingyuan's death, the evil Sky Pavilion has had a few conflicts with the palace. All that has nothing to do with me. Regarding this, Yuexing can vouch for me. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said calmly, why would I believe Yuexing? Well, Lady Jade said awkwardly, I speak the truth. Old Pavilion Master, you have fought with the palace's elite before. It's easy to tell the truth from a lie. There were no signs of witchcraft on Lady Jade. If she truly dared to go against the evil Sky Pavilion, she would not have shown up at Skylark Pagoda. However, Lu Zhou shook his head and said, how did you know I'd be here? Not many knew he was coming here. Lady Jade said, I've heard about the unrest in Anyang City. Apart from the evil Sky Pavilion's master, I cannot think of any other person capable of making the Nether Sect's 4 great protectors submit. Lu Zhou stood up slowly and looked at everyone. He placed his hands behind his back and walked to the edge of the pagoda. He looked down at the Nine-Tune River. Skylark Pagoda's 9th floor was surrounded by low railings, offering an almost unobstructed view. Lu Zhou said, in that case, do you know why I'm here? Lady Jade shook her head and said, I'm merely here to clear up the misunderstandings. I don't know about anything else. Yunsan stole something of mine. Yunsan? The only descendant of the pickpocket sect, skilled user of the cloud-picking hand technique, Yanzi Yunsan? That's right. I've heard he's sly. The Luo sect, where Yuexing was from, couldn't catch him. I'm afraid it won't be an easy task to capture him, old senior, Lady Jade said. He's only a rat in the shadows. If I make a move, he won't be able to escape. Lu Zhou's last words were enunciated slowly and clearly. His expression remained indifferent as he raised his hand. A glowing item card appeared in his hand. He looked at the pavilion at the base of the pagoda. A vortex appeared, swirling counterclockwise and glowing with a golden radiance. A square cage instantly took shape and flew toward the pavilion. Mingshi, Duanmuxing, and little Yuaner walked up to the edge as well, surprised by their master's sudden attack. They looked at the palm strike in shock. Yuexing and his handful of soldiers were stunned, too. When the square cage descended from the sky, the primal chi shockwave rippled outward. Buzz, in the pavilion, the cultivator who had reached the 8th floor, previously wore a shocked expression before swiftly moving away. Drat, I'm exposed. He shot toward the forest. The cage grew in size. This person was none other than the only successor of the pickpocket sect, Yanzi Yunsan. Yunsan laughed out loud, running as he said, I'm sorry, old senior G. This technique can't do anything to me. From this day on, the name Yanzi Yunsan will spread across Great Yin. What a feat to have escaped from the hands of the greatest villain in the world. The cultivators in the pavilion scattered. They looked at the incoming cage and exchanged glances. Run. That's the evil Sky Pavilion's great villain. The evil Sky Pavilion's villain is here? What are you still standing there for? You good for nothing, you've wet your pants? At this moment, the cultivators finally realized who the young lady who had easily made it to the 9th floor was. Young lady of a wealthy family, well-educated, and well-rounded. Nonsense. Nothing was more terrifying than a polite villain. The cowardly cultivators' knees buckled. They found it difficult to move. By now, more than half of the cultivators had disappeared. Only a few brave ones remained, hiding behind the pillars. Meanwhile, Yanzi Yunsan took off, shooting through the forest. Lu Zhou stood atop Skylark Pagoda, his range of sight widened by his high vantage point. Even so, Yunsan's speed truly exceeded his expectations. To be safe, he swung his arm again and threw 2 more binding cage cards into the air. Along with the first one, there were now 3 activated binding cage cards. Lady Jade and Yuexing were stunned. What sort of technique is this? It has such a long range of attack? Witchcraft? Some sort of arcane art? Perhaps it's a secret technique known only to godly archers? Yuexing, one of the divine capital's 3 godly archers, racked her brains, but could not think of any godly archer skills like this. Although there were many techniques she had yet to master, she had studied many books when she was in the Luo sect, so she was familiar with many godly archer techniques. This was unprecedented and never seen before. Mingshi seemed to have read Yuexing's mind. He said, "Since you want to clear the misunderstandings with the evil Sky Pavilion, why didn't you act earlier?" Upon hearing this, Yuexing's heart skipped a beat. Lady Jade was taken aback as well. Yuexing hastily bowed. "I was distracted. Please forgive me, senior." Lu Zhou waved his hand and replied, "Forget it." Even if Yuexing had acted, she might not have hit Yunsan. Yunsan's cunning had far exceeded his expectations. The binding cage cards had locked onto their targets. It would depend on luck whether they would land true. As Lu Zhou watched the binding cages fly farther away, he said indifferently, "Can you get away?" He waved his hand, and a deep roar echoed from the pagoda's vicinity. In an instant, Bayan charged toward him from the clouds. A legendary mount. Lady Jade, Yuexing, and the soldiers at the base of the pagoda stared at Bayan with their mouths agape. Bayan's appearance and speed were unlike anything they had ever seen. On the contrary, Lu Zhou's disciples were already used to this. Lu Zhou leaped to the side, and Bayan obediently caught him on its back, before chasing after Yunsan. "We'll wait for your good news, master." Lu Zhou's 3 disciples shouted in unison. Even with 3 binding cage cards, Lu Zhou was not certain they would hit Yunsan. After all, probability could never explain the fate and experience of someone with the worst luck. Initially, he had thought he would let Yunsan go if the cards missed. However, Yunsan's words changed his mind. The great master of the evil Sky Pavilion, the greatest villain in the world, would never let Yunsan go. With Bayan here, dealing with this matter would be easy. All Lu Zhou had to do was follow the binding cages, as they had already locked onto Yunsan. Yunsan might be cunning, but could he outrun Bayan? Lu Zhou rode Bayan, pursuing the 3 binding cages like the wind. The first binding cage was now 10 meters wide and still expanding. The cages continued to fly after their target. Bayan moved so quickly that it caught up to the cages in the blink of an eye. Sitting atop Bayan, Lu Zhou surveyed the mountain terrain. The forest was too dense, and the canopies obstructed his view. Fortunately, Lu Zhou was now in the divine court realm, so Bayan's wildness effect was minimal and did not affect him much. Lu Zhou lowered his altitude. At this moment, the 3 binding cages could no longer be seen from Skylark Pagoda. Everyone waited in silence. Meanwhile, Yunsan flitted in and out of the trees, chuckling. Even when the Yun, Tian, and Luo sects joined forces, they couldn't catch me. You think you can from that distance? Yunsan's speed was indeed shocking. After sprinting for about 20 miles, he finally slowed down. His cultivation base was only in the divine court realm. However, in terms of speed, he matched that of a nascent divinity tribulation realm expert. He made no stops along the way, and his pursuer would need to use a grand technique to catch up. The deeper parts of the forest lay further north, making it much easier for him to find a hiding place. After a while, he relaxed and decided to stop. Evil Sky Pavilion. Patriarch of the Fiend Path. Wait, what? What is that? He was still boasting about his triumph when he sensed something falling from above. He looked up and saw a massive, square cage descending from the sky. Regardless of one's cultivation base, they would still be shocked by this sight. Yunsan had never seen anything like it before. Bzzzt. The binding cage was about to land on Yunsan when it suddenly rippled and vanished into thin air. Yunsan was puzzled. It disappeared? He was still pondering the cage's disappearance when a second cage, shining with golden light, appeared. Yunsan trembled before he began to move again. This was too strange. He recalled the scene at Skylark Pagoda, where the evil Sky Pavilion's patriarch had casually cast a technique similar to this golden cage. Yunsan. A voice rang out behind Yunsan. He turned around instinctively and saw Bai and baring its fangs and claws as it charged at him. Lu Zhou stood on Bai and's back, his energy shield streamlined. *T. Primal chi surged from Yunsan's body, and he ran even faster. Bai and roared loudly as it lunged forward. Bam! 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 Several trees crashed in Baian's wake. In just a second, it struck Yunsan's back. Bam! Yunsan grunted in pain, spat out a mouthful of blood, and fell forward. Then, he suddenly vanished into thin air. A ground escape technique? Lu Zhou ordered Baian to stop. He was in no hurry at all. The second and third cages reached Yunsan at this moment as well. Lu Zhou understood ground escape techniques very well. When the cultivator was underground, his speed would decrease significantly, and the consumption of his primal chi would increase. With Baian here, Yunsan would struggle to escape even if he sprouted wings. The second cage dropped 20 meters in front of Lu Zhou and then vanished without triggering a hit. The third cage arrived, covering the sky and earth like a net. Web-like lines appeared on the ground, zeroing in on the target from all directions. Clearly, the hit rate had been triggered this time. This scene was reminiscent of the situation at the evil Sky Pavilion when the binding cage captured Fan Shouwen, if not more impressive. While the evil Sky Pavilion was spacious, it could not compare to nature itself. Lu Zhou noticed that the landing spot of the third cage was slightly different from the second, moving about 20 meters forward before dropping. From the sky, it looked like a net was cast over the dense forest. Hundreds of trees instantly fell, caught in the web. The fallen trees and debris were trapped in the net, which then transformed into a square cage, ejecting them all. Soon, a square patch of barren land formed in the middle of the forest. Buzz, the golden, shining cage seemed to be electrified as it sank into the ground. Ah! A loud wail rang from below. The binding cage had captured its target. Lu Zhou ordered Baian to descend. After dismounting, Baian obediently trotted to the side and sat down. Lu Zhou walked over to where the cage had landed with his hands behind his back. Cultivators imprisoned by the binding cage would have their cultivation bases sealed. This was the same for Fan Shouwen, so Lu Zhou was not concerned about Yunsan escaping. He waited patiently, stroking his beard. It did not take long before Yunsan's deep, muffled cries rang from beneath the ground. He seemed to be crying. Lu Zhou projected his voice. Yunsan, are you still trying to run away? Yunsan seemed incapable of speaking, only crying. Lu Zhou waved his arm, and Baian gave a guttural growl, as if it was excited. Then, it ran over and began clawing at the ground. In no time, Baian dug Yunsan out from the ground. Yunsan, so frightened, called for his parents when Baian bared its fangs at him. No, no, no. Old Senior, have mercy. Please spare me, Old Senior. Yunsan kept begging for mercy. Seeing the greatest villain standing beside him, he could not help but tremble. He had never been this afraid in his entire life. He wanted to move, but he could not. He was firmly bound by a shackle that seemed molded to his body. Take him away. With that, Baian carried Yunsan between its jaws. Meanwhile, everyone, except Mingshi, Duanmuxing, and little Yuaner, waited anxiously in Skylark Pagoda. After a while, Lady Jade finally said, "The old senior is advanced in age. Isn't it a bit too much for him to personally capture Yunsan?" Mingshi replied confidently, "You don't have to worry. Master's abilities can shock the heavens. I'd be damned if Yunsan can escape from this. I didn't mean to offend. Please forgive me." Lu Zhou rode on Baian and returned to Skylark Pagoda from the north, with Baian carrying a person in its jaws. It was Yanzi Yunsan, the lone successor of the pickpocket sect, who had been running away just moments ago. The cultivators who stayed behind witnessed this scene. Yunsan is caught. The only successor of the pickpocket sect is caught. Somehow, the evil Sky Pavilion garnered the respect of these cultivators. The sole successor of the pickpocket sect was renowned for his cunning. He managed to evade the combined pursuit of the elites from the Yun, Tian, and Luo sects after stealing from them. In terms of cunning, he surpassed even Fan Shouwen, the leader of the Black Knights. Fan Shouwen relied on his strength to handle various situations with ease, while Yunsan, despite being in the divine court realm, achieved what many considered unparalleled. Lady Jade stood up suddenly. Yuexing instinctively tightened her grip on her bow, her knuckles whitening. Bite and flew into Skylark Pagoda and spat out Yunsan, showing no concern for his life. Lady Jade was in awe. Your amazing powers are unparalleled throughout the ages. Powers that are unparalleled is one thing, but throughout the ages? What does that mean? While waiting on the pagoda, Lady Jade found Yuexing and little Yuan'er to be normal, but Mingshi, with his scathing remarks and ability to sow discord, was unpredictable. Yuexing and little Yuan'er simply bowed. Lady Jade bowed and said, "That's a shocking display of strength, old senior. It's a breathtaking sight to witness." Yuexing cupped her fists without a word. Lu Zhou walked up to the stone table, stroked his beard, and sat down. His gaze fell on Yunsan, who was lying on the floor. "Yunsan, I'll be asking you questions. All you have to do is answer them." "Yes, yes." Yunsan got up with great difficulty and kneeled on the floor. He did not even dare to breathe heavily. "Where are the remaining sky fragments?" Lu Zhou asked. Yunsan gulped. He lowered his head and answered, "3 of them are in the palace, but 2 were placed in Skylark Pagoda. One is in the Clarity Sect's Mochi's hands, and the other is with the Temple of Great Emptiness." The Temple of Great Emptiness's sky fragment must have been the one given to the Heaven Choice Temple's monk, Su Liao. As for the 3 fragments in the palace, little Yuan'er had obtained 2 of them, and Zhenghai had removed 1 from the warehouse. There were still 3 fragments unaccounted for. Lu Zhou remained silent, waiting for Yunsan to continue. Yunsan looked up and stole a glance at Lady Jade, who was sitting to the side. He spoke again, "The other 3. He stammered, unable to form a full sentence. Mingshi stepped forward and kicked him. "Stop dallying. Spit it out." Yunsan muttered, I should. Should I say it or not?" He was unsure whether to reveal what he knew. At that moment, Lady Jade, sitting opposite the stone table, said coldly, "Don't you even know what you should and shouldn't say?" Lu Zhou shifted his gaze from Yunsan to Lady Jade. "Do you know how I know he is Yunsan?" Lady Jade's heart skipped a beat. However, the smile on her face did not falter as she said, "I'm only a woman who knows nothing about cultivation. I have no idea." Realization dawned on Mingshi at this moment. He smiled and said, "I get it." "Explain it to them," Lu Zhou said, feeling too lazy to speak at length. The hooks, kite, and the contraptions in the river had to be set up beforehand. Since Skylark Pagoda's master is from the divine capital, he could easily be involved with the palace. Yunsan alone couldn't have done that. "This means there's someone else backing Yunsan," Mingshi explained. Lady Jade applauded and said, "That makes sense. If that's the case, who could it be?" "Someone who holds a grudge against the evil Sky Pavilion. Someone who knows Skylark Pagoda well," Mingshi replied. At this moment, Yunsan suddenly leaped out of the window. Exclamations of shock could be heard at the bottom of the pagoda. Yuexing said angrily, "Running away? Not so fast." She pulled her bowstring, and energy surged to form a shining golden arrow. Twang! Yuexing completed this action in a single breath. Bam! The Overlord Spear's thousands of shadows blocked the arrow. Yuexing did a somersault in the air and shattered Yuexing's energy arrow. Meanwhile, the Scarlet Nirvana sash shot out and caught Yunsan midair. Little Yuan'er pulled the sash tautly, as if she were flying a kite. She said with a smile, "Master." Isn't that amazing? Yunsan's cultivation base had been sealed. Even if he leaped out of the window like this, he could not escape. In that case, why did he try to run? Lu Zhou looked at Yuexing and said, "Were you trying to silence him?" Yuexing took a step back, trembling. "I wouldn't dare. I merely wanted to help you, old senior." Indeed, she was a godly archer, but in close quarters, Duanmu Xing could take her life at any moment. Skylark Pagoda was now eerily silent, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Even Lady Jade found it difficult to breathe. She hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Lu Zhou rose to his feet and walked to the edge of the pagoda with his hands behind his back. He looked at Yunsan, who was suspended in midair, and said, "Do you think I won't know just because you don't say it?" Only after Lu Zhou finished speaking did he raise his hand and condense energy on his palm. At that moment, Yuexing's bow began to tremble. "Old senior." Yuexing was shocked. Bam! A green figure flashed before Yuexing. Mingshi sudden palm strike landed on her. Yuexing grunted and reeled back, her bow flying toward Lu Zhou. This development exceeded everyone's expectations. The two maidservants were so frightened that they fell to the ground, trembling. Meanwhile, the soldiers were flustered, unsure if they should advance. Yuexing was one of the Divine Capital's 3 godly archers, holding the same status as Li Qing, a Black Knight, and Chen Zhu, Mo Li's subordinate. Both Li Qing and Chen Zhu were dead. Yuexing was the only one left, but she had just been hit at close range by Mingshi. Mingshi said with a smile, "You dare play tricks? I'll take your life for this." The separation hook and scabbard appeared in his hands, gleaming coldly. Lady Jade was ghastly pale at this moment. She hastily bowed and said, "Old senior, wait." Lu Zhou placed Yuexing's bow on the stone table and said indifferently, "Let her come." Mingshi and Duanmu Xing obediently retreated to the side. Yuexing staggered, she was almost mortally wounded by that hit. Fortunately, Mingshi had held back. Lady Jade's voice rang in the air, "Come here." Although Yuexing was slightly reluctant, she flew up and returned to the pagoda, looking at Lu Zhou, Mingshi, and the others nervously. Lady Jade stood before Lu Zhou. She bowed again and said, "I had no choice. I had to do what I had to do." "Oh, you're confessing?" Lu Zhou asked. Lady Jade sighed, "Indeed, Yunsan is one of mine." With her admission, everything became clear. Since Yunsan was Lady Jade's subordinate, he naturally did not dare to say anything. Moreover, it was clear that Yuexing planned to silence him. Lu Zhou gave Little Yuan a signal. Little Yuan swung her arm and tugged on the Nirvana sash, yanking Yunsan back into the pagoda. She asked with a grin, "Master, should I break his legs so that he can't run anymore?" Yunsan shuddered. When Little Yuan saw Lu Zhou remain silent, she did not push the matter. She pulled a face at Yunsan before moving to the side. Lu Zhou's gaze fell on Yunsan again. He said, "Speak." Yunsan shuddered. He kowtowed to Lady Jade and said, "The remaining 3 fragments are with Lady Jade." "Please forgive me, Lady Jade." "Forgive me, Lady Jade." If they did the math, there were 4 sky fragments in the palace. Lu Zhou had already obtained the fragment that Zhenghai Jin retrieved from the warehouse and did not have to consider that. Lady Jade sighed and said, "Old senior, Yuexing's bow was forged from the sky fragments. I kept this a secret to avoid deepening the misunderstanding between us. I was unaware that Yunsan would exploit his association with me to set up various contraptions in the vicinity to get his hands on the giant silkworm gloves." The disciples looked at the bow on the stone table and were slightly shocked. They now understood why their master attacked Yuexing. He had noticed this from the start. Lu Zhou remained silent. Lady Jade hastily continued, "If I wanted to make an enemy of the evil Sky Pavilion, why would I come to Skylark Pagoda? Isn't that tantamount to seeking death?" Skylark Pagoda fell silent again. Even the simple act of breathing seemed difficult. Yuexing cupped her fists and said, if that weren't the case, I wouldn't have acted against Yunsan either. When they arrived, they saw a huge, energy-wrapped arrow shooting toward little Yuan. It was Yuexing's arrow that stopped the attack. Yuexing spoke again, I'll return the bow to the evil sky pavilion immediately. Mingshi mumbled, that's more like it. If the forging was done correctly, 2 sky fragments could form a heaven-grade weapon. However, the supplementary materials needed were extremely rare. Lu Zhou did not expect the 3 sky fragments to produce only an earth-grade bow. It was truly a waste. He waved his arm and put the bow away. Ding! Recovered sky bow. Re-refinement needed. May obtain sky fragments X3. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou glanced at the progress of this mission. Recovering sky fragments, 7/8. This went much smoother than he expected. He initially thought the sky fragments would be scattered all over the world, making them difficult to find. He did not expect that the people of the outside world would view items he discarded as rare treasures. If others had also considered them trash and tossed them aside, it would have been much more difficult to locate them. There was one final fragment left. Lu Zhou looked at Yunsan and said, Yunsan, I'll give you a chance to live. When Yunsan heard he would be given a chance to live, he hastily kowtowed before Lu Zhou. His forehead knocked loudly on the floor as he said, please give your instruction, old senior. I'll do anything to stay alive. I admire those who are courteous the most, Lu Zhou said slowly. Since you gave the sky fragment to the Clarity sect, you will be the one to retrieve it. Yunsan was taken aback. Seeing that Yunsan had fallen into a daze, Mingshi said, if you're not going. It's been a long time since I've smelled fresh blood. As he spoke, he stretched his limbs. Upon seeing this, Yunsan shuddered. He naturally did not dare to refuse and said, I'll go. The Clarity sect had many elites, and retrieving the final sky fragment from them would not be easy. Yunsan was skilled in theft. Even if he could not ask for it, he could still steal it and bring it back. Without the binding cage cards, Lu Zhou would have to expend more effort and time to catch a master thief like Yunsan. Yunsan spoke fearfully, Old senior, I can go to the Clarity sect, but, can you unseal my cultivation base? Mingshi hastily said, Master, I have something to say. When would he have the chance to show off if not now? Speak. Yunsan is skilled in stealing techniques. If we unseal his cultivation base, it might not be easy to capture him again. He was even bold enough to brag in your face. A despicable man like him is capable of anything, Mingshi said. However, he won't be able to use his skills if his cultivation base remains sealed. I can place a primal chi seal on him so that he won't be able to run away. Lu Zhou nodded. It was an approval of Mingshi suggestion. Mingshi cupped his fists at Lu Zhou and went to Yunsan's side. He raised a hand, and a beam of primal chi appeared. The green primal chi formed a unique seal. Bam, he slammed it into Yunsan's body. Pooh, Yunsan spat out a mouthful of blood. This seal was unlike ordinary seals. Ordinary seals could be forcibly shattered by cultivators stronger than the seal user. However, Mingshi seal was etched into the target's marrow and meridians, making it impossible to remove. However, this unique seal's effect had a time limit, which was its flaw. Lady Jade was taken aback when she saw Mingshi use the special seal on Yunsan. This meant she would not be able to use Yunsan for the time being. As long as the seal existed, Yunsan was the evil Sky Pavilion's pawn. However, she could not do anything about this. Her current priority was to resolve the misunderstanding with the evil Sky Pavilion. If necessary, she would sacrifice Yunsan. Hence, her expression remained indifferent throughout the process. Master. It's done. However, this seal will only last for 3 months, Mingshi said. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. He looked at Yunsan and said, I'll give you 7 days. Yunsan was taken aback. He stammered, isn't it 3 months? 7 days. Isn't that too short? Mingshi said, you have no right to haggle. If you don't bring back the sky fragment in 7 days, I'll track you down. I'll find you no matter where you are. I'll dig a hole 3 feet deep, flay you alive, and pull out your tendons, before I cut you into 8 pieces. Yunsan had never been caught before. Now, captured by the evil sky pavilion, his confidence was shaken. The only emotion left in him was fear. 7 days. Fine, 7 days it is. Lu Zhou waved his hand. The cords of the binding cage dissolved into spots of light like fireflies and eventually vanished. Lady Jade looked at the unique technique and exclaimed, you truly have amazing abilities, old senior. It's no wonder the evil sky pavilion stands tall to this day. Lu Zhou remained unmoved. He had grown immune to flattery after hearing too much of it. When the binding cage disappeared, Yunsan was pleased to feel his primal chi returning. He hurriedly kowtowed and said, I'll go to the Clarity sect right away. Time was short. Yunsan was only a divine court realm cultivator. It would be nearly impossible for him to retrieve an item from the Clarity sect without a plan. Get lost then, Mingshi waved him off. Yunsan leaped off Skylark Pagoda and sped into the forest, vanishing from sight soon after. Lady Jade forced a smile and said, Old senior, I have something else to attend to. I'll take my leave now. Wait. Lu Zhou stood up slowly. Lady Jade was slightly stunned. She forced a smile and said, Is there something else, old senior? It seems you're not very sincere. Since earlier, Lu Zhou had felt something was off during his conversation with Lady Jade, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Not very sincere? Lady Jade appeared confused. She did not know what he meant. Have you met Emily before? Lu Zhou asked. Naturally, I've met the second prince's consort. However, Emily has always kept to herself. She rarely interacts with other people, Lady Jade replied. She seemed to have noticed something and added, Don't worry, old senior. My heart is with the Emperor. I'll never collude with the likes of him. Lu Zhou remained silent, looking at Nine Tune River with his hands on his back. Her words were clear, but her sincerity was not. At this moment, someone said mockingly from the 8th floor of the pagoda, Wow, I never thought I'd see the day where Lady Jade is so submissive. Jiang Lijian's voice was too unique to miss. His very voice invited others to give him a good beating. Unfortunately, they could not see through the floor. Jiang Lijian continued, Old senior. Yunsan is one of Lady Jade's subordinates. If Lady Jade didn't support him, he wouldn't have dared to covet the giant silkworm gloves. If she goes unpunished, it will tarnish the evil Sky Pavilion's reputation. Lu Zhou looked calm. Mingshi nodded when he heard this and said, I'm surprised you're capable of saying such sensible words. The evil Sky Pavilion has always paid its debts. We've always clearly distinguished between gratitude and grudges. Lady Jade understood what he meant. She took a step back, and her maidservants and soldiers positioned themselves before her. Yuexing moved next to her as well. The comfortable atmosphere turned tense again. Jiang Lijian continued, The old senior has already seen through your act. Are you going to keep this up? The others were puzzled by this statement. Suddenly, Lady Jade's expression darkened. She began to emit a purple smoke, and a familiar red lotus appeared on her forehead. However, she did not attack, instead, her face bore a murderous expression. The purple smoke spread into the surroundings, and Lady Jade, the others quickly conjured their protective energies to keep the smoke at bay, worried it might be poisonous. As the purple smoke spread, the golden lotus on Lady Jade's forehead faded, along with the murderous expression on her face. Yuexing was perplexed. This is... At that moment, Jiang Lijian walked up from the 8th floor with a smile. The purple smoke dissipated in the air, and Lady Jade fell. The two maidservants quickly caught her. Lu Zhou remained calm, but his disciples were shocked. When the purple smoke appeared, they thought she was a powerful witch and had braced themselves for a fierce battle. They did not expect Lady Jade to faint as soon as the red lotus on her forehead faded. Zhenghai, you knew she was being controlled all along? Mingshi asked, feeling slightly speechless. Of course. I had to keep a low profile. She could see everything through Lady Jade's eyes, Zhenghai said, flipping his hair. After all, I do stand out. It wouldn't do for me to be recognized. He did not mention that he was the third prince. The maidservants, soldiers, and Yuexing did not recognize Zhenghai and merely looked at him indifferently. They assumed this newcomer must be from the evil Sky Pavilion, which certainly explained his audacity. Yuexing exclaimed in shock, "You're saying that Lady Jade was being controlled?" Of course, Zhenghai rolled his eyes at her. Lady Jade isn't a cultivator. She's a mere mortal. She can roam the palace without restriction and serves the most powerful man under the heavens. If I were Emily, I wouldn't let this opportunity slip through my fingers. Yuexing staggered backward. She quickly touched her face and hair, worried that she was being controlled as well. Mingshi said, since she was being controlled, why didn't she attack us through Lady Jade? After all, she's only a puppet. Zhenghai raised his fingers and said, first, I think Emily is injured. Second, witchcraft spells only have 60% of their efficacy when unleashed through a puppet. She has no choice but to retreat in the face of an expert like the old senior. Hence, she proposed a truce through Lady Jade to buy herself some time to recuperate. In a way, Lady Jade is a victim as well. With such ruthlessness, it's a shame that Emily didn't join the evil Sky Pavilion. Several pairs of eyes instantly landed on Zhenghai. Such heavy killing intent. Zhenghai hastily said, I mean, she's only treading the small path of evil, the great path is the fiend path. That was more like it. Although the evil Sky Pavilion was of the fiend path, they would never do something as despicable as this. Zhenghai glanced at the unconscious Lady Jade and said, well? What are you standing there for? Take Lady Jade with you and leave. The two maidservants hastily propped Lady Jade up and went down the stairs. Luzhou did not stop them. Instead, he sat down slowly and watched as the maidservants took Lady Jade away. Yuexing wanted to leave, but Zhenghai said, you can't leave. Huh? What? Do you want to return to Emily and become one of her talents? Zhenghai asked. Yuexing was stunned. Luzhou stared at Zhenghai as if he were looking at his prey. He spoke slowly, Lu Chen. Zhenghai shuddered, starting when Luzhou called him by his real name. 1. This might be a typo from the author, the mark of witchcraft should be a red lotus. Zhenghai did not like to put on airs. However, he was often forced to. This time, it was no different. After putting on airs, he immediately regretted it. Why did he have such a big mouth? Why must he meddle? This was not like him. The great villain must have seen through this farce. Even if he had stayed out of it, things would have ended the same way. Moreover, the person before him was the greatest villain in the world, accompanied by 3 little villains. Any of them could have easily taken his life. Zhenghai chuckled sheepishly as he stood before Luzhou and bowed slightly. He licked his lips before saying, Old Senior. I'm Zhenghai of the pugilistic world. You're quite the schemer, Luzhou said, sitting before the stone table and staring at Zhenghai. Old Senior. This was a collaboration. Don't you think it worked out for both of us? Zhenghai asked. I don't think so, Luzhou replied. When he returned to Skylark Pagoda, he did some calculations. He used 3 binding cage cards to capture Yunsan. Although they were part of his old stock, the prices of item cards had gone up. Yunsan's cultivation base was only in the Divine Court realm, and capturing him did not award Luzhou any merit points. In a situation where accumulating merit points was becoming increasingly difficult, this was a significant loss for him. Zhenghai forced a smile and said, I can't be blamed for what happened today. If you want to blame someone, you should blame your seventh disciple, see Wuya. He's the one setting the stage from the shadows. All I know is that you were the one who summoned me here, Lu Zhou said. Jiao Lijian was left speechless. Alright, he was wrong. He glanced at Yuexing, who stood there in fear and trepidation. Suddenly, he had an inspiration and said, I have something that'll make you feel better, old senior. What is it? Jiao Lijian walked to Yuexing and said, Yuexing. I initially planned to bring you out of the palace and restore your freedom, but now, let me guide you to a brighter path. Huh? Join the evil sky pavilion, Jiao Lijian said. Mingshi disapproved. I'm not trying to belittle her, but with her skills. She's just like a general worker in the evil sky pavilion. Even Zhou Jifeng is more powerful than her. Yuexing felt offended that they were discussing her as though she wasn't there. She had cultivated in the Luo sect since she was young. She did not like swords, blades, or fists, but she could not help falling in love with the bow and arrows. From the moment she picked it up, she couldn't stop. She eventually became the Luo sect's divine archer. After leaving the Luo sect, she joined the palace and had served there since. She eventually made a name for herself and became one of the divine capital's 3 divine archers. However, she was young and lacked experience in killing enemies on the front lines, which was why she was ranked 3rd among the divine capital's 3 divine archers. General worker? No way, Yuexing said. What? Do you want to spar with me? Bring it on. I don't discriminate based on gender. Don't cry when you're hit. Mingshi raised his hand, and the separation hook materialized, spinning above his hand. When she saw the heaven-grade weapon, Yuexing took a step back. She was clearly frightened, having been attacked by Mingshi earlier. This was a case of once bitten, twice shy. Jiao Lijian said, don't underestimate her. Yuexing is highly talented in archery. It's a shame she followed the wrong person. He turned to Yuexing and said, if you want to join the evil sky pavilion, show them some moves. I won't join the evil sky pavilion. Yuexing rejected the proposal outright. Why? I'd rather be punished in the palace than join the fiend path. Jiao Lijian sighed and shook his head. He said in a brotherly tone, trust me. The conflicts within the palace are far more complicated than the affairs of the outside world. Besides, Lady Jade's witchcraft spell has been lifted. Emily is a dangerous person. Don't tell me you're thinking of returning to the Luo sect? Yuexing regarded Jiao Lijian with a complex look. She felt as if this man knew everything. Who are you? That's not important. Jiao Lijian placed his hands behind his back and began to pace. After a while, Mingshi could no longer stand it and sent a kick his way. Cut the crap. You're just a prince. Get to the point. Jiao Lijian patted his buttocks and said, I'm a prince, give me some respect, will you? Alright, I'll resolve this now. You're a prince? Yuexing's eyes widened. Who keeps a low profile? Jiao Lijian added. He pulled her aside and whispered something to her. Perhaps Yuexing was too young. After listening to him, she nodded and walked toward Lu Zhou. She said respectfully, I, Yuexing, am willing to join the evil sky pavilion. Please accept me, senior. Lu Zhou looked at Yuexing, then stood up and said, you don't have the right yet. Yuexing was speechless. She flipped her right hand and raised her left. A bow and arrow formed by energy appeared in her hands. An energy arrow materialized between her index and middle fingers. Buzz. She turned around and fired the arrow at a bird perched on a tall tree outside the pagoda. Twang. The arrow sailed through the air and struck its target. The bird fell into the forest. Mingshi, Duanmu Sheng, and little Yuaner were inwardly shocked by this display. It was the first time they had seen someone form energy without the need for a weapon. Lu Zhou glanced at Yuexing and said, too weak. Yuexing was not willing to give up. She bowed and said, please lend me a weapon. Condensing chi into energy without a weapon would always be weaker. Lu Zhou raised his hand, and the sky bow appeared on the stone table. Yuexing took the sky bow and walked to the edge of the pagoda. She searched for a target. When she held the bow, her eyes focused and her expression became calm. She felt her confidence returning. This time, she pulled the bowstring with her right hand, condensing chi into energy. A sharper, thinner, and clearer energy arrow was knocked on the bow. She adjusted her breathing. As a divine archer, aim was not the only requirement, good eyesight was essential. Everything in her sight became a target. She loosened her grip. Twang! The first arrow was fired into the forest. This arrow was loud and startled dozens of birds. Yuexing pulled her bowstring again. Dozens of energy arrows hit the flying birds. Nice shot. Jiang clapped his hands despite himself. Pa! 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 Except for Jiang applause, it was quiet in Skylark Pagoda. His monotonous claps sounded exceptionally awkward. Mingshi, Duan Muxing, and little Yuan looked at him in unison, as though he was a madman. Come on, you have to admit it was a nice shot, Jiang said. Lu Zhou shook his head. Real archery is honed on the battlefield. You have the talent, but you're not sharp enough. You're still some ways from being qualified to join the evil Sky Pavilion. As he finished speaking, Lu Zhou waved his arm and recalled the sky bow. Jiang, I won't hold this against you since you helped me recover a sky fragment. Don't forget our promise. Safe journey, old senior. At this moment, his mount, Wizard, flew in from the clouds. Lu Zhou leaped onto its back nimbly, and little Yuan ran over as well. Mingshi and Duan Muxing shook their heads helplessly. It seemed they would have to fly again. This was too tiring. Wizard traveled through the air toward Anyang City, with Mingshi and Duan Muxing following closely behind. Yuexing was stunned. For a moment, she did not know how to react. Jiang said, "Go after them. You don't have anywhere else to go. Remember what I said, the palace has no place for you, nor does the Luo sect. The noble path won't take you in either. You have no choice besides the evil Sky Pavilion." Oh. Yuexing flew after them. She was an archer, so she was no stranger to speed. Perhaps she wanted to prove herself, so she chased after them earnestly. Mingshi and Duan Muxing looked back and saw her. Mingshi stopped midair and said, "Master has said that you're unqualified to join the evil Sky Pavilion." "I want to prove that I am," Yuexing said resolutely. "Aren't you worried that I'll kill you?" Mingshi threatened. Yuexing was startled. She didn't dare to get too close, which was why she had followed them from a distance. Meanwhile, Wizard moved at breakneck speed, leaving them in the dust in just a blink of an eye. Lu Zhou stood on Wizard's back, looking down at the terrain. "Master, what's that?" Little Yuan pointed at a flying chariot that hovered above the forest on the other side of Ninetun River. Lu Zhou ordered Wizard to slow down. Little Yuan, with her keen eye, said, "That's the flying chariot of the person who gave me the gift earlier at Skylark Pagoda. Was that not old 7th, see Wuya's flying chariot? Is 7th senior brother here?" Little Yuan wondered. Lu Zhou remembered what had happened over the past few days. He said in a deep voice, "Rascal." Wizard changed direction and headed toward Ninetun River. Bathed in auspicious chi, Wizard shot through the skies at an amazing speed. When Mingshi and Duan Muxing saw this from afar, they stopped to look. Yuexing did the same. Wizard was too flashy, after all. As it got closer, the cultivators on the flying chariot were terrified. "Oh no! The old senior has noticed us. Run!" The flying chariot quickly turned around. "Unfortunately," Lu Zhou said, running away. He flipped his hand, and a thunderblast card appeared, which he then tossed out. His target was, naturally, the flying chariot. A vortex appeared and charged toward the flying chariot. A lightning bolt descended from the heavens. Rumble. The lightning bolt, wrapped in energy, struck the flying chariot. The chariot's movements halted, creaking and teetering precariously in the air. Crack. The flying chariot shattered and plummeted from the sky. Yuexing stood rooted to the spot in shock. She knew she was inexperienced, especially after witnessing Lu Zhou capture the master thief Yunsan with his techniques. However, she had not personally seen how Yunsan was captured. Now, watching this thunderbolt that could shock the heavens and make devils and deities cry, she acutely felt her inexperience. Moreover, this attack was launched from afar. Compared to this, her multiple arrow shots seemed insignificant. Mingshi exclaimed in awe, "No one can stop Master when he's on a roll. Seventh junior brother is going to lose some important assets today." Duanmuxing crossed his arms and said, "If seventh junior brother is on the flying chariot, I don't think he'll be able to escape. With Wizard here, even if Wuya had an extra pair of wings, he would not have been able to escape. Under such circumstances, Wuya might not even have as much of a chance as Yunsan had. Old Seventh is risking a lot this time. I didn't think he'd be bold enough to keep an eye on Skylark Pagoda from here." Mingshi seemed to be enjoying himself. Wizard flew through the air. When the flying chariot fell, many of the cultivators leaped off. The low-level cultivators could only conjure up simple energy shields and fall. Those with Brahman Sea Realm cultivation bases and above could move in the air and control their descent. "Rascal, show yourself." Lu Zhou's voice echoed through the air. He had not earned many merit points at Skylark Pagoda this time. However, if he could capture Wuya, it would not be too much of a loss. The cultivators were shaking in fear and shock, scurrying away in all directions. Their sect master had repeatedly warned them to stay away from Tiandao and not to resist. This had become a rule of the Darknet. Now, their only thought was to run away as quickly as possible. They ran for their lives. Nobody replied to Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou glanced at the fleeing cultivators. None of them had cultivation bases greater than the Divine Court realm. Since Wuya, Old Seventh, obtained the peacock plume and cultivated the complete Great Compassion poem, his cultivation base should now be in the nascent Divinity Tribulation realm. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to maintain his position as sect master with just a Divine Court realm cultivation base. This meant that Wuya was not among these people. Yuan'er. All right. Little Yuan'er had been itching to jump into action. She leaped off Wizard's back. She was like a wolf let loose among a herd of sheep. The Nirvana sash danced in the air as it unfurled. The cultivators who could not run fast enough were bound by the Nirvana sash. Some put up a fight, but little Yuan'er simply knocked them out cold. The terrifying power of a heaven-grade weapon was on full display. Little Yuan'er relished the feeling of trampling on the weak. With her master's approval, she did not hold back, though she did not kill. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded, pleased. Now there's a promising disciple. In the past, these people might not have been so fortunate. A short while later, Mingshi and Duanmuxing caught up to Lu Zhou. When Mingshi saw the scene, he gulped and asked, "Third senior brother, do you think little junior sister will torture us in the future?" Duanmuxing recalled the first time little Yuan'er used the Nirvana sash. He scratched his head and said, "I don't think so. Little junior sister has grown up." "I hope so." At that moment, wails echoed from all directions. Many of the cultivators had been captured by little Yuan'er and were tossed into a pile, all bound by the Nirvana sash. Lu Zhou descended slowly, patted Witard, who growled and waited in place. "Master, should I beat them up? I guarantee they'll reveal 7th senior brother's location." Little Yuan'er said. Lu Zhou waved his hand, signaling her to stand back. Little Yuan'er retreated to the side. With his hands behind his back, Lu Zhou said, "I'll only ask each question once. If there's one wrong answer, you'll have to pay the price." The group of cultivators shuddered. They were facing the greatest villain under the heavens. This person was also their sect master's master. Their sect master had told them to cooperate and not to resist. Where is Wuya now? Old Senior. We're only here on orders. The sect master has always been mysterious. We don't know where he is. I'm being honest. Why were you hiding here? The sect master has ordered us to observe the situation after presenting the gift to Miss Ninth. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and contemplated this. This meant Wuya had planned all of this. What was his true objective? Mingshi bowed and said, Master, Old Seventh has gone too far this time. How dare he use the evil Sky Pavilion as his pawn? I'm willing to stay here and track him down. I swear I'll capture him. I'm afraid that you might not be a match for Old Seventh, Lu Zhou said, hands on his back. It was not only a problem of cultivation base. In terms of schemes, Mingshi had always been sharp, but he was petty. Mingshi said indignantly, we don't know who's stronger. Duanmuxing replied, you're different from before, fourth junior brother. During our recent sparring sessions, I noticed you can endure much more than before. Mingshi turned and glanced at Duanmuxing. That sounded wrong somehow. Lu Zhou ignored the two. He looked at the bound Darknet members and said, go and tell your sect master that if he knows he has done wrong, he should come and see me personally. After he finished speaking, he leaped onto Wizard's back. Mingshi found this strange. He bowed and said, Master, is this it? Do you have a good plan? Lu Zhou asked. I believe it's better to tie them all up on the mountain and kill one each day. If seventh junior brother values them, he might show up, Mingshi suggested. Lu Zhou ignored him. If things were so simple, he would have disciplined his disciples long ago. Why would he have dragged it out until today? The Darknet members fell to their knees in fear, crying out for their parents. Mingshi was annoyed by their cries. Have mercy. We're only paid to do this. We've never even seen the sect master's face. Please spare us, Old Senior, they begged. You're paid? Duanmuxing asked, puzzled. Mingshi nodded and said, the real Darknet isn't a group of fixed individuals. They are people scattered across all sects and corners of the world. They might be fishermen, mess cooks, or high officials in the palace. Since its founding, the Darknet has offended many. They would not gather all their members in one place. It'll only make it easier for their enemies to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Seventh senior brother is truly smart. I mean, cunning. Little Yuan exclaimed. Lu Zhou leaped onto Wizard's back. When little Yuan saw this, she recalled her Nirvana sash and leaped onto Wizard's back as well. In that case, I'll leave this to you. Lu Zhou looked at Mingshi. He ordered Wizard to leave the forest, and they continued on their way to Anyang. Huh? Mingshi was perplexed. Duanmuxing walked over, patted his shoulder, and said sincerely, Old Fourth, it's all up to you now. I believe in you. After that, he flew away as well. The moment Duanmuxing left, Mingshi slapped himself. Me and my big mouth. Mingshi looked at the Darknet members. I'm in a bad mood today. I can only vent my frustrations on you. There was a flurry of movements. Bluewood grew, and wails were heard. Yuexing, who was observing from a distance, frowned and muttered, Is His Highness, the Third Prince, lying to me? Didn't His Highness say the villains of the evil Sky Pavilion aren't terrifying? She did not dare to go any closer. After her experience at Skylark Temple, she had become wary of Mingshi. Not only did he have mood swings, but he also had a tendency to lose his temper. After some consideration, Yuexing looked at Duanmuxing's back. Mr. Third is the most normal one. She quickly gave chase to him. Meanwhile, in the Nether Sex base on Pingdu Mountain. Seventh junior brother, aren't you worried about Master's wrath by doing this? Zhenghai asked. Wuya cupped his fists at Zhenghai, who was sitting on the throne, and said, Eldest senior brother, the disturbance in Anyang City has nothing to do with me. All I did was pass the message along. If Master is going to get angry about this, then so be it. Zhenghai rose from his seat, placed his hands on his back, and said, I'm curious. What sound technique was capable of pushing back all 4 of my great protectors in just an instant? How would I know if even you don't know what it was, eldest senior brother? Wuya paused slightly before continuing, however, Master has been alive for a millennium. It's no surprise that he has a trick or 2 up his sleeve. After all, even the 10 great elites couldn't do anything to him after surrounding him twice. You have a point, Zhenghai paced back and forth. I heard the cloud-splitting chariot is flying again, and the 10 shamans' great predecessor formation in Tongzi town was completely broken. In your opinion, why did Master do that? In Zhenghai's view, an elderly person like his master should stay in Evil Sky Pavilion, conserve his strength, and live out the rest of his life comfortably. It was not logical to attract this much attention. Wuya stroked his chin, mulling over this. His dark net indeed covered the lands. However, the Evil Sky Pavilion was the only place he could not reach. He remembered Zhu Honggong, Old 8th, and said, I don't have an informant in the Evil Sky Pavilion, so it's hard for me to say. However, there's no need to worry, eldest senior brother. I think Master didn't deliberately meddle in the rebellion in Anyang City. His actual target must have been Yunsan. Zhenghai was slightly puzzled by Wuya's words. Junior brother Wuya, do you think I acted against Wei Zhuyan as well? Wuya shook his head and said, you misunderstand me, senior brother. It's true that you have a motive to act against Wei Zhuyan. If Wei Zhuyan dies, even if Great Yan isn't plunged into chaos, there would certainly be an upheaval in the imperial family as power struggles erupt. However, with the emperor around, the 5 princes can't do anything substantial. You've always been cautious and steady, eldest senior brother, and you would never make such a low-level mistake. When Zhenghai heard this, he smiled brightly. I like the sound of your words, you flatter me, eldest senior brother. Junior brother, Master left the Evil Sky Pavilion for the Sky Fragments. Do you know how special they are? Zhenghai asked. Sky Fragments can easily slice through energy shields and are the best materials for forging heaven-grade weapons. Apart from that, there's nothing special about them, Wuya said. However, it didn't make sense to him. If the fragments were nothing special, why would the Evil Sky Pavilion expend so much effort just to find them? Alas, he had no way of obtaining information from the Evil Sky Pavilion and could only make wild guesses. Zhenghai looked in the direction of the Evil Sky Pavilion and sighed softly. We're doing this for your own good. At this moment, he seemed to remember something and summoned his subordinate. Yes, Sect Master. This is my order. All those who harassed the CI family during the Anyang Rebellion will be executed according to the Nether Sect's rules. Yes, Sect Master, Wuya said with a smile. Little junior sister is truly fortunate to receive such care from you, eldest senior brother. Zhenghai smiled. Little junior sister's cultivation base isn't profound, yet she was brave enough to fight second junior brother. She deserves praise for her courage. You have a point, eldest senior brother. At that moment, a voice rang out from outside. The Azure Dragon Hall's first seat requests an audience. Let him in. A short while later, Hua Chongyang, the Azure Dragon Hall's first seat, entered the Nether Sect's Great Hall. Seeing Wuya, he cupped his fists toward him, then turned to Zhenghai and said, Sect Master, I have information about the incident in Anyang. What is it? The one who impersonated the Nether Sect is Clarity Sect's Mochi. Upon hearing this, Wuya rose to his feet immediately. He did not seem surprised, instead, a knowing smile appeared on his face. Zhenghai reacted in the same manner. Wuya cupped his fists and said, Congratulations, eldest senior brother. This is a great opportunity from the heavens. Zhenghai spoke with a deep voice, This is my order. Take down the Clarity Sect within a month. When Hua Chongyang heard this, he was greatly invigorated and said, Understood. We won't let you down, Sect Master. We'll take down the Clarity Sect within a month. See, Wuya added, Mochi of the Clarity Sect is already injured, and the Clarity Sect's elite, Pavilion, is nowhere to be found. All that's left is the seven-leaf elite, Yuhangi. With the strength of the four great protectors, taking down the Clarity Sect is only a matter of time. Zhenghai had been waiting for this great opportunity. The Nether Sect could have forcibly taken down the Clarity Sect, but the price he would have to pay was too great. He was not a reckless person who acted without a plan. Pavilion. I hope he'll show up, he said. No one knew where Pavilion had gone. It was rumored that he was of the same generation as the Black Knight's Fan Showen. It was said that he left the Clarity Sect for some reason and decided to roam the lands. There were accounts of his sightings at the Misty Sea and Rhone Bay. There was no doubt that Pavilion was the oldest elite from the Clarity Sect. Ever since Zhenghai made a name for himself, he had longed for a worthy opponent like his second junior brother, Shangrong. He hoped that Pavilion would be a worthy opponent as well. Naturally, he never considered his master at all. Luzhou did not stay in Anyang. He let little Yuan'er say goodbye to the CI family before they returned to the evil Sky Pavilion. The rebellion in Anyang had already happened. As for where the CI family would be moving to, no one knew. They arrived at the evil Sky Pavilion in the afternoon. Luzhou had no time to deal with the trivial matters at the evil Sky Pavilion. He went straight into the hidden chamber to comprehend the heavenly writing. In Anyang, he had used all of the heavenly writing's extraordinary power, so he decided to cultivate in seclusion and comprehend the heavenly writing. Luzhou glanced at the dashboard. He had 14,170 merit points left. If Mingshi and Yuexing had not killed the four impostors in Anyang, he would have lost many more merit points during this trip. After considering the Thunderblast card he used on the flying chariot, he felt the loss was acceptable. We should stock up on some cards. He would incur a huge loss if their prices rose again after he comprehended the heavenly writing. Luzhou called up the system dashboard. He bought 3 deadly strike cards for 2,400 merit points. As expected, the price of each deadly strike card rose to 1,000 points. In other words, killing 4-leaf cultivators or those weaker would not earn him any points. He then bought 3 impeccable cards for 1,800 points. Since he used these cards less frequently, their prices remained the same for now. Next, he bought 3 binding cage cards for 1,500 merit points. After his purchase, the price rose to 600 points per card. Strangely, there were no discernible patterns in the price hikes. The increase in the binding cage cards' price was lower. Buying 3 of them should offer him some degree of safety. Luzhou looked at the Thunderblast card and shook his head. He did not plan to buy Thunderblast cards. He then bought 3 critical heal cards for 1,500 merit points, and the price remained the same. After finishing his stock up, Luzhou glanced at his remaining merit points. He was left with 6,970 points. It would be wishful thinking to buy the 8 methods connected avatar, which cost 20,000 points, with the merit points he currently had. Item: Deadly Strike Card X4, Impeccable Card X4, Critical Block Card X7, Passive, Binding Cage Card X4, Refining Talisman X2, Ji Tiandao's Peak Trial Card X1, Wizard, Buy-in, Sky Fragment X7, Critical Heal Card X3. Luzhou felt at ease. At least, he didn't have to worry about any threats in the near future with this stack of cards. Moreover, he didn't have to worry about the price increase for now. Luzhou closed the system dashboard and entered his heavenly writing comprehension state. Only 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. At the foot of Golden Court Mountain, an old man dressed like a beggar carried a gourd of wine. He swayed as he walked toward Golden Court Mountain's barrier. He looked at the barrier and chuckled. As though he were drunk, he muttered, so bright. The old man continued walking until he was dozens of meters away from the barrier. He chuckled foolishly, took a swig from his wine gourd, and burped. Young lady, why are you kneeling here? The young lady was none other than Yuexing, one of the divine capital's 3 godly archers. Yuexing looked at him expressionlessly and said, "Old man, this is not a place for begging. This is the evil sky pavilion. If you value your life, you should leave as quickly as you can." When the old beggar heard this, he chuckled. "This is the evil sky pavilion? Why aren't you afraid?" Yuexing turned away. She looked at the ground and said, "Why should I be afraid? I'll be joining them soon anyway." Upon hearing this, the old beggar seemed to sober up slightly. He smiled and said, "The people under the heavens are usually afraid of the evil sky pavilion. They'd do everything in their power to stay away." He burped before continuing, "You're a funny one to want to join them. There's no other place for me in Great Yin." Yuexing was about to continue when she suddenly shook her head. "Why am I telling all this to a beggar? You should be on your way. When the people from the mountain come and kill you, I don't want to be blamed." The old beggar's expression remained indifferent. He walked to Yuexing and sat next to her. He lifted his wine gourd to have a drink, but discovered it was empty. He shook it strongly to eke out the few remaining drops. He smacked his lips, before turning to look at Yuexing again and said, "Young lady, you look like a kind soul to me. Heed my advice, you're not suited for the evil sky pavilion." As soon as he finished speaking, he burped again. The scent of alcohol wafted in the air. Yuexing covered her nose and shuffled to the side. She thought to herself, "What does it have to do with you if I join the evil sky pavilion? What a busybody." The old beggar smiled and said, "Young lady, talk to me." "About what? Why do you want to join the evil sky pavilion?" Yuexing glanced at the old beggar. She remembered the events at the Luo sect and shook her head. "I have nowhere else to go." There was a hint of helplessness in her words that reminded the old beggar of himself. Did he have a place to go? No. The world was his home. The sky was his blanket, and the earth was his bed. He made a living by begging. However, she was a young lady, it would not do for her to live like him. He looked at the evil sky pavilion again, seeming more sober at this moment. After a while, the old beggar coughed and asked, seemingly dazed, "Young lady, is this Golden Court Mountain?" Yuexing felt slightly speechless. She said, "Old man, I'm begging you, can you not disturb me? Please go somewhere else." "I'm not going anywhere." He instinctively raised his wine gourd, only to remember it was empty. Life is colorless without booze. It's a bore. Yuexing rolled her eyes. Not only is he a beggar, but he's a hopeless alcoholic. The old beggar looked at the evil sky pavilion and said, "I wonder if there's any good wine on Golden Court Mountain. I'll go and check. Perhaps they might find it in their kind hearts to let me have a sip." The old beggar rose to his feet clumsily and patted the dust off himself. This was an awkward scene. A beggar was a beggar. He was filthy and unwashed, yet he was patting dust off himself. The old beggar walked toward Golden Court Mountain's barrier, thinking he could pass through, but ended up slamming his face against it. He staggered back from the impact and fell. Yuexing covered her eyes. She felt the pain just from looking at him. The old beggar cried out, covering his nose as he rolled on the ground. Yuexing shook her head and said, "Why must you do this to yourself?" At this moment, a female cultivator appeared on Golden Court Mountain steps. She hurried down the mountain toward the entrance and said, "Third Miss has said that the old senior is cultivating in seclusion. He won't see you. You should leave." The female cultivator's attitude was not bad, which made Yuexing feel more at ease. She bowed at the female cultivator. "Sister, please convey my message to them. Tell them that Yuexing won't leave until she's accepted into the evil sky pavilion." "Why do you have to do this?" "Please, sister." The female cultivator sighed and shook her head. "Wait up." The old beggar rose to his feet, his hand still covering his nose. He walked over slowly and lifted his wine gourd. I want to have a drink. The female cultivator frowned. At this moment, the red Nirvana sash sailed across the sky and exited the barrier. The old beggar was flustered and fell on his bottom. Little Yuan appeared in the air. She pointed at the old beggar and said, "We have no wine here, get lost." "What a fierce little girl," the old beggar exclaimed, seemingly frightened. Little Yuan retracted her Nirvana sash and looped it around herself, as if showing off. "And you, quit staying here. If master says he won't accept you, he won't. I'm willing to wait. Metal and stone will yield to sincerity. You can wait all you want then." Little Yuan returned to the evil sky pavilion with the female cultivator. The old beggar shook his head, tentatively touching his swollen nose, before deciding to lie on the ground. He yawned and said, "I'm tired. I'll take a nap before I leave." Shortly after he lay down, he began snoring. 3 days later, inside the evil sky pavilion, Lu Zhou opened his eyes slowly. He could clearly feel the heavenly writing's extraordinary power returning to him. He did not leave Anyang empty-handed. At the very least, he had a basic understanding of the heavenly writing. The 3 scrolls of heavenly writing stated from the beginning that it was a different kind of cultivation. After countless rounds of comprehension, Lu Zhou finally grasped the cultivation method. Comprehension was akin to sensing primal qi, and obtaining the extraordinary power was akin to absorbing primal qi and condensing it into energy. However, the extraordinary power was clearly more potent than energy. He remembered the power of speech he unleashed in Anyang City and nodded with a pleased expression. The only downside was that he could only unleash it once after such a long period of comprehension. It was a shame. Lu Zhou shook the thoughts from his mind. It was meaningless to dwell on these matters now. He could only deal with the heavenly writing as he went, as there were no past experiences to draw insights from. He glanced at the system dashboard out of habit. 6,970 merit points. His current luck points were at 89. That was enough. Last time was 33 points, and the second time was 66 points. If this pattern holds true, could the third time be 99 points? Lucky draw. Clang. Spent 50 merit points. Thank you for participating. Luck +1. He did 9 more draws and bumped his luck points up to 99. Lu Zhou stopped. To be honest, he felt nervous. Although he was now GT on Dao, and his mindset was largely different from his past life, he could not help but feel like a young man again when faced with the lucky draws. Lu Zhou took a deep breath and calmed down. Lucky draw. Ching. Spent 50 merit points. Thank you for participating. Luck +1. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. He was relatively calm. Fortunately, he had prepared himself for this. It seemed that arithmetical patterns could not be applied here. Lucky draw. Ching. Spent 50 merit points. Luck points reached 100. Obtained improved binding cage card X5, improved critical heal card X3, reversal card X5. Improved binding cage card. Hit rate, 100%. Not sold. Improved critical heal card. Heal rate, 100%. Not sold. Lu Zhou did some calculations in his mind. 100 luck points were equivalent to 5,000 merit points. If he did the math, it did not seem like he had struck a big jackpot. Well, at least he did not incur a loss. He was satisfied with the improved item cards. After all, they could not be bought. The only regret he had was not getting anything special from this round of lucky draws. Let's leave it for another time. At this moment, Zhao Yu's voice rang from outside the chamber. Master, Yunsan is here, Yunsan said. What's the situation? Lu Zhou asked. If Yunsan had failed his mission, there would be no need for him to meet Yunsan. Zhao Yu replied, Yunsan has brought back the sky fragment. He's waiting for you in the Great Hall, Master. Very well, Lu Zhou said as he slowly rose to his feet. He opened the door of the hidden chamber and walked out, glancing at Zhao Yu as he emerged. Zhao Yu saluted Lu Zhou as a form of greeting. How are your injuries? Lu Zhou asked. Zhao Yu answered, I've been recuperating peacefully in the evil sky pavilion all this while. I'm already healed. I will cultivate diligently to enter the nascent divinity tribulation realm as soon as possible. Among Lu Zhou's 9 disciples, only Zhao Yu and Zhu Honggong were still stuck in the divine court realm. Zhu Honggong couldn't improve because he had cultivated the flawed version of the 9 tribulation thunder blast. However, Zhao Yu was cultivating the completed brilliant Jade technique. Moreover, she was not lacking in talent. It was only a matter of time before she entered the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Lu Zhou walked toward the great hall with his hands behind his back. Zhao Yu followed respectfully behind him. Soon, they arrived at the great hall, where Zhou Jifeng, Duan Muxing, and Mingshi were already present. Yunsan was kneeling in the center of the great hall, his eyes darting around nervously from time to time. When everyone saw Lu Zhou, they saluted him. Lu Zhou waved his hand dismissively, walked to the throne, and sat down in a regal manner. Yunsan immediately kowtowed, not even daring to lift his head. Lu Zhou's gaze fell on Yunsan's right arm, which was bandaged with rags, as if it had been severed. At this moment, Yunsan finally said, I'm glad to announce that I didn't fail the mission. I have successfully retrieved the sky fragment. Duan Muxing presented the sky fragment to Lu Zhou reverently. Lu Zhou glanced at it. The final sky fragment looked no different from the others. After he put the fragment away, a notification rang. Ding! Recovered sky fragment X1. Reward, 100 merit points. Lu Zhou glanced at the mission list. Although it showed that all 8 sky fragments had been collected, there was no reward for completing the mission. At this moment, he recalled the sky bow. He would have to disassemble the sky bow and refine it to obtain the 3 sky fragments. Master, since Yunsan has brought the sky fragment back, should we? Duan Muxing drew his thumb across his throat. The action did not escape Yunsan's eyes. He hastily kowtowed. His forehead thudded loudly on the ground as he said, Have mercy, old senior. Please have mercy. I've retrieved the sky fragment, I beg that you keep your word, old senior. He continued to kowtow without stopping. Lu Zhou asked indifferently, What's the situation in Clarity Sect right now? Yunsan stopped kowtowing at this moment. However, his head was still lowered as he said, When I was there, Clarity Sect was in chaos. Their elders were all vying for power. I seized the opportunity to slip into Clarity Sect and stole the fragment. It's in chaos? I heard their sect master was injured and has been recuperating in seclusion. They have no leader now. Yunsan replied swiftly. Is the Clarity Sect's elite, Yuhongi, there? Yunsan stammered. He seemed reserved and afraid to speak about this matter. All of Yunsan's actions did not escape Lu Zhou's eyes. He said, You can speak freely in the evil sky pavilion. Yunsan appeared delighted to hear this. After hearing reassuring words from the world's greatest villain, he became visibly more confident. 3 days ago, the first seat of Nether Sect's Azure Dragon Hall, Huachongyang, and the first seat of White Tiger Hall, Yuexing, led their men and attacked the Clarity Sect. Yuhongi was grievously wounded by Huachongyang and by Yuexing. The others were shocked upon hearing this. The Nether Sect master, Zhenghai, was, after all, the evil sky pavilion's first disciple. No one expected the Nether Sect to act against the Clarity Sect at this juncture. When Yunsan finished speaking, he stole a glance at Lu Zhou, worried that his words might anger him. Lu Zhou appeared calm on the surface, but inwardly he thought, with the Nether Sect's strength, it isn't difficult for them to wipe out the Clarity Sect. However, there are many factions under the heavens. The 10 greatest sects of the Noble Path have an especially close relationship with one another. Attacking the Clarity Sect is the same as attacking the 10 great sects of the Noble Path. Does the Nether sect possess the strength to repel the other 9 sects? Duanmuxing bowed and said, Master, now that the Clarity sect is in chaos, Eldest senior brother's actions might bring more trouble to us. What does Zhenghai hope to achieve by attacking the Clarity sect? Lu Zhou asked. Well, how could someone of my status be privy to such matters? Yunsan replied. The Nether sect had been expanding in recent years. Many smaller factions on the Fiend path had been assimilated into the Nether sect. The Fiend Temple had broken off from the Nether sect but was annihilated by the evil Sky Pavilion for standing out too much. Currently, it was barely kept alive by Duanxing, making it an insignificant force. This only made the Nether sect even more powerful. Lu Zhou remembered the disturbance in Anyang. Although someone had impersonated the Nether sect, they likely wanted Wei Zhuyan dead as well. Yunsan spoke in a pained voice, I've done my best to complete this task. Please spare my life, old senior. Lu Zhou regarded Yunsan calmly. With the loss of his arm, Yunsan was no longer capable of his best skill, stealing. It seemed his days of thievery were behind him, perhaps as a form of punishment. Lu Zhou waved his hand and said, Take care of yourself. He only spoke these 4 words. Yunsan acted as though he had been granted amnesty for a grave crime. He cowed out in delight and said, Thank you, old Pavilion Master. Thank you, old Pavilion Master. Afterward, Zhou Jifeng led Yunsan out of the evil Sky Pavilion. The evil Sky Pavilion fell silent once more. After a while, Lu Zhou asked, Where's Elder Hua? Elder Hua has gone down the mountain. He should be back at any moment, Duanmuxing replied. At that moment, Hua Wudao walked through the door just in time. When he entered the hall, he cupped his fists together and said, Greetings, Pavilion Master. There's no need for such formalities. I have a question to ask, Pavilion Master. Speak. The lady who is kneeling at the foot of the mountain is Yuexing. I've met her several times before. This young lady is skilled with the bow and possesses exceptional talent. If she is allowed on the mountain, it will only do the evil Sky Pavilion good, Hua Wudai said. Lu Zhou responded apathetically, Elder Hua, you are from the Yun sect and have joined the evil Sky Pavilion. The Yun, Tian, and Luo sects have always been close. Are you not worried that she might get herself into trouble? Compared to Hua Yuexing, Hua Wudao's circumstances when he joined the evil Sky Pavilion were different. Hua Wudao shook his head and sighed. She has nowhere else to go. Upon hearing this, Duanmuxing said indignantly, Elder Hua, I disagree with your words. What do you mean she has nowhere else to go? Just because she has nowhere to go, must the evil Sky Pavilion accept her? Do you think the evil Sky Pavilion is a charity house or a shelter for the homeless? Hua Wudao's wizened face flushed red. He hastily bowed. That's not what I meant. Duanmuxing continued, What do you mean then? You are from the Yun sect, and you are not sincere in joining the evil Sky Pavilion. Are you trying to establish your own faction here and incite a civil war? Duanmuxing, you don't have to mock me. I'm not that shameless. Duanmuxing had always had a short fuse. He would lose his temper whenever he heard something he did not like. It seemed like a quarrel was about to erupt. Enough, Lu Zhou's voice resounded in the hall. Duanmuxing and Hua Wudao fell silent immediately. Lu Zhou's eyes landed on Hua Wudao and said, Hua Yuexing indeed has great talent. However, if she can't even endure a little hardship, how can she join the evil Sky Pavilion? At this moment, realization dawned on Hua Wudao. He hastily bowed and said, I, Hua Wudao, swear on my life that if Hua Yuexing shows signs of rebellion or betrayal in the future, I will personally kill her with my own hands. The others were slightly startled that Hua Wudao would make an oath on his life. Though he came from the Yun sect, Hua Yuexing was from the Luo sect. After Yun Tian Luo founded his sect, it gradually split into the Yun, Tian, and Luo sects, each harboring some enmity toward the others. Since they shared a lineage, it was natural that he would speak up for her. However, it was strange that he would make an oath on his life for someone he had only met a few times. Elder Hua, what's your relationship with Hua Yuexing? Duamuxing asked. His question made it clear that he found it too coincidental that both shared the same last name. Hua Wudao shook his head. I have no ties with her. Please investigate this thoroughly, Pavilion Master. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said indifferently, Elder Hua, I have no wish to find out about your relationship with her. If Hua Yuexing wants to join the Evil Sky Pavilion. Very well, I'll give her a chance. Hua Wudao was delighted to hear this. Before he could express his gratitude, Lu Zhou continued. If she can bring me the head of any cultivator with 3-leaf or above who has laid siege on Golden Court Mountain, she may join the Evil Sky Pavilion. Hua Wudao was stunned speechless. His expression had turned grim as well. Duamuxing snorted and said, I knew you're not completely loyal. If she can't even do that, how can she join the Evil Sky Pavilion? The disciples were all satisfied with their master's condition. Even if a person was exceptionally talented and had great potential in cultivation that could benefit the Evil Sky Pavilion, it would still be useless if that person could not even kill a single enemy. The Evil Sky Pavilion could not afford to keep useless people. Hua Wudao bowed and said, all right. Since she wants to join the Evil Sky Pavilion, she should at least show her resolve. Lu Zhou waved his hand dismissively. Seeing this, Hua Wudao left the Great Hall and proceeded down the mountain. Where's old 8th? Lu Zhou asked. 8th junior brother is refurbishing the pavilion. I'll go get him, Duamuxing replied and went out. A short while later, Duamuxing led Zhu Honggong into the Great Hall. Zhu Honggong obediently kneeled on the floor, raising his hand and said reverently, Greetings, Master. May you live to see 1,000 autumns, and may your life be limitless. This person's shamelessness is truly extraordinary. How does he even come up with such words? Lu Zhou looked at Zhu Honggong and said lightly, How do you find the Evil Sky Pavilion? Zhu Honggong hastily replied, Master, this is my home. Naturally, I love it. There's no place like the Evil Sky Pavilion. I feel at ease living here. Really? Zhu Honggong deliberately raised his voice and said, There are no lies in my words. I dare not lie before you. Duamuxing was speechless, and Zhao Yu only shook her head. Lu Zhou's voice was calm as he asked, How are you getting along with the others? Zhu Honggong was greatly surprised by this question. What's with Master today? Why is he asking about my well-being? He did not feel moved, instead, he felt awkward. Finally, Zhu Honggong replied, 3rd and 4th senior brothers, take good care of me. 5th senior sister will talk to me when she has the time. Little junior sister, he paused for a moment, looking for little Yuaner, and discovered she was not around. He recalled her fierce expression and gulped before continuing, Little junior sister is as gentle as a lamb, and she treats me like family. Perhaps, in the entire Evil Sky Pavilion, Zhu Honggong was the only one capable of saying such blatantly pretentious words. How are you getting along with old 7th? Lu Zhou asked again. Fine. We get along fine. Old 7th has always treated me. Old 7th? Zhu Honggong's expression changed as he said, Master, I heard wrongly. I have nothing to do with 7th senior brother. As he spoke, he began to tremble in fear. Lu Zhou said, Tell me, then. How did old 7th find out about my movements? Zhu Honggong's expression darkened as he said, Old 7th's sources are spread out in all corners of Great Yin. Of course, he knows. Who do you think is his source in the Evil Sky Pavilion? At this moment, everything came to light. In truth, Lu Zhou had found it strange ever since he arrived at Anyang. First, Shangrong had shown up and given little Yuaner the gift. Then, there was Zhenghai. Jiang Aijian's information had practically proven that Wuya was behind all this. If no one had been feeding Wuya information, he would not have known about it. Si Wuya had deliberately goaded Mingshi into bringing Zhu Honggong back to the evil Sky Pavilion, a scheme within a scheme. Perhaps Si Wuya was the only person bold enough to pull this off. 8th junior brother. It was you? Duan Muxing approached and grabbed him by the cuff of his shirt. Zhu Honggong was chubby and quite heavy. However, in Duan Muxing's hand, Zhu Honggong was lifted as if he were a chick. Master, please. I can explain. Senior brother, please let me go. Zhu Honggong said, his face reddening. Duan Muxing looked to Lu Zhou for further instructions. I'd like to see how you're going to explain this, Lu Zhou said. Thud. Duan Muxing loosened his grip, and Zhu Honggong fell to the floor. However, he dared not complain. He hurriedly got up, kneeled, and said, Senior brother Wuya. Tui. I mean, traitor. He inhaled deeply twice before continuing. He swore he wouldn't do anything to harm the evil Sky Pavilion. He even said he would help it. That's why I accidentally let slip about your whereabouts, master. He told you that, and you believed him? Duan Muxing regarded Zhu Honggong with disdain. Silence fell over the great hall, the atmosphere growing tenser by the second. Zhu Honggong tried to calm himself before speaking earnestly. Master, to be honest, when I was in Tiger Ridge, 7th senior brother was the one who looked after me. It's true that 7th senior brother likes to play tricks, but he has never harmed one of his own. Eldest and 2nd senior brother admire him as well. When he finished speaking, he lowered his head, not even daring to breathe loudly. His heart was beating so hard it seemed to be trying to escape from his chest. I'm dead. Best case scenario, I'll be exiled from the pavilion. Worst case scenario, I'll be paralyzed for life. Lu Zhou was in no hurry to punish Zhu Honggong since he had spoken the truth. Among the rascals, apart from Yi Tianqin, who colluded with the Noble Path cultivators, none had acted against the evil Sky Pavilion. In the cultivation world, people still regarded the traitors as members of the evil Sky Pavilion. It made no difference to them. Although Zhu Honggong's offense was not serious enough to warrant a death penalty, Lu Zhou could not let him go unpunished. I must be harsher when disciplining these rascals. Finally, Lu Zhou said, send him to the Cave of Reflection. He'll receive 50 strokes of the cane each day. Seal his cultivation base. Yes, master, Duan Muxing replied, cupping his fists. Zhu Honggong kowtowed, saying, thank you for your mercy, master. Duan Muxing dragged Zhu Honggong out of the great hall. Ding. Disciplining Zhu Honggong. Reward, 200 merit points. Disciplining Zhu Honggong was no problem, but Lu Zhou had to think of a way to discipline the remaining 3 rascals. After a while, Lu Zhou slowly rose to his feet. It was time for him to study the sky fragments. At that moment, little Yuan ran into the great hall. Master. What's the matter? Lu Zhou asked, puzzled. Little Yuan pointed at the beggar outside the evil Sky Pavilion. This old beggar is stubbornly refusing to leave. Even Yuexing has left. He wants a sip of wine no matter what. Zhao Yu was puzzled. Little junior sister, Golden Court Mountain isn't a place where just anyone can enter. Quickly throw him out. I did. But he came back in. He came back in? Zhao Yu asked incredulously. I found him strange, so I brought him here to meet you, master. Little Yuan said. Golden Court Mountain's barrier was formed by unique formations. Even the formations of the 10 great sects of the Noble Path could not compare to Golden Court Mountain's barrier. How did an old beggar breach it? They could not take this matter lightly. When Lu Zhou heard this, he walked down the steps with his hands behind his back and left the great hall. Outside the evil Sky Pavilion, the old beggar was lying on the limestone floor. He gazed lazily at the sun in the sky and occasionally mumbled, wine. I want more wine. That's him. Little Yuan pointed at the beggar lying on the floor. Lu Zhou stopped when he was close enough. His gaze fell on the old beggar. Name, Pan-Lydian. Race, human. Cultivation base, nulled. Lu Zhou remained silent as he pondered this matter. When Yunsan was at the Clarity sect, it was under attack by the Nether sect. Their sect master, Mochi, and their elite, Yu Hongyi, were both grievously wounded. It was likely that the Clarity sect would soon disappear from the world. He had always wondered where Pan-Lydian had disappeared to. The mysterious elite of the Clarity sect, an expert from the same generation as Fan Shouwen, vanished overnight. No one knew where he had gone. Lu Zhou truly did not expect such a person to show up at the Evil Sky Pavilion. The old beggar, who had been waiting for a long time, exhorted, "Quick! Quick! I've been waiting for my wine all day. You old geezer, see if I don't personally throw you down the mountain," little Yuan'er said as she raised her nirvana sash. "Little girl, it's not good, to be this fierce." Little Yuan'er gritted her teeth in annoyance as she repeated his words. She was about to leap into action when Lu Zhou raised his hand to stop her. "Bring some wine," he said. "Huh?" Little Yuan'er and Zhao Yu were taken aback. "Is master treating an unknown old beggar with kindness?" "Yes, master." Zhao Yu bowed slightly and went to the North Pavilion. A short while later, Zhao Yu led 2 female cultivators who carried 2 jars of wine. Wine, wine, wine. Pan-Lydian's nose was as sharp as a dog's. As the wine jars approached, he picked up the scent of alcohol. Zhao Yu placed the wine jars beside Pan-Lydian and retreated respectfully. Pan-Lydian seemed invigorated as he straightened up immediately. He squinted his eyes and looked up, saying with a chuckle, "You're the master of the Evil Sky Pavilion?" Lu Zhou did not reply. Instead, he pointed at the wine jars on the ground and said, "The Evil Sky Pavilion's wine. It's been kept for a century." Pan-Lydian's eyes widened and brightened. He lifted the wine jar and sniffed the opening. "Good wine. This is good wine. Would you like to have a taste?" "Yes, yes. I'd love to." "That's great." Lu Zhou moved closer to Pan-Lydian and said, "You knew this was the Evil Sky Pavilion, and yet, you're bold enough to trespass?" Pan-Lydian uncapped the jar and drank a few mouthfuls. A satisfied expression appeared on his face as he said, "I know, but this old life of mine is worthless. I don't care." "Worthless?" Lu Zhou didn't expose him. Instead, he asked curiously, "You have no cultivation base. How did you breach the barrier?" "I have no idea. I'm just an ordinary beggar. I know nothing about barriers." Pan-Lydian played dumb. Lu Zhou sighed, shaking his head, and said, "The greatest elite of the Clarity sect. I don't know if I should be happy that you've fallen so low." Zhao Yu and little Yuan'er were shocked. Could this filthy, dispirited old beggar with no aura, who lay where he stood, really be the greatest elite of the Clarity sect? Pan-Lydian's expression remained unchanged as he said, "I don't know what you're talking about. All I want is to drink some good wine and sleep." "Are you really not going to admit it?" Lu Zhou's penetrating stare sent shivers down Pan-Lydian's spine. When their eyes met, Pan-Lydian was slightly stunned. He appeared indifferent, but inwardly, he was shocked. He remained silent for a while, before he shook his head and said insistently, "I'm just a beggar. I honestly don't know what you're talking about." When she saw this, little Yuan'er waved her fist and said, "Master, I can beat him up if he doesn't want to confess." Lu Zhou did not expect Pan-Lydian to confess so soon. This was within his expectations. After all, nobody knew what Pan-Lydian had experienced over the years. With his identity and status, Pan-Lydian could have easily avoided living this way. His clothes barely covered him, he looked battered, and his meals barely filled his stomach. If he had slipped into the Evil Sky Pavilion under this disguise, how would he explain his cultivation base? Coming to the Evil Sky Pavilion without his cultivation base was the same as walking up to death's door. Lu Zhou said, "It's not important whether you admit it or not. What I can tell you is that the Clarity sect is currently facing a crisis. It might vanish from this world in the near future. His tone was cold and calm, fitting for the greatest villain of the evil Sky Pavilion. Even if the world were to be destroyed, it would have nothing to do with the evil Sky Pavilion. Pan Lydian opened his eyes. He furrowed his brows. After a long pause, he finally said, "All I want is some wine. The rise and fall of the Clarity sect have nothing to do with me." He raised the jar of wine to his mouth and loudly gulped it down. Some of the wine spilled onto his chest, making him look even filthier. Good wine. Pan Lydian drank cheerfully, without a care. It seemed like he really did not care about the Clarity sect. Lu Zhou continued, "Mochi and Yu Hongyi are both heavily wounded. The Clarity sect is now in chaos. Aren't you concerned at all?" "Nope." This time, Pan Lydian's answer was firm. He drank again. How could Pan Lydian be so indifferent to his former comrades? This was unlike the Pan Lydian of old. What puzzled Lu Zhou was that Pan Lydian knew his identity might be exposed, yet he still came to the evil Sky Pavilion. What was his motive? He was clearly unafraid of death. He had said it himself, the life of the current Pan Lydian was worthless. "Keep an eye on him," Lu Zhou instructed. Pan Lydian regained his initial composure, grinning lazily. "Thanks for the wine." Lu Zhou returned to the evil Sky Pavilion. Little Yuan couldn't understand this, so she followed her master. "Master? Is the old beggar really Pan Lydian?" Lu Zhou nodded and said, "If he says he's not, then he's not." Lu Zhou walked back to the hidden chamber with his hands behind his back, leaving a perplexed little Yuan behind. So, is he, or is he not?" Little Yuan looked at her master's retreating back, scratched her head, and mumbled, "Am I really as dumb as senior brother said?" Inside the hidden chamber, Lu Zhou sat cross-legged. He brought out the sky fragments and placed them in front of him. More precisely, there were 5 fragments and the sky bow. To complete the mission, he would have to disassemble and refine the sky bow. He had 2 refining talismans left. Lu Zhou summoned the system's tool list and studied the specifications of the refining talismans. He was not very confident in their effectiveness. Refining talismans could reset weapons to their pre-acknowledged state. Even if the refining talismans could provide sufficient unique energy to refine the weapon, they might not be able to disassemble the sky bow and return the sky fragments. This meant he would have to extract the fragments personally. "Let's give it a try." Lu Zhou raised his hand, and a refining talisman appeared in his palm. With his Tao-shaping stage divine court realm cultivation, it was not difficult for him to keep a weapon afloat. The sky bow hovered before him. With just a thought, the refining talisman floated toward the sky bow. Whoosh! The refining talisman burst into flames, and scarlet flames swiftly enveloped the sky bow. These unique flames emitted scorching heat. At close range, Lu Zhou found the heat almost unbearable. He had to conjure some of his primal qi to form an energy wall to shield himself from the heat. Even so, he could only block half of it. Some heat still penetrated his energy wall. After all, he was not yet in the nascent divinity tribulation realm, he could not completely insulate himself from the heat. He had no other choice but to bear with it. This temperature is still bearable. The flames continued to burn the sky bow. The scarlet flames gradually turned a deep shade of blue, sizzling as they burned. With this, the sky bow eventually turned red. Lu Zhou wrapped the sky bow in energy, but extracting the fragments was not as simple as he had imagined. From the start of the refinement process, he had yet to see any materials resembling the sky fragments. There was no rushing these matters, he had no choice but to wait. The refining talisman's unique energy was extremely peculiar, as if it would continue to exist as long as Lu Zhou did not recall it. It seemed inexhaustible. This process lasted for about an hour, and the sky bow turned even redder. Lu Zhou noticed that most of the sky bow's materials had been melted away by the unique flame energy. Upon seeing this, he quickly retracted his energy. Plop! the molten metal dripped like water. It fell to the floor and quickly solidified, releasing a black smoke and a charred smell. No wonder these 3 sky fragments didn't produce a heaven-grade weapon. There was no way such a crude forging method and low-grade supplementary materials could produce a good weapon. However, this made it easier for him to extract the sky fragments. Low-quality materials were unable to withstand the high heat and were melted by the flame's energy. Molten substances continued to drop. 2 hours passed in a blink. Fortunately, Lu Zhou had comprehended the heavenly writing, putting him in a great mental state. After maintaining this for so long, he still felt energetic. Plop! The final drop finally fell. Lu Zhou waved his arm, and energy surged, causing the refining talisman's energy to instantly vanish. 3 crooked sky fragments appeared before him. Ding! Recovered sky fragment X3. Reward, 300 merit points. Ding! Completed sky fragment recovery mission. Reward, 1000 merit points. Combined sky fragments? When he saw the query on the system dashboard, Lu Zhou nodded. These 8 sky fragments had originally been a single object. When Ji Tiandao obtained the sky fragments, he did not think much of them because of their low grades. However, it seemed Ji Tiandao had missed out on something extraordinary. Combine. The right sky fragments shone and slowly merged into one. Lu Zhou stared at it anticipatorily, wondering, what will it turn into? The light slowly faded. Ding! Obtained weapon. Sky dagger. Ding! Obtained open heavenly writing scroll. Lu Zhou looked at the floor and saw a dagger, the color of jade. This dagger was slightly larger than the sky fragments and also larger than ordinary daggers. It looked dainty and exquisite. Unfortunately, the system did not suggest a suitable owner for the dagger. Lu Zhou glanced at the system dashboard again. The weapons he currently possessed were Unnamed, Life Cutter, and Tear Stain Box. Lu Zhou liked Unnamed the most. After numerous tests, he was convinced that Unnamed was a heaven-grade weapon. He obtained Life Cutter from the righteous sex elder, Zhang Qiuqi, and the weapon had been refined once more. It was also a heaven-grade item. The Tear Stain Box, which could withstand attacks from his disciples, was certainly a heaven-grade item as well. Aside from Unnamed, I can give the remaining weapons to my disciples. After all, if they're powerful, I, as their master, will be powerful as well. Currently, only his 5th disciple, Zhao Yu, and his 8th disciple, Zhu Honggong, were weaponless. How should I distribute them? Zhao Yu was a girl, and Life Cutter seemed too large and unsightly for her. The Tear Stain Box, especially in its boxing glove form, seemed even more unsuitable. It appeared more fitting for Zhu Honggong, old 8th. However, Zhu Honggong had just returned to the evil sky pavilion, and his temperament was still lacking. Before Lu Zhou was certain of Zhu Honggong's loyalty, he had no intention of giving him a weapon. It seemed the sky dagger was most suitable for Zhao Yu. However, her cultivation base had not yet reached the nascent divinity tribulation realm, so she could not master a heaven-grade weapon. Lu Zhou picked up the sky dagger from the floor. An icy sensation crept into his palm as the dagger gleamed coldly. Nice, Lu Zhou could not help but praise it. However, Unnamed still looks better. He suddenly felt the urge to test the sky dagger against Unnamed. But when he recalled how terrifying Unnamed was, he dismissed the idea. The sky dagger should be a heaven-grade weapon, it would be a shame if it were destroyed. He put the dagger away and looked at the open heavenly writing scroll. Does this have anything to do with the 3 scrolls of heavenly writing? Lu Zhou wondered. He touched the scroll, and the parchment-like material shattered. The fragments dissolved into spots of starlight that entered his body. Lu Zhou opened the heavenly writings menu to have a look. The human scroll was lit up, but the earth and heaven scrolls were still dim. It's not? He opened the human scroll, and the first row of shining golden script that appeared before his eyes was the power of speech. During the disturbance in Anyang City, these were the exact words that had appeared in his mind. In that case, what's the point of the open heavenly writing scroll? Lu Zhou was puzzled but did not dwell on it. He had never fully understood the heavenly writing since he began to comprehend it. Lu Zhou sat down with his legs crossed, intending to delve into the heavenly writing again. As the menu for the heavenly writing appeared, Lu Zhou entered his comprehension state. Seemingly at the same moment, the scripts of the heavenly writing surfaced in his mind. To gain immeasurable bodily power that manifests in one's physical state, bringing those around to wisdom, leading them toward powers and the path of enlightenment. To gain the power of muting so that samadhi will manifest in the body and radiate into the surroundings like light, while remaining steadfast in samadhi. The moment the heavenly writing appeared, Lu Zhou's initially invigorated mental state seemed to have diminished slightly. Soon, he was so absorbed in comprehending the heavenly writing that he did not even notice the passage of time. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these days, little Yuan spent her time cultivating and keeping an eye on the old beggar, Pavilion. Pavilion did nothing but drink wine and sleep, seeming no different from the beggars she usually saw on the streets. He appeared worthless and beyond help, yet he seemed content with his state. He would lie where he pleased, bask in the sun, and occasionally rub the grime off his skin. "Little girl. Aren't you tired of looking at me every day?" Pavilion said as he drank some wine. "Master told us to keep an eye on you. By the way, how did you get past the barrier?" Little Yuan asked curiously. "Do you want to know?" Pavilion checked his surroundings. There were only 2 derived Moon Palace female cultivators near. Little Yuan nodded. Pavilion chuckled and said, "Do you know what I admire about you?" "What?" "You're frank, sincere, and unpretentious." Little Yuan chuckled, indulging in a bit of narcissism. "Well, that's what my senior brothers say too. Can you tell me, is there anyone with the last name Pan on Golden Court Mountain?" Pavilion asked. "Of course. Where is he?" "Here." "Isn't your last name Pan?" Pavilion coughed before continuing, "I mean someone else, besides me." Little Yuan absent-mindedly played with her hair. Then, she leaped down from the branch she was perched on and said, "You mean Panzhong? Oh, now that you mentioned it, both of you have the same last name. Are you his father?" Pavilion's wizened face twitched. That's not my last name. I'm only asking." "That's strange. Old man Pan, you're just an ordinary old beggar. Aren't you worried that my master will kill you?" Little Yuan asked. Pavilion coughed, speechless. "I told you, my last name isn't Pan." "Fine. Then, tell me how you got past the barrier." Pavilion smiled indifferently and said, "Even the most refined fish net has a gap." Little Yuan looked puzzled. When Pavilion saw that the position of the sun had changed, he sat up and shuffled to another spot before lying back down. He propped his head on his arm and said, "Little girl, Panzhong, is he dead, right?" "Fortunately, he met my master. If my master hadn't taught him the Sixyong technique, he would have died a long time ago," Little Yuan said proudly. "That's good to hear. How's he doing on the mountain?" "Don't worry, your son is doing fine." Little Yuan pushed away from the ground and leaped onto a branch. "Pooh." Pavilion spat out the mouthful of wine he had just drunk. "My last name is really not Pan. How can he be my son?" Little Yuan nodded and said, "All right, you have a point." Pavilion nodded, pleased. Then, he said ingratiatingly, "Little girl, can you bring me some more wine? Bring me the century-old wine, will you?" "All right, I'll bring it for you, on account of your grandson," Little Yuan said with a straight face. Pavilion was taken aback. A knot formed in his chest, making him lose the will to speak. He was wondering how he could explain himself when a buzzing noise rang from the evil sky pavilion. "BZZT. BZZT. BZZT." Shortly after, a massive vortex appeared above the evil sky pavilion. Spots of starlight could be seen at the center of the vortex. Everyone on Golden Court Mountain stopped what they were doing to look. At the same time, the energy of Golden Court Mountain's barrier was being absorbed by the vortex, like a whirlpool in the middle of the ocean. The female cultivators from the derived Moon Palace had long since behaved like disciples of Golden Court Mountain. When they saw this, someone hastily said, "Notify Elder Hua, Mr. Third, Mr. Fifth, and Miss Ninth." This unique occurrence at the Evil Sky Pavilion caught everyone's attention. Hua Wudao, Dua Muxing, Zhou Jifeng, Zhao Yu, Little Yuaner, and the female cultivators from the derived Moon Palace rushed toward the pavilion. Even Fan Shouwen, who was recuperating, walked out of his room with great difficulty to gaze at the Evil Sky Pavilion. Despite his extensive experience and knowledge, he was still shocked and puzzled by the massive vortex above the pavilion. He frowned and muttered to himself, "Is it possible that the old villain intends to forcibly absorb the barrier's power to maintain his cultivation base?" From his vantage point, he could see the primal chi from the Golden Court Mountain's barrier converging above the Evil Sky Pavilion. Eye of the Formation? Fan Shouwen finally seemed to recognize the vortex above the Golden Court Mountain barrier's formation. The Eye of the Formation could control the entire barrier. Some cultivators would hide the Eye of the Formation in a hidden place so enemies couldn't find it. Besides, the Eye of the Formation was also the point where energy was transferred to mend a formation. The Golden Court Mountain was a wonderful terrain to defend. The layout of such a massive and powerful barrier had kept the 10 great sects of the Noble Path at bay. Fan Shouwen did not expect the Eye of the Formation to be located above the Evil Sky Pavilion. However, why was the energy of the barrier being absorbed at this moment? What was happening? After a while, a thought appeared in Fan Shouwen's mind: someone is chipping away at the Golden Court Mountain's barrier and weakening its defenses. Formations were especially important for cultivation grounds. For example, the Righteous sect was clearly weak, yet they had managed to survive over the years thanks to the presence of the green jade altar. The 8 altars of the Yun sect also had defensive formations that protected their cultivation centers. Fan Shouwen could not understand what he was seeing. What is the Evil Sky Pavilion trying to do? If the barrier vanishes and the cultivators from the Noble Path join forces and launch another attack, how would the Evil Sky Pavilion stop them? The vibrations from the vortex intensified with every passing minute. Fan Shouwen decided to head over and take a look. Currently, the Evil Sky Pavilion was his only refuge. If something were to happen to it, he would have nowhere else to go. He endured the pain from his injuries as he struggled to make his way to the Evil Sky Pavilion. After a short while, Fan Shouwen was finally approaching the Evil Sky Pavilion. What's this old beggar doing here? Being the kind of person he was, when Fan Shouwen saw the old beggar, he studied him for a moment before asking, "Who are you?" The old beggar was lying on the ground with his back facing the Evil Sky Pavilion and Fan Shouwen. When he heard Fan Shouwen's voice, he turned around lazily and glanced at him. Pan Lydian was shocked when he saw Fan Shouwen's appearance. Fan Shouwen's face was disfigured. Without his mask, his appearance was slightly terrifying. Finally, Pan Lydian raised his wine jar and said, "I'm here for some good wine, good wine. Want a sip?" He did not seem to have any intention of going to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Fan Shouwen, who had a clear look at Pan Lydian, asked in a deep voice, "You haven't answered my question." He was not as gullible as Little Yuaner. Anyone who was here could not possibly be an ordinary person. Pan Lydian chuckled and said, "Who I am is not important. It seems you've suffered grievous injuries. That's none of your business. I've traveled from the south to the north and have seen many kinds of people. Young man, it's better if you're less hostile and confrontational," the old beggar said in a senior manner. Fan Shouwen frowned and said in his deep voice, "Did you just call me a young man?" Pan Lydian narrowed his eyes at Fan Shouwen. Fan Shouwen laughed before saying, "A little junior who's blissfully ignorant. I won't hold this against you." "Nor will I." The two looked at each other for a moment, then decided to stay out of each other's business. They finally turned their gaze to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Time and tide wait for no man, it had changed their appearances, and none could recognize the other. Although the old beggar looked ordinary and useless, Fan Shouwen did not underestimate him. Meanwhile, the vortex continued to absorb energy above the evil sky pavilion. The disciples watching were baffled. Elder Hua, you're knowledgeable. What's happening? Duan Musheng pointed at the vortex. Hua Wudao's brows were tightly knitted as he said, something's happening to the Eye of the Formation. Ever since the Righteous Sect and Heavenly Sword Sect came looking for trouble, Master personally restored the Eye of the Formation. There shouldn't be anything wrong with it, Duan Musheng said. When the Heavenly Sword Sect was mentioned, Zhou Jifeng blushed in embarrassment. He was present when it happened and even witnessed Lu Zhou restoring the formation. Little Yuaner was not too worried. She said, it's all right, even if the formation is gone. The noble path won't dare to come after us. The others were not as carefree as little Yuaner, they couldn't help but feel worried. Zhao Yu said, Master is still in seclusion. However, this can't go on. Duan Musheng sighed and said, it's a shame that Old Fourth isn't here. Otherwise, we could have asked him to think of something. While Mingshi relied more on small tricks, he was good at thinking on his feet. As they discussed the matter, the vortex in the sky grew larger, and the barrier trembled. This indicated that the vortex had absorbed much of the barrier's power. What's happening? Hua Wudao said, we can't let this go on. We must inform the Pavilion Master. The others nodded. As the eldest among them, Hua Wudao led the others to the Great Hall. They followed closely behind him. Passing through the dim, long corridor, they entered the pagoda and arrived at the hidden chamber. Sealed and mostly soundproof, the hidden chamber blocked out the buzzing noise from the barrier. They all bowed in unison. Pavilion Master. Master. Even after their greetings, the hidden chamber remained silent. They exchanged glances. Master? Duan Musheng tried again. Unfortunately, there was no answer. Hua Wudao approached the door of the hidden chamber and projected his voice into the room. Hua Wudao requests an audience regarding an important matter. If he projected his voice with primal qi, even a rock door would not block the sound, and anyone in the room would certainly hear him. However, Lu Zhou still did not respond. Is Master not in there? If he isn't here, then where is he? There are people cleaning and patrolling the east, south, west, and north pavilions. Moreover, Master has no need to sneak around, Duan Musheng said. Hua Wudao said calmly, let's stay calm. Allow me to probe. At a certain realm, cultivators could sense the presence of any living beings in their vicinity with their heightened senses. The only exception was if the target's cultivation base was far greater than that of the cultivator who was doing the probing and could conceal their auras. Since Hua Wudao was a seven-leaf expert, he was the most suitable person for this task. Moreover, there was no need for Lu Zhou to conceal his aura. Hua Wudao placed a hand on the stone door, and primal qi surged from his palm. At such close range, he would be able to accurately determine if there was anyone in the room. Hua Wudao closed his eyes. His ears twitched slightly as the primal qi entered the hidden chamber. It was quiet and warm inside, and there seemed to be no one in the room. Hua Wudao continued to probe the space. At this moment, he sensed a powerful energy rapidly shrinking and forming a funnel above the hidden chamber before converging below. Hua Wudao opened his eyes and quickly removed his palm. Elder Hua, what's the situation? Duan Musheng asked anxiously. The Pavilion Master might be descending into depravity. Descending into depravity? The others were shocked. A cultivator usually cultivates in seclusion to achieve a breakthrough in their cultivation base and reach greater heights on the path of cultivation. There were plenty of cultivators who descended into depravity in the cultivation world. This did not mean the cultivator would turn into a literal devil. It was more of a condition where something was amiss with their cultivation methods, which, in turn, affected their cultivation bases. The cultivator's meridians, Dan Tian, and Sea of Qi, could be damaged. In the best case, the cultivator would be paralyzed for life. In the worst case, the cultivator would lose his cultivation base and die. That's impossible. Elder Hua, you better not be making this up. Little Yuan said indignantly. Hua Wudao said earnestly, the fluctuations of aura and primal qi inside the chamber are extremely chaotic. I can feel the barrier's energy converging in the hidden chamber through the formation's eye. If you don't believe me, you can probe the room yourself. Duanmu Xing was the first to walk up to the door. He probed the chamber and found it was indeed as Hua Wudao had described. The primal qi inside the room was extremely chaotic. This was a sign of a cultivator descending into depravity. Third senior brother, do something. We can't let this go on. Zhao Yu was flustered at this moment. Duanmu Xing scratched his head. He brought his eye close to the stone door but could not see anything through the slit. He only shook his head. Hua Wudao sighed and said, we have two options. What are they? First, we can break into the hidden chamber and work together to stabilize the chaotic primal qi. However, the chaotic primal qi will cause some backlash, so we'll have to endure it. The second option is to wait. There's a possibility that a cultivator descending into depravity could achieve a great breakthrough in his cultivation base if he manages to survive the ordeal. However, the chances of that are very low. Little Yuan was the first to speak. What are we waiting for? Let's break down the door. Third senior brother, hurry. Hua Wudao nodded and said, in that case, let's go with the first option. Those with cultivation bases below the nascent divinity tribulation realm should leave. He, too, favored the first option. Duanmu Xing added, I agree. The female cultivators with weaker cultivation bases turned and left. They knew they could not help in this situation and would only be a burden. Zhao Yu, however, did not leave. Instead, she said, I'm staying. They all knew that if anything happened to their master, the evil Sky Pavilion would truly be doomed. Whether from a personal perspective or from the perspective of the pagoda, they had to make this choice. Just as the female cultivators left, the buzzing from the vibration finally reached this place, indicating that the barrier was now shaking more fiercely than ever. Fan Shouwen and Pan Lydian observed this silently, as if it had nothing to do with them. Fan Shouwen, looking at the converging primal qi, seemed to have made a new discovery. He said disapprovingly, looks like you didn't give up on your quest for eternal life after all these years. Pan Lydian glanced at him and replied, birth, growth, sickness, and death are the unchanging truths since the beginning of time. There have always been those who wish to defy these truths, but to what end? Old geezer, if you're so open-minded about all this, why don't you leap off that cliff and end your life? Fan Shouwen pointed toward a nearby cliff. Young man, please don't take me seriously. I don't have much longer to live. You, on the other hand, are young, and you have a long way ahead of you. When you're my age, you'll understand what needs to be understood, Pan Lydian said confidently, his manner reflecting his age and experience. Fan Shouwen responded contemptuously in his hoarse voice, when I dominated the lands, I don't think you were even born yet. Chapter 216, Depravity. Pan Lydian, naturally, did not agree with Fan Shouwen's words. He said, not born yet? Young man, you're the first one who's bold enough to say such words to me. You're also the first one who's bold enough to say such words to me. When Pan Lydian heard this, he sneered and said, young man, there's no need to be so hostile. Come, have some wine. This is a century-old wine. Fan Shouwen shook his head. He looked at the evil Sky Pavilion and said, the barrier's energy is weakening, and the primal qi is extremely chaotic. I'm afraid someone inside the evil Sky Pavilion is descending into depravity. Pan Lydian took a few sips of wine, stretched his limbs, and said, I'm sleepy. I hope there'll still be wine when I wake up. After yawning twice, he lay back down to sleep. Let's hope so, Fan Shouwen replied. He did not continue observing the scene but turned around and went back. Meanwhile, outside the hidden chamber, Hua Wudao, Duanmu Xing, Zhao Yu, and Little Yuan were preparing to break in. Hua Wudao said, do it. Although he was a 7-leaf elite, Hua Wudao was not as skilled in attacks as Duan Muxing. Duan Muxing pushed off the ground, and primal qi surged from his body. He looked at the stone door of the hidden chamber and lunged at it without hesitation. Boom! A loud noise echoed through the air. The stone door shook, but it did not break. Hua Wudao was slightly shocked as he said, I didn't expect this stone door to be so strong that it could withstand an attack from you. On the other hand, Duan Muxing was not surprised. After all, this was where his master cultivated in seclusion. Moreover, the structure and detailed formation layout of this place made it almost impregnable for most cultivators. If one hit did not do the trick, he would try again. Again, Duan Muxing clenched his fist, wrapped it in energy, lowered his stance, and then threw another punch. When he punched, his entire arm seemed to glow. The heavy punch, containing massive force, landed on the stone door once more. The shockwave from the collision rippled out into the surroundings. The loud boom spread from the hidden chamber, through the corridor, the pavilion, the great hall, the 4 courtyards, and finally throughout Golden Court Mountain. Crack! The stone door cracked. Duan Muxing firmly kicked the damaged door and charged in. Hua Wudao, Zhao Yu, and little Yuaner followed closely behind him. When the 4 of them entered the hidden chamber, the sight that greeted their eyes made their jaws drop. Lu Zhou was levitating in the center of the room, wrapped in a peculiar, shining energy that seemed like starlight. His eyes were tightly shut as though he were sleeping, clearly oblivious to what was happening outside. At the top of the hidden chamber, there was a square hole that seemed like a ventilation vent. The energy from the Golden Court Mountain's barrier was pouring into the room through this vent, converging and surging like a tide into Lu Zhou's body. Hua Wudao cried out, don't go near him yet. What's happening to Master? Little Yuaner asked, slightly flustered. He's descending into depravity. His primal qi is in chaos. I guess the Pavilion Master is trying to suppress the chaotic primal qi within himself using the barrier's energy. Hua Wudao observed the energy surging vigorously into the room. What do we do now? Duan Muxing asked. After he was satisfied with his observation, Hua Wudao said, I'll break the barrier's energy and block the vent. The 3 of you catch the Pavilion Master. Remember, don't release your protective energies. Understood. They all understood their respective roles. At this moment, an 8-trigram seal appeared under Hua Wudao's feet. Huge characters began to appear one after another within the seal, revolving around him, heaven, earth, life, death, water, and fire. These 6 shining golden characters revolved around him, while the 4 characters for being, non-being, separation, and combination formed an outer layer. He was now encircled by 2 layers. Then, he leaped toward the vent. Duan Muxing, little Yuaner, and Zhao Yu summoned their most powerful protective energies. 3 pairs of eyes watched intently as Hua Wudao's 6 compatible seal collided with the barrier's energy. Boom! The energy immediately dispersed, stirring up gusts of wind that wreaked havoc in the room. The barrier's energy was abruptly cut off. Now! Duan Muxing, Zhao Yu, and little Yuaner sprinted toward Lu Zhou at the same time. The 3 of them had to push through the resistance from the barrier's energy as quickly as possible. However, at this very moment, Lu Zhou suddenly opened his eyes. When he saw his 3 disciples running toward him, he instinctively bellowed, impudent. To gain the power to silence everything, to maintain and manifest samadhi. Like light and shadow, permeating everywhere while remaining still in samadhi. This was the power to silence everything. With Lu Zhou at the center, a light blue energy, resembling seawater, instantly spread like a blue lotus. It spread into the surroundings. The 3 disciples' eyes widened. They felt the threat of this terrifying energy and instinctively conjured their 100 tribulations inside avatars. Duan Muxing conjured his 2-leaf 100 tribulations inside avatar. Zhao Yu conjured her 10 energies universe. Little Yuaner conjured her leafless 100 tribulations inside avatar. The shout of impudent was not a sound technique. Although it could not be compared to the grand technique, Scram, that they witnessed in Anyang's CI mansion, Lu Zhou's voice, laced with primal qi, still shook everyone's eardrums. However, the most terrifying thing was the blue lotus that Lu Zhou conjured. When the blue lotus bloomed, energy pushed into the surroundings with intense force. At this moment, Hua Wudao descended. The 9 scripts positioned themselves before Duanmuxing, Zhaoyu, and Little Yuaner, forming a circle. At the same time, a 7-leaf golden lotus avatar descended from the sky. Boom! At this moment, the blue lotus was in full bloom. When the blue lotus touched the 9 scripts, they shattered easily into nothing. Hua Wudao was sent flying. He crashed against the stone wall and lay on his back on the ground. Elder Hua! Duanmuxing and Zhaoyu cried out in unison. The 6 compatible seal failed to stop the blue lotus energy from spreading. Instead, it sped toward the 3 disciples at an increasing rate. From the moment Lu Zhou roared to the moment Hua Wudao was sent flying, only 1 breath had passed. None of them had time to react. The blue lotus leaves struck their chests like a whip, and the 3 avatars vanished simultaneously. Duanmuxing, Zhaoyu, and Little Yuaner stumbled back. Duanmuxing and Zhaoyu spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhaoyu, with the weakest cultivation base, suffered the greatest impact. Her 10 energies universe couldn't withstand a single hit. The blue lotus energy made her qi and blood boil. If the 6 compatible seals hadn't absorbed most of the impact, she would have been severely injured. Fortunately, she was not at the forefront. Meanwhile, Duanmuxing was sent flying out of the hidden chamber. Little Yuaner was more fortunate. Her cloud feather raiment burst with colors and light, absorbing most of the impact. With her cloud-treading boots and the Nirvana sash in hand, she did a backflip in midair and fled toward Hua Wudao. Outside the evil sky pavilion, the female cultivators stared at the hidden chamber with their mouths agape. Though they stood at a distance, they could see a peculiar blue pillar of light shooting up to the sky from the hidden chamber. The drowsy and lazy Pan Lydian was also drawn by the shout of impudent. He turned to look at this strange sight, and his eyes widened. Did he fail, or is it a breakthrough? He exclaimed, his wine jar slipping from his hand as he shuddered in shock. It fell on the floor and rolled a few times, spilling its contents. When he regained his composure, he shook his head and sighed. What does this have to do with me? Meanwhile, 4 of them were sent flying back as the surging blue energy destroyed the hidden chamber. The stone wall crumbled into rubble. Hua Wudao focused his spirit and regained his footing in the air. He suppressed his surging qi and blood, condensing his primal qi into energy once more. 6 shining golden scripts surrounded him, shielding him from the flying rubble. Little Yuaner's Nirvana sash circled around her like a dancing dragon. Hua Wudao's eyes were filled with incredulity. He found it the hardest to accept among the other 3. He had studied this defensive Taoist mudra for 20 years and knew it could withstand a grand technique. He had been confident enough to come to the evil sky pavilion to untie the knot in his heart formed many years ago. He did not expect his 6 compatible seal to be so easily overcome by a single thunder blast. Despite losing that fight, he was still unwilling to concede defeat. After all, he had not used his full strength back then. He had only used 8 scripts and the 8 trigrams of his 6 compatible seal. After the experience with the grand predecessor formation, Hua Wudao gained enlightenment and achieved a breakthrough. From 8 scripts, he gained 9, and the 6 compatible seal was strengthened several times over. All this while, he had been looking for an opportunity to request guidance from the Pavilion Master. However, it now seemed he had failed before even having a chance to speak to the Pavilion Master. There was no doubt about his miserable defeat. The 9 scripts were more fragile than tofu when faced with the blue energy. Along with the scripts, his confidence was crushed as well. Is it the barrier's energy? Hua Wudao could not believe a cultivator could produce such potent power. In that case, there was only one possibility: it had to be the energy from the Golden Court Mountains barrier. However, this was not the time to think about this matter. Hua Wudao and little Yuan fell simultaneously. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou finally regained consciousness. He surveyed his surroundings as he slowly descended to the ground. Lu Zhou clearly remembered that he was comprehending the heavenly writing. Ever since he obtained the open heavenly writing scroll, his comprehension state had changed, making him even more immersed and focused. For this reason, the hidden chamber was the best place for him to comprehend the heavenly writing. However, the moment he opened his eyes, Lu Zhou saw his 3 disciples barging into the hidden chamber. He instinctively triggered the heavenly writing's extraordinary power. He did not know how long he had been in his comprehension state, but in that instant, the heavenly writing's power had surged out. Master? Zhao Yu was sitting weakly on the floor, looking shocked as she stared at Lu Zhou, who seemed unharmed. Duan Muxing pushed the rubble away and rose to his feet, also staring at Lu Zhou in shock. Then, Hua Wudao and little Yuan descended to the ground. Master. Pavilion Master. Little Yuan seemed unaffected, while Hua Wudao had messy hair and a dirty face, and did not seem to be in a good mood. Lu Zhou looked annoyed and said in a deep voice, "How bold of all of you." Duan Muxing, Zhao Yu, and little Yuan started, hastily lowering their heads and remaining silent. Hua Wudao quickly explained, "Please stay your anger, Pavilion Master." Zhao Yu hastily bowed and said, "Please don't be angry, Master." The energy of the Golden Court Mountains barrier was flowing in the opposite direction, and the eye of the formation appeared. "We thought you had fallen into depravity, which is why we barged into the hidden chamber. Please forgive us, Master." Lu Zhou looked up at the barrier above. Indeed, it was much weaker than before. He was puzzled. He had been comprehending the heavenly writing as usual. Why did he suddenly begin to absorb the barrier's power? This session of comprehension had caused him significant loss. Due to the conflicting powers of the heavenly writing and the barrier, his hidden chamber was destroyed. Lu Zhou looked at all of them and said in a deep voice, "Those who trespassed into the hidden chamber will be punished. Hua Wudao and Duan Muxing will receive 30 lashes, while Zhao Yu will receive 20. "I accept the punishment," the others responded, not daring to breathe loudly, let alone question why little Yuan was not punished. It couldn't be that little Yuan was the one who made this decision. Therefore, Hua Wudao, Duan Muxing, and Zhao Yu were the ones who should be punished. Lu Zhou said calmly, "Rebuild the hidden chamber within 6 months." Duan Muxing did not dare to protest. He hastily bowed. "Yes, Master." Hua Wudao accepted the punishment willingly. However, when he saw that Lu Zhou did not seem affected at all, he was confused. Then, he cupped his fists and said, "Pavilion Master, have you been experiencing obstacles in your cultivation? Are you doubting me?" "I dare not," Hua Wudao replied with a bow. Then, he continued, "It was truly an emergency earlier. I'm sure you deliberately gave the impression of descending into depravity with your peerless talent, Pavilion Master." Lu Zhou did not offer much explanation. After all, he was not sure himself. His cultivation base was still at the Dao-shaping stage in the Divine Court realm. In terms of cultivation base, he could not even compare to Zhou Jifeng. Even 100 Divine Court realm cultivators could not defeat 3 nascent Divinity Tribulation realm cultivators. However, Lu Zhou found it shocking that the heavenly writing's extraordinary power contained such formidable might, apart from the sound technique. He repelled 4 of them in one go, and the 6th compatible seal shattered as though it were tofu. Descend into depravity? Lu Zhou was amused. "I've been in my comprehension state. How did I end up descending into depravity?" Hua Wudao felt it was too awkward to continue this conversation. If he kept talking about descending into depravity, he might get beaten up. "We've misjudged the situation." Clearly, his disciples were not completely cold-hearted. "How's the barrier?" Lu Zhou asked. "We haven't had a chance to inspect it yet." Lu Zhou walked outside with his hands on his back. At this moment, the female cultivators who had been watching from a distance were flustered. After witnessing that peculiar sight, they wondered if they should go and have a look. The barrier's energy was more than half depleted. Pavilion stumbled over and fell to the floor. He said lazily, "It's either life or death. There's nothing much to it." The female disciples turned to look at the old beggar. "If something were to happen to the evil Sky Pavilion, you won't have any more wine to drink." Pavillion's eyes widened, and he said, "You've got a point. I hope the evil Sky Pavilion is all right." He looked at the eye of the formation. The edges of the eye seemed normal, and the azure skies were as they had been. The former barrier could not have kept him out, and needless to say, the current barrier was nothing to him. Pavilion shook his head as he bowed and said, "The evil Sky Pavilion's glory won't bounce back from this." The female cultivators turned to glance at the old beggar. They felt he was just a mere mortal and couldn't possibly know what he was talking about. Everyone was still worried when Lu Zhou finally emerged from the evil Sky Pavilion with his hands on his back. Duan Muxing, Zhao Yu, Little Yuaner, and Hua Wudao followed behind him, looking battered, as if they had been in a fight. "Greetings, Pavilion Master." The female cultivators bowed and saluted him in unison. "Clean this up," Lu Zhou said, waving his arm. Only Pavilion lay on higher ground. When he saw Lu Zhou walking toward him, his wizened face tensed up. He asked incredulously, Why you're all right?" Lu Zhou walked over indifferently with his hands on his back. He stared at the nearby barrier and said, "Do you wish for something to happen to me?" "I don't," Pavilion said, hugging his jar of wine. "If something happens to you, I won't have any good wine to drink." Little Yuaner snorted, "All you know how to do is drink. I hope you choke on your wine one day." Naturally, Pavilion did not bother to argue with the young girl. Instead, he looked at Lu Zhou and said, "What a shame." "What's a shame?" Lu Zhou asked. "I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep soundly, not with this commotion." After he spoke, he lay down again, closed his eyes, and enjoyed the warmth of the sun. Lu Zhou looked at Pavilion and said, "I can help you sleep better." Pavilion spoke without opening his eyes, as if in a daze, "I'm sleeping quite well now." "Is that so?" Lu Zhou waved his arm. Little Yuaner understood the signal, flexed her fists and muscles, and then looked up and said, "Master, you told me not to oppress the old, the weak, the sick, and the crippled. Is it appropriate for me to beat him up?" "Did I say that?" Lu Zhou asked, confused. "No, I was mistaken." Crack. 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 The sounds of cracking joints filled the air. Pavilion shuddered, opened his eyes, and shifted backward, saying fearfully, "Little girl, this old man might not be able to withstand your punches. Don't come over." This was precisely what Lu Zhou wanted. Hua Wudao was puzzled by this. When he returned from sending Yuexing away, this old beggar was already on the mountain. The evil Sky Pavilion was no place for an ordinary beggar to eat and drink for nothing. He had been observing the beggar for half a day and could not see anything extraordinary about the old man. The only thing he noticed was that the old beggar was extremely shameless and bold. Little Yuaner smiled and said, "Don't worry, my punches won't hurt." She stepped lightly on the ground, leaving a footprint behind. As the little troublemaker did her thing, the other female cultivators looked away. Bam! 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 Little Yuaner threw punch after punch. Things were not looking good for Pavilion, who hastily waved his hands and said, "Stop! Stop! I yield, I yield." How could he not yield? His face was already bruised and swollen. "That's more like it." Little Yuaner returned to her master's side with a satisfied expression on her face. Hua Wudao, on the other hand, was shocked. "You were a cultivator before this?" No matter how tough an ordinary person's body was, they would not be able to endure Little Yuaner's punches. However, a cultivator who had undergone body tempering would have no trouble enduring it. Although there were no primal chi fluctuations around the old beggar, and he seemed no different from a mere mortal, he merely gave a few perfunctory cries when little Yuan punched him. This meant the old beggar had been a cultivator in the past. Even after a cultivator's cultivation base had disappeared, the effects of body tempering would still linger, making their endurance and strength much greater than those of mere mortals. This was revealed after little Yuan beat him. Pavilion said, "What cultivator? I just have thick skin. I don't have a problem enduring the 4 seasons. I can take a few punches." He was still trying to act even at this point. Little Yuan waved her little fists and said, "Do you want me to help loosen your bones?" Pavilion instinctively retreated, no longer daring to act. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "If you wish to sleep soundly in the Evil Sky Pavilion, you'll have to abide by the Evil Sky Pavilion's rules." "I always abide by the rules. I've called the 4 seas my home. No matter where I went, I always abided by the rules," Pavilion responded. "That's good." Lu Zhou turned around after taking a look at Golden Court Mountain's barrier. Pavilion sat limply on the ground, seemingly hopeless and beyond help. "With your identity and status, you could have lived comfortably. What happened to you that you're reduced to this?" Lu Zhou asked. Pavilion shook his head and said with a smile, "It's great being a beggar. As long as you're shameless enough, you'll always have something to fill your stomach." "You're indeed shameless. But there is a limit to my shamelessness. I'll leave on my own accord once I've had my fill." Lu Zhou looked at Pavilion and said, "Leave? Where to? The world is my home." "You're still thinking of leaving after drinking the Evil Sky Pavilion's wine?" Lu Zhou asked. Pavillion's expression darkened, and he cursed inwardly. It would be difficult to refuse a request from someone who had helped him. The master of the Evil Sky Pavilion was less vicious and violent than before. His tone and expressions were much more benevolent as well. However, his benevolent character seemed even more terrifying compared to when he was outright vicious. "Since I allowed you to stay, it means I can afford to keep you," Lu Zhou said. Pavilion sighed. "I'm only a beggar, and my life is worthless. There's nothing I can do." Lu Zhou shook his head. He said disapprovingly, "Even a table or a pig has its value." "You have a point," Pavilion nodded. Then, the meaning behind Lu Zhou's words dawned on him. What did he mean by that? Was a pig's value not in killing it for its meat? "You intend to kill me?" "That's how the Evil Sky Pavilion has always operated." Lu Zhou regarded Pavilion with a high and mighty air, resting his hand on his back. He stared at Pavilion with a deep and penetrating gaze. When their eyes met, Pavillion's heart skipped a beat. He knew what the statement meant. After muttering to himself for a moment, he finally said, "I remember someone from my past." Little Yuan could barely stifle her laughter. "What do you mean by someone from your past?" "Your grandson is doing fine. Both of you will be able to meet in a few days." Pavilion was speechless. She really knows how to hit where it hurts. He had a feeling she was going to be the bane of his existence. Ignoring little Yuan, Pavilion said, "I'll make a decision after I meet him." "Very well," Lu Zhou replied lightly before returning to the East Pavilion. After Lu Zhou left, Wuya continued observing Pavilion. "Your grandson is in the Evil Sky Pavilion?" Before Pavilion could reply, little Yuan pointed at him and confidently said, "He's Panzhong's grandfather." Pavilion was rendered speechless. It seemed he would not be able to explain himself. Wuya cupped his fists. "Oh, so you're Panzhong's grandfather." Panzhong was only a junior to Wuya, and Wuya did not know about Panzhong's background. Hence, he merely offered a perfunctory greeting to be polite. "My surname's not Pan." "It's really not Pan." The others left, and the old man felt as if he was going to go crazy. Lu Zhou returned to the East Pavilion, while Zhaoyu and Duanmuxing respectfully followed him. "Master, he's only an ordinary beggar. Why are we letting him stay?" Duanmuxing was baffled. "There's a use for him," Lu Zhou replied. Yuexing kept his thoughts to himself about this matter. When reflecting on what happened to the barrier, he said, "Fourth junior brother has yet to return, and something like this happened at the Evil Sky Pavilion. I'm worried that our enemies might seize this opportunity to invade the mountain. I'm willing to mend the barrier even if it means I'll have to damage my cultivation base." Lu Zhou waved his hand and said, "Although the barrier is weakened by half, this is still not a place where low-level scum can just enter." Given their current situation, the barrier was significantly different from the Green Jade Altar and Yunsan's formations. If the 10 great sects of the Noble Path dared to besiege Golden Court Mountain again, Lu Zhou did not mind using a few more item cards. "The two of you should head back," Lu Zhou said before entering the pavilion. "We'll take our leave then, Master," Yuexing and Zhao Yu said, leaving the East Pavilion. Inside the pavilion, Lu Zhou called up the system dashboard. He wondered what had happened while he was comprehending the heavenly writing. Indeed, the heavenly writing's extraordinary power was formidable, but why did it trigger the barrier's energy to enter his body? He looked at the heavenly writing's menu. There did not seem to be any increase in scripts, meaning the heavenly writing was still showing the human scroll. Currently, the first power Lu Zhou discovered from the human scroll of the heavenly writing was sound-based techniques. The open heavenly writing scrolls should be the second power, the power of muting. It should be some sort of Dhyana Mudra, but much stronger. He had already tested the force of the power. Based on his experience, the force of the technique would increase as he made progress in comprehending it. Moreover, there would also be a third, fourth, and even a fifth power. In other words, the open heavenly writing scroll was meant to help him activate and gain insight into different powers. Lu Zhou glanced at the system dashboard again. Remaining life, 5,236 days. It had been reduced by more than 1,000 days. Although Lu Zhou appeared calm inwardly, he cursed at the system and its entire family. 1,000 divine beasts stampeded. He had lost 1,000 days of life. When the power from Golden Court Mountain's barrier forced its way into his body, he needed an extremely powerful body and cultivation base to endure it. Otherwise, the massive power would accelerate his aging. He speculated that part of his life had been whittled away by the barrier's power. What a great loss! However, he was slightly comforted by the fact that he had gained another power. Lu Zhou looked at the reversal cards he had obtained via the lucky draws. "Use," he thought to himself. The 5 reversal cards dissolved into specks of starlight and surrounded him. Life energy around the East Pavilion gathered and swiftly surged into Lu Zhou's body. Yuexing and Zhao Yu were still nearby when this happened. They stopped and turned around to look. Sensing the great fluctuation in energy, Yuexing frowned. Did something happen to Master again? Did he really descend into depravity? The two of them had worried expressions on their faces. After all, the influx of power from the Golden Court Mountain's barrier was too chaotic. Yuexing shook his head and said, "Let's leave him be," he had learned from his mistake. He knew his master was capable of handling it, so he decided not to do anything. Zhao Yu nodded in agreement. Both of them swiftly left the East Pavilion without looking back. The gathering of life energy was completed. His life was extended by 1,500 days. Remaining life, 6,736 days. Perhaps he was not astute enough, but Lu Zhou did not feel any difference when his life was shortened and then restored. Let's continue to comprehend the heavenly writing. Lu Zhou crossed his legs and composed himself. After witnessing the force of the extraordinary power, Lu Zhou felt he should put more effort into comprehending the heavenly writing. As for his avatar, he would have to work hard to obtain it. However, obtaining an avatar was currently more difficult than comprehending the heavenly writing. Perhaps he should undertake both tasks simultaneously? Lu Zhou quickly entered his comprehension state. However, this experience was different from comprehending inside the hidden chamber. Previously, when he entered his comprehension state, he would lose all senses, as if isolated from the outside world and in a deep slumber. Now, Lu Zhou was fully conscious. He speculated that this was one of the improvements from the open heavenly writing scroll. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye. Lu Zhou heard approaching footsteps before he even opened his eyes. Master. There's a letter from Zhenghai, Zhao Yu said. What does it say? I'll read it to you. Zhao Yu opened the letter and read aloud, Old Senior, the commotion about the Golden Court Mountains barrier has reached the ears of the 10 great sections. I'm afraid things aren't looking good for the evil Sky Pavilion. Old Senior, please keep me informed of this so that I can prepare accordingly. After she finished reading, Zhao Yu cursed in annoyance, Master, I feel Zhenghai Jian will go wherever the wind blows. Lu Zhou said, send word to Zhenghai Jian. Nobody will be able to taint the halls of the evil Sky Pavilion before my time is up. Yes, Master. Meanwhile, in the great hall of the Nether sect on Pingde Mountain, Zhenghai looked at Wuya, who was seated on his left. Seventh junior brother, you're saying that Golden Court Mountain's barrier is now weakened by half? Wuya appeared calm, and his words were filled with confidence. My men have never spread false information. However, I don't know what's happening inside. Old Eighth seems to have been cut off. The reason? The barrier's energy flowed in reverse. Someone must have absorbed the barrier's power. Both of them knew that no one other than their master would be bold enough to absorb its power. Why isn't he accepting the fact that he's getting old? Zhenghai sighed. Absorbing the power can somewhat help him maintain his cultivation base. However, that will surely affect his lifespan, Wuya said. Zhenghai nodded. If that's true, then Master is in trouble. Eldest senior brother, do you intend to help Master? Wuya asked, puzzled. Zhenghai shook his head. Whether I help or not, it's meaningless. Wuya nodded. Zhenghai was preoccupied with dealing with the Clarity sect and had no time to concern himself with other matters. Seventh junior brother, in your opinion, now that the evil Sky Pavilion is at a disadvantage, who will be the first to strike? Zhenghai caught nothing from Wuya's words. Throughout his years of managing the Nether sect, if each of his subordinates reported to him in this manner, he would have died from exhaustion. Your point being? The heavenly sect, Wuya said. Zhenghai nodded. Luo Changfeng, the sect master of the heavenly sect, is dead. Their first disciple, Zhou Jifeng, has betrayed them and joined the evil Sky Pavilion. The heavenly sword sect hates the evil Sky Pavilion to the bone. The heavenly sword sect's former master, Luo Xingkong, has been in seclusion for many years. With the tragic death of his son, he won't sit back and do nothing, Wuya added. He can't blame anyone for that. He brought it upon himself. Who would have expected that Lu Zhou would kill him out of all the people who laid siege to Golden Court Mountain back then? Luo Changfeng attracted too much attention. The shot hit the bird that poked its head out. He can only blame himself for this. Are you planning to make a move, eldest senior brother? Wuya asked again. Zhenghai remained silent. Wuya did not press for an answer. He understood Zhenghai's temperament. He remembered when Yi Tianqin's derived moon palace was attacked by the Fiend Temple, Zhenghai did nothing. Yi Tianqin had deceived her master and denounced the patriarch. It was understandable that Zhenghai did not help her. However, things were looking bad for the evil Sky Pavilion, and yet, Zhenghai still remained unmoved. It seemed impractical to hope for his eldest senior brother to do anything. In the end, he sighed before saying, Are you still thinking about that, eldest senior brother? Your eldest senior brother has always been a magnanimous person. Second junior brother has killed many of my men, but have I ever complained? Moreover, we're talking about our master, Zhenghai said calmly. Wuya's expression remained unchanged, but he thought to himself, You're this close to drawing your saber and having a showdown with second senior brother, and you say you have no complaints? However, outwardly, he said, You're right, eldest senior brother. Even if I did something to drive away the heavenly sword sect, what would happen 10 years later? The barrier is weakening. Something is bound to happen to the evil Sky Pavilion in these 5 years. Ever since Zhenghai, Shangrong, and the others left the evil Sky Pavilion, the elites of the 10 great sects had launched at least 5 attacks against the evil Sky Pavilion. 2 of these were particularly serious. The first was when the 10 elites set a trap and attacked Tiandao, who was seriously injured in that battle. The second was when the 10 great elites charged at Golden Court Mountain again, and Luo Chongfeng was killed. Nobody knew when the next attack would come, but it was clear that many experts were waiting for an opportunity. They were waiting for Tiandao's time to run out and for his cultivation base to deteriorate. The disturbance of the barrier this time was their best chance. 5 years, Wuya mumbled. What would Great Yan be like in 5 years? When Zhenghai heard this, he smiled earnestly and said, 7th junior brother, it's meaningless to think so far into the future. For me, the most pressing matter right now is to deal with the Clarity sect. As soon as Zhenghai finished speaking, Hua Chongyang, the first seat of the Nether sect's Azure Dragon Hall, walked into the hall. He cupped his fists and said, Sect Master, the Clarity sect's Mochi has fled. Yu Hongyi is the only one left holding the fort. We'll be able to take down the Clarity sect in no more than 10 days. Very good. An expression of pride appeared on Zhenghai's face as he asked, do you have any news about Pavilion? I've captured many Clarity sect cultivators and interrogated them under torture. However, none of them knew where he had gone. Pavilion left the Clarity sect several centuries ago and has never returned, Hua Chongyang replied. Wuya was puzzled by this piece of information. And why is that? I'm not too sure, Hua Chongyang shook his head. Zhenghai asked, you're interested in this man, junior brother? The Clarity sect is hanging on by a thread after your attack, eldest senior brother. Pavilion is the greatest elite of the Clarity sect. It doesn't make sense that he's still hiding, Wuya mused. There are 2 possibilities. 1, Pavilion is dead, but this is highly unlikely. He has a profound cultivation base, and no one would be able to kill him if he wanted to escape. 2, there's an unresolved conflict between Pavilion and the Clarity sect. You're saying the latter is more likely, Zhenghai said. In any case, this was not important to the Nether sect now. If Pavilion chose not to show up, the Clarity sect would soon be annihilated. If he appeared, all the better, because Zhenghai was looking forward to a good fight with a worthy opponent. This is my command. Those who are with me will prosper, and those who are against me will die, Zhenghai said. As you wish, sect master. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. A messenger bird flew at an astonishing speed from the northwest corner of Yang province, all the way into the evil Sky Pavilion's barrier. Inside the East Pavilion, Lu Zhou was just emerging from his comprehension state. After 3 days, he could sense that half of his extraordinary power had been restored. It would take him a week to 10 days to fully recover, at least at his current pace. He had a feeling that the more he comprehended, the quicker he would be able to obtain and recover his extraordinary power. The path of cultivation was long, there was no rushing these matters. Let's take a look at the prices. Lu Zhou was concerned that the system would quietly raise the prices of the items again, as it had done before. He glanced through the system's items, and fortunately, there was no price hike. Eh? What's this? When Lu Zhou looked at the mission list, he noticed a new mission under the main missions of disciplining his disciples, searching for the lost key, 0/1. Lost key? He searched his memories, but found nothing related to Tiandao and a key. Lu Zhou's expression darkened. Does this have something to do with my lost memories as well? When he had free time, Lu Zhou tried to regain his lost memories. He attempted to connect the dots to see if he could find anything suspicious. However, he discovered his scattered memories were like shredded paper, making it too difficult to piece them back together. Therefore, he decided to give up. Since the mission was to find a lost key, it must have had something to do with opening a cabinet, box, or some container. In the evil Sky Pavilion, it seemed that only the hidden chamber, the North Pavilion, and the warehouse were places where boxes were kept. This somehow proved Lu Zhou's theory right. When he transmigrated here, he suspected Ji Tiandao might not have lost anything, they were only scattered all over the place. For instance, the weapons of the rascals, the sky fragments, the cultivation methods his disciples practiced, and everything inside the hidden chamber. Everything was still around. In that case, this lost key must have been one of Ji Tiandao's items. At that moment, little Yuaner's voice reached him, interrupting his thoughts. Master, there's an unnamed letter. Lu Zhou walked out of the room and looked at little Yuaner. She was wearing the cloud feather raiment and the cloud treading boots. Where are the giant silkworm gloves? Lu Zhou asked, remembering the item she obtained at the Skylark Pagoda. It did not seem to be on her. Little Yuaner pouted and said, it's too ugly and unsightly. I left it in the South Pavilion. The giant silkworm gloves were a unisex item. Indeed, they would not win any prizes for aesthetics. Moreover, they would look awkward on little Yuaner, who was wearing blue clothes, blue boots, and a pair of oddly colored gloves. Besides, the benefits of the giant silkworm gloves for a cultivator like little Yuaner were not obvious. Anyway, most people are vain. Let her be, Lu Zhou said. Read it. No matter who the sender was, if the messenger bird could pass through the barrier, it meant they were either from his disciples or someone connected to the people here. Little Yuaner nodded and began to read, the Clarity sect has been attacked. The Nether sect master, Zhenghai, has dealt the final blow. The Clarity sect master, Mochi, fled to the Slender West Lake branch while injured. Pan Zhong is on his way to the Slender West Lake. Danger lurks there. Ha ha ha. Little Yuaner stopped reading and looked at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou casually waved his arm, and the letter flew into his hand. Indeed, the writer did not sign their name, but the last 3 words clearly revealed the writer's identity. It must have been difficult for Zhenghai Jin to send this letter, Lu Zhou mused. Hearing this, little Yuaner's eyes widened in realization. She pointed at the letter and said, it's from Zhenghai Jin. Phew. I remember now, he always ends his letters with ha ha ha. Zhenghai Jin was a cautious person who often traveled. He had unique sources of information, many of which came from the palace. Establishing a clear trademark in his letters was part of his survival strategy, akin to Morse code, and it was barely noticeable. Why is Pan Zhong going to Slender West Lake? Does he have nothing better to do? Little Yuaner wondered. Lu Zhou glanced around. Not seeing Duanmuxing and Zhaoyu, he asked, where are Old Third and Old Fourth? They're resting in the South Pavilion, little Yuaner replied. Lu Zhou disapproved of this. He had let them off lightly by punishing them with strokes from the cane for barging into the hidden chamber. Tell Old Third to come to the Great Hall. Right away. It was only a physical punishment. With Duanmuxing's cultivation base and skills, he should be almost healed after 3 days of rest. When Ji Tiandao had abused his disciples in the past, Duanmuxing was always the first to recover. Little Yuaner left the East Pavilion. Lu Zhou looked at the sun, it was still early. He walked out of the pavilion and soon arrived at the Evil Sky Pavilion. He saw that Pavilion was still lying in his spot, basking lazily in the sun and occasionally sipping his wine. Pavilion. Pavilion started and jumped to his feet. Upon seeing Lu Zhou, he patted his chest and said, my surname's not Pan. Lu Zhou had no intention of bickering. Instead, he tossed the letter to Pavilion and said, read this. Pavilion caught the letter, intending to toss it aside. However, curiosity got the better of him, and he took a quick glance. Seeing Pan Zhong's name, he immediately perked up. He straightened himself and read the letter carefully. Danger? Can you still sleep peacefully? Lu Zhou stared at Pavilion. Pavilion frowned, his lazy expression turning fierce and grim. Pan Zhong has already joined the Evil Sky Pavilion. Aren't you planning to save him, Pavilion Master? Indeed, Pan Zhong has joined the Evil Sky Pavilion, but that doesn't mean I have to save him, Lu Zhou said lightly. Why? Lu Zhou asked. When Pan Zhong joined the Evil Sky Pavilion, I granted him the 6-Yan technique to counteract the 3-Yin technique's bitter cold. He could have become a powerful fighter in the Evil Sky Pavilion, but he left on his own. If everyone here acted like that, how could I maintain order? Pan Lidian was at a loss for words. Ultimately, Pan Zhong had brought this upon himself. The Evil Sky Pavilion's rule required members to sever all ties with their past. If someone broke the rules, they would have to face the consequences alone, with no one to blame but themselves. Lu Zhou looked at Pan Lidian and asked, "What is your relationship with him?" Pan Lidian sighed softly. He shook his head and said, "I haven't been a member of the Pan family for 200 years, this could be considered an admission." Lu Zhou had no intention of pressing Pan Lidian for more details. He simply wanted to confirm if Pan Lidian was related to Pan Zhong. The nature of their relationship was not important. He asked, "Did you come just to see him?" Pan Lidian nodded. The sloppiness and laziness that usually defined him had vanished at this moment. "I don't have much time left. It's my dying wish. If you join the Evil Sky Pavilion, you'll be able to rescue Pan Zhong," Lu Zhou said slowly, making his point clear. Pan Lidian was stunned. He had never considered this option. Although he had left the Clarity sect a few centuries ago, he had always been seen as their greatest elite. Many waited for his return. If he joined the Evil Sky Pavilion, would he not become the laughingstock of the cultivation world? Most importantly, he had lost his cultivation base. What did the Evil Sky Pavilion see in him? Lu Zhou seemed to read Pan Litian's mind. He then extended another enticing offer. "It just so happens that I have one sable magnolia in my possession." Pan Litian's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Lu Zhou, who was now standing beside him. Lu Zhou's wrinkled face was calm, with a faint smile. "I'm just here for some meals, and I'll be on my way. However, why do I feel like I've sold myself to this place? I think I've been conned." Lu Zhou did not expect the sable magnolia he obtained from Ci Yuan would come in handy in a situation like this. Although the sable magnolia would not completely restore Pan Litian's cultivation base, it would at least recover 20 to 30% of his original base. For a cultivator, the cultivation base was of utmost importance. He did not think Pan Lidian would remain unmoved. He remained silent, with his hands behind his back, and waited for Pan Litian's reply. At that moment, little Yuaner ran from the Evil Sky Pavilion and said, "Master, third senior brother has arrived." Lu Zhou did not look at little Yuaner. Instead, he said, "There's no hurry. If your senior brother is tired, he can return to rest." Pan Lidian was puzzled. "What's that supposed to mean? I think I won't be able to escape from this." Pan Lidian raised his arms helplessly and gave Lu Zhou a thumbs up. "The older, the wiser. I'll admit defeat." Little Yuaner was baffled by this. Pan Lidian coughed. It seemed like he had just remembered something, and he looked up and said, "Will there be enough wine for me?" "There's more than enough wine for you." "Century-old wine?" "Century-old wine." Good. Brewing wine was not a difficult task. A few centuries ago, Tiandao loved wine and would order it to be brewed every year. The older the wine, the better it tasted. Whether made from 5 grains, glutinous rice, or yeast, the best brewing methods required time. The Evil Sky Pavilion was not short of century-old wine, and their stock could be replenished if needed. Pan Litian's reply made his stance clear. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. He turned to face little Yuaner and asked, "Any word from your 4th senior brother?" Little Yuaner pouted and said, "Master, 4th senior brother hasn't been back yet. I'm sure he's having a lot of fun outside and has forgotten to come back. He should be harshly punished when he returns." "You talk too much," Lu Zhou chided her softly. It was good for Mingshi to investigate Si Wuya's whereabouts. Moreover, Mingshi Yin's loyalty had always been stable, and Lu Zhou was not worried that he would act out of character. Compared to the others, Mingshi was more cunning, with extremely good survival instincts and skills. He would have no problem fleeing from an elite. Since Mingshi, Old Fourth, was not around, Lu Zhou could only get Duan Muxing and Hua Wudao to accompany him to Slender West Lake. The Clarity sect was currently hanging by a thread and making its last stand. If they could successfully escape to Slender West Lake, they might have a chance at survival. In truth, Duan Muxing and Hua Wudao could handle things. However, Lu Zhou's thoughts went further. If the Nether sect planned to hunt down the Clarity sect and wipe out its elite, Yu Hongyi and Yu Zhenghai might also show up at Slender West Lake. This was a good opportunity for Lu Zhou. He had been saving the enhanced binding cage cards for these troublemakers. Summon Elder Hua. Tell him we're leaving for Slender West Lake, Lu Zhou said apathetically. Yes, master. Just as little Yuan turned to leave, a figure in black appeared like a phantom. The person stood with a straight back, shrouded in black. There's no need for Elder Hua to go. I want to go. Fan Shouwen? Little Yuan was stunned. She had always found this man eccentric. In fact, she was slightly afraid of him. If her master were not around to keep him in check, she would have stayed away from him. Fan Shouwen wore a simple, hideous mask that made his eyes seem even more piercing and fierce. He stood straight, his hands resting on his back. Although he had not fully recovered his cultivation base, he had held a high position for a long time. Combined with his years of experience, he exuded an aura that others could not match. Only Lu Zhou's aura could suppress Fan Shouwen's. Fan Shouwen shook his head and said, Fan Shouwen is dead. There's only Lin Luo in this world. Sure. Little Yuan stuck out her tongue and stood obediently by the side. When the name Lin Luo was mentioned, Pavilion, who was standing nearby, widened his eyes. He looked at Lin Luo in disbelief, exclaiming, You're Lin Luo, the person who was on top of the blacklist 300 years ago? Lin Luo remained silent, neither denying nor confirming Pavillion's question. The mask hid his expression, but his stance seemed to say, Old geezer, now you know who's the brat. Pavilion slowly rose to his feet. He swayed for a few moments, before finally steadying himself. Not bad, he said, his words sounding unnatural. It was hard to tell if his words were a compliment or an insult. Lin Luo scoffed. A junior who has eyes, but does not see. I won't hold it against you. Little Yuan giggled. He's not young either. He's Panzhong's grandfather, the first elite of Clarity sect. The first elite of Clarity sect? Lin Luo raised his eyebrows slightly. He looked at the old beggar who had completely lost his cultivation base. Regardless of whether Pavilion was truly Panzhong's grandfather, the first elite of Clarity sect was a cultivation genius renowned in the cultivation world. They were of the same generation. He clapped twice. Pavilion? This time, Pavilion did not deny it. He appeared old and had a slightly hunched back. However, those things were unimportant. His posture revealed the glory of his earlier years. Tweedledum and Tweedledee. It was like the pot calling the kettle black. Neither of them was much younger than the other. Lu Zhou said, Lin Luo, you're not fully healed yet. Your injuries are only 40% recovered. Do you still want to go to Slender West Lake? On the contrary, Hua Wudao was in the pink of health. Moreover, an elite specializing in tortoiseshell technique could protect the cloud-splitting chariot if needed. While Lin Luo was powerful, he was severely injured and would not be much help on the trip. In fact, he might even be a burden. Please grant me permission to come along, Pavilion Master. Although I'm wounded, I can still defend myself, Lin Luo said confidently. Sure, you can defend yourself, but who's going to defend me? Lu Zhou thought, but his expression remained unchanged. He maintained the air of an elite, despite his inner thoughts. He asked, You want to see Mochi? Lin Luo cupped his fists, but did not answer. Anyone with half a brain could tell the relationship between Mochi and Emoli. Lin Luo's hatred for Emoli was clear for everyone to see. This was only natural. After all, he had been controlled like a puppet for so many years. Most people would find this difficult to accept. Moreover, he was Lin Luo, whose name once shook the lands. Pan Lydian chuckled and said, I can only sit back and enjoy the show. He had lost his cultivation base and could only watch the battle unfold like a useless person. When the sun was high in the sky, they departed from the evil sky pavilion. Duan Muxing manned the helm of the cloud-splitting chariot. The chariot was slightly unstable and swaying. Occasionally, it would even pull off some high-level stunts. Little Yuan muttered under her breath, third senior brother, take it slow. The flying chariot rose and fell in the air. Duan Muxing scratched his head awkwardly. This is my first time. Please bear with me, junior sister. Lin Luo had to hold on to the chariot to steady himself. He shook his head. After a while, the cloud-splitting chariot gradually stabilized. Thank you, Senior Lin. Lu Zhou turned to look at Lin Luo. Lin Luo's cultivation base was not fully restored, yet he was helping to maneuver the flying chariot while Duan Muxing steered. This was why the cloud-splitting chariot gradually stabilized. Pan Lydian did not mind this. He found a random corner and lay down, saying with a lazy smile, I've never ridden in such a fancy flying chariot. This is nice, very nice. The cloud-splitting chariot flew past several mountains, rivers, and the boundless sea of clouds, leaving a streak of light in its wake. Lu Zhou glanced at Lin Luo again. He noticed that Lin Luo's forehead was breaking out in sweat. He shifted his gaze to Duan Muxing and said, channel your primal chi steadily and at a uniform pace. Don't move the helm too much. Look straight ahead and adjust your rhythm. Understood. Duan Muxing's comprehension ability was much weaker compared to Mingshi. Although the flying chariot stabilized somewhat after Lu Zhou's instructions, it was still not flying smoothly. Well, there was no forcing this matter. Some people were just not born for it. Duan Muxing felt slightly embarrassed throughout the journey. Under the watchful eyes of the few seniors, he couldn't help but feel nervous. He muttered under his breath, fourth junior brother, how I miss you so. 2 hours later, at the Slender West Lake in Slender West Park, Mochi, the sect master of Clarity Sect, sat cross-legged on the ground. He looked extremely exhausted, the wrinkles on his face making him appear older. Faint primal chi could be seen around him. After circulating his primal chi for a moment, he finally opened his eyes. Who is it? A disciple appeared at the door. Mochi asked, coldly, has Pan Zhong been captured? That traitor, Pan Zhong, is too cunning. We've been tailing him for a long time, but we couldn't catch him. Additionally, the Nether sect is hot on our heels. We dare not recklessly search the area as well. A hint of rage flashed across Mochi's face. You Zhenghai. You insufferable bully. The Nether sect's appearance during the rebellion in Anyang City had foiled his plans. Now, caught off guard by Yu Zhenghai's attack on Clarity Sect, the 7 peaks of Clarity Sect were destroyed. Apart from him, only a dozen or so of his direct disciples remained. Restrain your anger, Sect Master. Lady Emoli has laid a formation in Slender West Lake. No matter how powerful Yu Zhenghai is, he wouldn't recklessly charge in here. Moreover, the Nether sect is unaware that we've fled to this place, the disciple said, bowing. Mochi sighed and shook his head. Are there any letters from the palace? Lady Emoli has said that there will be a turning point soon. His Highness, the second prince, is like a fish in water inside the palace. Good. Mochi stood up slowly, enduring the pain from his injuries. Sect Master, please be careful, the disciple rushed up to support Mochi. It's fine, Mochi shook his head. If my internal organs hadn't been injured by the grand sound technique in Anyang City, I wouldn't be in this sorry state now. Sect Master, you mean Yu Zhenghai was lucky to have help from a powerful person? At that time Mochi had been observing the battle in Anyang City. The grand technique, Scram, had pushed everyone away. He had borne the brunt of the attack and was the most heavily injured out of everyone present. Unfortunately, he had to quickly flee before he could identify the elite capable of unleashing such a powerful sound technique. Mochi walked to the park and looked at the surface of the lake. He felt much more at ease now. Sect Master, since Pan Zhong is now a member of the Evil Sky Pavilion, isn't it inappropriate for us to capture him? Before Mochi could say anything, another disciple interjected. The Evil Sky Pavilion's first disciple, Zhenghai, has killed countless of our men. Capturing Pan Zhong is far from enough. Moreover, Pan Zhong is a traitor from the Clarity sect to begin with. He deserves to die. At this moment, more than 10 Clarity sect disciples rushed to the park. Sect Master, the people from the Nether sect are here. As predicted, in the southern sky above Slender West Park, the Nether sect's flying chariot was slowly approaching. The Nether sect's flag atop the flying chariot fluttered in the wind. The first seat of White Tiger Hall, by Yuexing, stood on the flying chariot, looking down at the park. Soon, his voice reverberated through the park. Those who are with me will prosper. Those who are against me will die. Mochi, surrender now. The sound waves from Bai Yuexing's voice caused the surface of Slender West Lake to ripple. Mochi responded in a deep voice, ignore him. The grand beclouding formation will keep the Nether sect at bay. The disciples nodded. Bai Yuexing continued, Mochi, since the day the Clarity sect became the Imperial Court's lackeys, you should have expected this outcome. If you surrender now, perhaps our sect master will show you mercy and spare your life. Hearing this, Mochi replied, Bai Yuexing, you are nothing but Zhenghai's dog. The Nether sect struck us while we were weak, and yet, you have the gall to declare that you will take me down? A loser's only redeeming quality is in his cheek. Even if the Emperor himself were here, you wouldn't survive. Bai Yuexing's voice was laced with indignation. Mochi did not reply but instead looked at the remaining Clarity sect disciples. Is there any news from the 7 Clarity Sons? In response to your question, Sect Master, the 7 Master Uncles and Elder, you have yet to catch up to us. I'm afraid things don't bode well. Mochi felt a tightness in his chest. He said through clenched teeth, when will the reinforcements from the palace arrive? We've sent word to the palace, but there's no reply yet. At this moment, one of the disciples mustered up his courage and said, Sect Master, although Zhenghai is powerful, he has a weakness. Instead of waiting to die, why don't we? Mochi cut him off and said coldly, you want to join the Evil Sky Pavilion? I wouldn't dare. Another disciple said, do you think the Evil Sky Pavilion can handle Zhenghai? That traitor founded the Nether sect and turned it into the greatest cult under the heavens. If the old villain of the Evil Sky Pavilion were truly capable, he wouldn't have let Zhenghai rise to power. The others sighed and shook their heads. It looks like we can only wait for the reinforcements from the palace. Even if we capture Pan Zhong, I don't think the Evil Sky Pavilion would value him much. At this moment, the Clarity sect's disciples noticed something strange. On the southern side of the sky above the park, the cultivators hovering above Slender West Lake were turning around and fleeing. The others were puzzled. Sect Master, the Nether sect is retreating. That's wonderful. You're truly wise, Sect Master. Bai Yuexing is only using his position to bully others. They seem afraid. Mochi frowned slightly. He looked at the flying chariot. Bai Yuexing no longer seemed arrogant, he appeared to have transformed into someone else. He hurriedly entered the flying chariot and turned it around, fleeing southward. You old geezer, Mochi, pulling a stunt like this. I'll admit defeat. Farewell. A wise man knew when to advance and when to retreat. Under such circumstances, the wise thing to do was to retreat. Bai Yuexing said, giving the Slender West Lake a final glance, run. First seat, what do you mean by run? Asked a disciple. Bai Yuexing clarified, oh, I mean, depart. In the blink of an eye, the cultivators of the Nether sect vanished along with their flying chariot. No matter how powerful the grand beclouding formation was, it was immobile. Surely, there was no need to fear it to this extent? At that moment, one of the disciples pointed north and cried out, "Wait! What's that?" To the north of the slender West Lake, in the skies above the boundary between the forest and the mountain, a meteor-like flying chariot was fast approaching. The evil sky pavilion? Mochi's chest tightened, an ominous feeling rising in his heart. He staggered backward, looking miserable. No wonder the Nether sect had turned tail and run. The evil sky pavilion's chariot was here. Sect Master. Just as the cloud-splitting chariot hovered above the slender West Lake, it suddenly pitched forward before slowly stabilizing. It was moving very slowly at that moment. "What does the evil sky pavilion mean by this?" someone asked. "Is that a warning?" Mochi gritted his teeth, pressing a palm against his chest. "This is too much." Meanwhile, on the cloud-splitting chariot, Yuexing gave the sorry-looking Pan Lydian and Lin Luo a sheepish look. "I didn't decelerate well enough. Sorry about that." Lu Zhou, with his cultivation base, was unaffected and maintained his balance easily with his divine court realm cultivation. "Master, the slender West Lake is up ahead." Slender West Park, home to Slender West Lake, spanned hundreds of acres. It seemed exceptionally grand. The park was painted in shades of red and yellow, with several pavilions erected along the east and west banks. The river meandered and stretched, making it appear slender. From above, it was a truly magnificent sight. As Lin Luo approached Lu Zhou, who was surveying Slender West Park, he asked, "Slender West Park is where the nobles of the palace come to spend their leisure time and enjoy themselves. Why is the Clarity Sex Mochi here?" Lu Zhou glanced at Lin Luo and replied, "You are the leader of the Black Knights and report directly to the Emperor. Don't tell me you don't know the reason? The Black Knights are only sent on missions. We never interfere with palace affairs," Lin Luo said. Though he was no longer under Emoli's control, the memories of the past years were still fresh in his mind. Lu Zhou recalled that during the battle in Anyang, there was a powerful witchcraft practitioner on the fake Nether sect's flying chariot. He asked Emoli and Mochi, "What do you think their relationship is?" Lin Luo answered in a monotone, "Based on what I know, Emoli is a woman. She is a vixen skilled at seducing men with her appearance and powerful witchcraft. If not for that, Lin Luo would not have fallen prey to her. Even heroes had a weakness for beautiful women. He might have dominated the lands for years, but despite his expectations, he too had fallen for her." At this moment, a rare smile appeared on Lu Zhou's face. He stroked his beard and calmly said, "I remember Mochi has a brother. They were separated when they were young. Then, his brother disappeared." Lin Luo said nothing. After all, the truth had come to light during the battle with the 10 shamans. The information only served as confirmation. Lin Luo said in a hoarse voice, "Whether it's a man or a woman, they must die." Lu Zhou replied, "That's great. I'll leave Emoli to you then." "Thank you." Lin Luo cupped his fists. Pan Lydian, who was observing this scene from the back, was in awe. He was impressed that Lu Zhou could make someone like Lin Luo submit to him. He had been thinking about this for a while. His cultivation base was gone, and he had been forced to join the evil sky pavilion. The same must have happened to Lin Luo. However, what would Lin Luo do when he completely recovered his cultivation base in the future? "Master, we're here." The flying chariot came to a halt, hovering above Slender West Lake. Little Yuan leaped to her feet. Zhao Yu and the other female cultivators had to keep the flying chariot afloat, so they did not move. Lu Zhou continued to look down at Slender West Lake. Apart from his 2 disciples, Yuexing and little Yuan, the rest were just weak old men and weaklings. He was quite certain he would not be able to save his item cards today. Currently, Lu Zhou only had 4 deadly strike cards left. He would have to use them sparingly. Dear system, are you deliberately increasing the difficulty so I won't rely too much on the item cards? There's an array formation. Lin Luo swept his gaze across the scenery below and made an accurate judgment. Duan Muxing had the best vantage point. From the helm, every corner below the flying chariot was visible. How do you know that? To him, it looked like any other scenic location. He saw no traces of formations. Lin Luo pointed at the surroundings and said, these pavilions were built according to the positions of the 8 trigrams. It's only slightly elongated. There are clear primal chi fluctuations around the park. There's no one among the Clarity sect elites capable of setting up such a huge formation. It's highly likely that it's a grand witchcraft formation. The primal chi fluctuations are only a cover. I've learned something new today. Duan Muxing cupped his fists. Although the juniors were talented, their knowledge and experience were still lacking. Pan Lydian leaned on the flying chariot and looked at the formation. He drank some wine before saying, this formation looks complicated. I wonder what kind of formation it is. You know witchcraft? Lin Luo turned to look at Pan Lydian. Pan Lydian seemed displeased. He said frankly, if there's one thing the Clarity sect has plenty of, it's tomes about witchcraft. Speaking of witchcraft, there are mind-controlling spells, curses, area control spells, and confounding spells. However, regardless of the type of witchcraft, there's always a way to break them. No wonder Pan Zhong knew so much about witchcraft. With the relationship between Mochi, the sect master of Clarity sect, and Emoli, it was not surprising there was a witchcraft formation here. However, the Clarity sect was one of the 10 great sects on the noble path. Others would not think to connect witchcraft with the Clarity sect. Lin Luo asked, do you know how to break this spell? I don't, said Lu Zhou. Duan Muxing and Lin Luo exchanged a glance. Then, why did you blabber so much? What a waste of time. At this moment, more than 10 green-robed cultivators appeared in Slender West Park. They slowly rose into the air. Greetings, old senior. Lu Zhou ignored them. He glanced at them briefly and discovered there was not a single nascent divinity tribulation realm elite among them. Mochi was not bold enough to show himself, so he sent a group of cannon fodders out. Duan Muxing bellowed, bring that old thief, Mochi, here. The cultivators trembled. Their faces drained of color, and sweat broke out on their foreheads. What brings you to Slender West Park? Lu Zhou shook his head. Mochi knew better than anyone why the Evil Sky Pavilion was here. Although Clarity sect was in a sorry state, it still had the audacity to send small fries to blabber meaninglessly and stall for time. He waved his hand dismissively, clean them up. Yes, master. Little Yuan was the only one who could leap into action instantly. Her movements were as light as a swallow as she unleashed the Supreme Purity Jade Slip and the 7 Stars Cloud-treading steps. Several blue figures shot through the air. Meanwhile, little Yuan's Nirvana sash lashed out. Bam! 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 The dozen or so cultivators couldn't withstand a single hit and scattered, reeling back. They spat out mouthfuls of blood, which looked like a blood mist in the air. One after another, the cultivators fell into the lake. Lin Luo. Pan Lydian. As expected of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Even Lin Luo was shocked by the swift and decisive action. Lu Zhou had no sympathy for Clarity sect. Mochi had repeatedly caused trouble for the Evil Sky Pavilion. He colluded with Emoli and stabbed them in the back several times. This was only the beginning. Unfortunately, these cultivators were only in the Brahman Sea realm, at most, and did not offer him any merit points. What a troll. Why can't a high-level player be rewarded for completing a newbie's task? Lu Zhou shook the distracting thoughts out of his head. I'm letting my mind wander again. Little Yuan returned to the flying chariot. Master, mission accomplished. Lu Zhou nodded. He swept his gaze across Slender West Park and said in a deep voice, Mochi. The 2 syllables sounded like 2 claps of thunder. Lu Zhou's voice was firm and domineering, traveling in the surroundings. The sound wave visibly spread out in all directions, covering the entire Slender West Park. Upon seeing this, Leng Luo could not help but praise, "I'm impressed." Lu Zhou shook his head. "It's nothing. Anyone in the divine court realm can do this." Leng Luo said, "However, without several centuries of practice, how can a cultivator exert such precise control over the sound technique and send it to every corner? Even a nascent divinity tribulation realm elite couldn't have done this." Pavilion added, "I agree. Cultivation base is important, but skills are equally important and cannot be solely replaced by cultivation base alone." Perhaps due to their statuses, Duanling Tian was pleased when he heard their words. It sounded much better than the flattering words he was used to hearing. The others continued to look down at Slender West Park. The sound wave caused the Clarity sect disciples to lose their footing. Mochi hid inside the room, too afraid to go out. However, it did not stop him from replying, "Ji Tian Dao." He unleashed a sound wave that left distortion in the void. Pavilion frowned and cursed, "This ignorant old fool." Leng Luo seemed unaffected, while Lu Zhou's mind remained clear and calm. Duan Muxing volunteered, "Master, this old geezer is asking for it. I'm willing to be the vanguard. I'll dig that old man out even if I have to dig 3 feet deep." Lu Zhou raised a hand and said, "There's no need for that." Since Slender West Park was protected by a massive formation, sending Duan Muxing down there would be a reckless move. At that moment, another voice rang out from the park. "The evil Sky Pavilion is an insufferable bully. I'll be damned if I don't get back at you for this." Running away? Although Leng Luo prided himself on his strength, his cultivation base had not yet recovered. He could not descend to test the Slender West Park's formation. Pavilion was in an even worse state. Everyone eagerly anticipated what Lu Zhou would do next when. Roar. A deep roar echoed from the forest around Slender West Lake. Naturally, everyone's attention was drawn to the sound. Baian. Baian was one of Lu Zhou's mounts. Little Yuaner and Duan Muxing were accustomed to this sight and were not surprised when they saw Baian charging at the cultivators. In contrast, Leng Luo and Pavilion were thoroughly shocked and in awe. Both were seasoned, powerful cultivators with high status, and they had spent much of their lives searching for mounts. They would have even settled for an epic mount. However, mounts could only be found by chance. Many of the wild beasts in the misty forest were unsuitable for use as mounts. Even if tamed, they could only serve as fierce beasts to pull carriages. For this reason, they were profoundly shaken by the sight of this rare legendary mount. Lu Zhou ordered in a deep voice, "Find him." Baian roared in response to its master's command. It turned around, stepped onto an auspicious cloud, and charged into Slender West Park at lightning speed. Boom! 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 As soon as Baian dove down, it crashed through 3 buildings. The walls crumbled, and debris flew everywhere. Leng Luo and Pavilion clicked their tongues in wonder at the sight. Leng Luo asked humbly, "May I ask how you came across this beast, Pavilion Master?" Lu Zhou glanced at Leng Luo and Pavilion, their curiosity clearly etched on their faces. It was only natural, since both of them had been searching for such a precious mount as well. Ordinary cultivators knew these kinds of mounts could only be encountered by chance, so they did not indulge in flights of fancy. Lu Zhou said nonchalantly, "I went to the misty forest, spent 300 days there, navigating the bizarre landscape as I killed tens of thousands of wild beasts. In the end, I met Baian by chance and spent several months taming it." The others regarded Lu Zhou with looks of respect and envy. What was an expert like? Perhaps this was it. Leng Luo cupped his fists. There was no need to verbalize his admiration, everyone could see how terrifying Baian was. With its physical strength alone, it charged through many buildings in Slender West Park. Lu Zhou did some calculations. Baian was not a mount with special abilities like Wizard. Instead, it was a fearsome beast with great combat strength. If it unleashed all its power, even Divine Court Realm cultivators would not be a match for it. It also possessed great defensive abilities. It felt no pain as it crashed through the buildings. To this day, Lu Zhou had no chance to test Bai An's full strength. He had only speculated based on his observations. If he encountered a powerful opponent and lost his mount, it would be a great loss to him. Perhaps, after he grew stronger, he could play with it to test its strength. Bang! 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 Bai An suddenly came to a halt after crashing through the buildings. It stood in the park as though searching for its prey. It has a good nose, Lu Zhou noted. Bai An's nose twitched as it sniffed the air. Eventually, it turned in the direction of the buildings to the west of Slender West Park. As expected, they had sensed the threat Bai An posed. Several cultivators charged out of the buildings, swords pointed at Bai An. Roar! Bai An's body was suddenly enveloped in a blue light that resembled an electric current. BZZT. Boom. Boom. Boom, ***, several swords stabbed at Bai An's body. What a powerful defense, one cultivator remarked. The legendary mount truly lives up to its reputation, another added. Lin Luo and Pan Lydian offered another round of praise. Lu Zhou did not expect Bai An to possess such defensive power. Among the Clarity Sect's disciples who charged out, there were a few Divine Court Realm cultivators. They even unleashed their 10 Energies Universe avatars. However, their seemingly aggressive attacks felt like mere tickles to Bai An. The beast remained entirely unharmed. The defeated Clarity Sect disciples turned and fled. As they ran, Bai An became immediately excited. With each swipe of its claws, it took out one cultivator, swatting them through the air. Those who could not dodge in time were crushed along with their avatars, turning into bloody pulp. Boom. Boom, ***, 2 cultivators were smashed into meat cakes under Bai An's feet. Bai An's savage combat strength left everyone stunned. Stop, a firm and forceful shout rang out. It was clear that the voice belonged to the person who had previously replied to Lu Zhou's call, none other than Mo Qi, the sect master of Clarity Sect. Despite his command, he remained hidden, not daring to show himself. The evil Sky Pavilion is an intolerable bully. Duanmu Xing cursed. Ignorant old fool, didn't you think you were an intolerable bully when you laid siege to Golden Court Mountain? You can bully others, but can't tolerate retaliation? I can't believe a wretched and lowly person like you is the sect master of the Clarity Sect. Emochi was used to the double standards. He alone could light a fire, but others were not even allowed to light their lamps. Emochi's voice rang out again. I'd rather be a broken jade than an intact tile. At this moment, Lin Luo pointed in a direction and said confidently, there. Lu Zhou surveyed his surroundings and said, the grand formation has been activated. He waved his arm. With the command, Bai An changed direction and left the Slender West Lake through the air. Lu Zhou initially wanted to use Wizard. After all, Wizard's powers could instantly weaken the grand formation. However, upon further thought, it seemed there was no need yet. There was no need to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. The Slender West Lake was bubbling at this moment, with bubbles covering the entire surface of the lake. Boom! A figure suddenly shot through the roof, up into the air. The water from the lake swiftly gathered around the figure. Has Emochi mastered this abominable cultivation method as well? Lin Luo wondered. Pan Lydian, from the Clarity Sect, looked at it and said in disappointment, what a huge disappointment. So you've wandered down this depraved path, Emochi. Depraved path? Lu Zhou was puzzled. Pan Lydian explained, this is a devouring technique. It's an abominable technique that absorbs others' essence and primal chi to replenish himself. Emochi spread his arms in the air. Debris and rubble flew around him. The powerful primal chi converging around him flowed like water, everything entering his sea of chi. At this moment, a murderous expression could be seen on his face. Lin Luo cupped his fist slightly and said, let's retreat. Retreat? Duan Muxing was shocked. Avoiding the brunt of this attack is the best course of action, Lin Luo said calmly. I agree, Pan Lydian said. When this technique is unleashed, he won't rest until he dies. Mochi has descended into depravity. He'd go berserk, and the best thing we can do is avoid him. The others looked at Lu Zhou, waiting for his decision. Lu Zhou stared at Mochi. The grand formation was swiftly activated. The rubble and debris of Slender West Park hovered in the air as though lifted by some unseen energy. They orbited around Mochi, who hovered in the air like the eye of a tornado. Only Lu Zhou surveyed his surroundings. Have you seen Panzhou? No, Duan Muxing shook his head. Pan Lydian was sprawled on the edge of the flying chariot, scouring the land with his eyes. Then, he sighed and shook his head. At that moment, Mochi's voice rang out. Since all of you have come, none of you will be able to leave. Lin Luo cupped his fists again. Listen to me, retreat. Lu Zhou shook his head. The stage was set, and Mochi had put on a grand display of strength. I'm sorry. I can't let him continue being a pretentious prick. To save everyone's time, I'll end him right away. Lu Zhou flipped his right palm. The item card shattered as soon as it appeared in his hand. He struck out with his palm, and a huge, golden radiant palm print flew out. When the Great Seal of Fearlessness appeared, everyone else felt at ease and was no longer afraid. The palm print easily breached the primal chi. The Great Seal of Fearlessness charged ahead with impressive force and struck Mochi, who was still amassing primal chi and absorbing energies from his surroundings. The Great Seal of Fearlessness hovered in the air for a moment, shining brightly like a firework, before gradually fading away. The cacophonous noise from the chaotic convergence of primal chi, the bubbling of Slender West Lake's water, and the collisions of rubble and debris filled the air. However, as soon as the Great Seal of Fearlessness vanished, the noises abruptly stopped. Objects froze mid-air, fell, and the primal chi dispersed. Ding! Killed a nascent divinity tribulation realm target. Reward, 1,500 merit points. Slender Westlake was calm once more. Lin Luo's body stiffened, and he remained motionless, gazing in the direction where the Great Seal of Fearlessness had disappeared. He tried to find Mochi's figure, but saw nothing. Pan Lydian held his jar of wine with a listless look, and no one knew what was going through his mind at that moment. The Clarity sect had many elite members, including Yuhani, the 7 Clarity Sons, and even Pan Lydian himself, but none of them had the confidence to strike down the sect master with a single palm. Though Mochi was injured, he was still a 7-leaf elite, and he had activated the formation, going into a berserk state. That pretentious prick. In the end, didn't he just turn to ashes at the hands of my master? Little Yuan was already immune to such displays and found nothing strange about it. Lin Luo. Pan Lydian. Little Yuan's voice snapped everyone back to reality. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said lightly, search. Pan Lydian looked anxious, but could offer no help. He could only stand anxiously atop the flying chariot. When little Yuan heard the order, she leaped off the flying chariot with swift movements, shooting toward the compound where Mochi had appeared moments ago. For a time, the scarlet nirvana sash darted in several directions, as if a fierce bandit had invaded a village, scattering chickens and shattering eggs. Lu Zhou shook his head, feeling slightly helpless. He had hoped she would become a well-rounded, elegant young lady, knowledgeable and compassionate. It seemed like wishful thinking now. After a brief moment, little Yuan hovered above a roof and said, Master, there's no one else here. Pan Lydian remarked, this little girl will become extraordinary if given time. Are you complimenting me? Little Yuan asked, looking at Pan Lydian. There are few who are worthy of my attention. You are one of them. You are truly talented. In less than 5 years, you will reach the nascent divinity. Tribulation. 100 tribulations insight avatar? Pan Lydian was halfway through his words when he saw little Yuaner unleash her 100 tribulations insight avatar. Though it had yet to sprout any leaves, the dainty and exquisite avatar, similar in height to her, was dazzlingly bright. Lungluo glanced at Pan Lydian and said mockingly, "You've been out of touch with the cultivation world for too long. You may not be aware of this little girl's reputation. Ci Yuaner. She joined Golden Court Mountain at the age of 10, entered the mystic enlightenment realm in 10 days, the sense-condensing realm in 3 months, the Brahman Sea 8 meridians in 2 years, and the divine court realm in 3 years. After that, she entered the nascent divinity realm within a year. I'm afraid no one under the heavens can compare to this little girl." Pan Lydian was stunned. He opened his cloudy eyes and regarded the little Yuaner in awe. Incredible, incredible. How can a human be so talented? Little Yuaner was over the moon with the shower of praises, growing prouder of herself. When Lu Zhou heard Pan Lydian's words, he suddenly remembered Yu Tianqin's identity and shook his head. Little Yuaner is human. Her talents do seem heaven-defying. You should remember the kind words of the 2 elders and not let it get to your head, Lu Zhou said sternly. Little Yuaner quickly adjusted her expression. Oh. 2 elders? Pan Lydian and Lungluo were slightly stunned. Since when did they become elders? However, they had to bow their heads since they were now living under another person's roof. Any thoughts of resistance disappeared when they recalled the glowing golden palm print from before. At this moment, Duan Musheng pointed at the surface of Slender West Lake, which seemed to be bubbling again. Master, something's moving in the water. That's not the formation. Is someone there? Pan Lydian frowned slightly. Glug. 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 The bubbles increased in number. Splash. Suddenly, a figure broke through the surface of the water. The figure flipped out of the lake and lay on the riverbank. Panzhong? Duan Musheng exclaimed in shock. Panzhong kept throwing up lake water, slightly tinged with blood. His face was ghastly pale, and his aura was fiercely roiling. Lungluo glanced at Panzhong and remarked, "How interesting. You're able to hide in the lake until now." He had no sympathy for Panzhong, despite him having joined the evil Sky Pavilion. Lungluo's cold indifference displeased and discontented Pan Lydian. Suppressing his surging emotions, he said, "We've found him. Let's take him back." Lungluo replied, "There's no use. The Clarity sect has access to many arcane arts. You should know better than I that what he needs now is treatment." He could see that Panzhong was wounded. If not treated soon, he might not live long. Pan Lydian's eyelids twitched. Though Lungluo's words grated on his ears, they were true. Panzhong's injuries were not minor, and he had stayed hidden under the lake for a long time. "I'll take a look at him," Zhao Yu said with a bow. "Proceed." Zhao Yu left the cloud-splitting chariot and descended slowly beside Panzhong. She raised her hand and lightly smacked him. The brilliant Jade technique's effects manifested, evaporating the water from Panzhong's body. However, he was in a sorry state. After a brief examination, Zhao Yu stood up and said, "Master, he's been hit with a palm strike and is suffering from serious injuries." Lungluo said, "You're only in the divine court realm, yet you pursued Mo Qi without considering your strength?" Pan Lydian retorted, "Such is the folly of youth. He should be commended for his bravery." Lungluo replied, "What good is bravery if he lacks the strength to match it? How is this different from throwing his life away?" Pan Lydian said, "To put it lightly, this concerns a person's life and death. On a more serious note, this is about a nation's safety. If everyone is a coward, there will never be world peace. Even if you know you're going to die, you should die with no regrets." Lungluo said, "So, is that why you withdrew from the world and became a beggar?" Pan Lydian was speechless. "You." The disciples watched the 2 old monsters argue. For a moment, they were unsure whether they should intervene. Well, since their master didn't say anything, they decided to stay quiet. When Lu Zhou saw the tempers of those two people rising, he said, "That's enough." Both of them fell silent immediately. Although they were quick to bicker, they were old monsters who had lived for a long time. No matter how angry they would never seriously start an internal feud. This was the greatest taboo, no matter which sect one belonged to. Naturally, it was the same in the evil Sky Pavilion. At this moment, Pan Zhong suddenly had a coughing fit, causing his injuries to worsen. Pan Lydian turned to face Lu Zhou, then bowed and said, "I no longer want the sable magnolia." Give it to him. Pan Lydian pointed at Pan Zhong. "Are you sure?" "There's nothing to be unsure about. I'm tired of living. I've been sick of everything for a long time. I know this might be asking for too much. After all, I've never contributed to the evil Sky Pavilion. However, Pan Zhong is still young. I believe he'll know what to do," Pan Lydian said. Lu Zhou nodded. He nimbly leaped off the flying chariot and slowly descended next to Pan Zhong. Lin Luo leaped down as well. Pan Lydian was the only one left, staring from above. Duan Muxing smiled and said, "I'll give you a lift." He raised his palm and struck Pan Lydian. His energy wrapped around Pan Lydian and carried him down. Lu Zhou raised his hand, and the critical heal card shattered. A faint blue radiance appeared in his palm. Lin Luo exclaimed, "The Buddhist technique, the merciful arc of salvation." The light blue primal chi enveloped Pan Zhong's body, and his condition visibly improved in just a moment. The cultivation world was not lacking in cultivators skilled in various methods. There were many geniuses, yet only a few managed to master the varied cultivation techniques. It was rare to find a cultivator who could unleash the merciful arc of salvation as effortlessly as Lu Zhou. Why cultivate a healing technique when one could spend time on other pursuits? Moments later, the light blue radiance faded. Color returned to Pan Zhong's face, and his breathing became much smoother. Lin Luo said, "Although the merciful arc of salvation has great healing effects, it's rare to see such perfect execution." He was not stingy with his praise, and he meant every word. Lu Zhou retracted his hand when the healing ended. A hint of delight crossed Pan Lydian's face before he quickly regained his composure. He said, "Thank you." Lu Zhou glanced at Pan Lydian. Loyalty plus 5%. Though Pan Lydian was from the Clarity sect, it seemed he did not care about its destruction at all. Lu Zhou considered this one of the benefits of the trip. After all, Pan Lydian was the sect's top elite, comparable to Lin Luo. Lu Zhou also heard the system notification. His subordinate had earned him 2,000 merit points, though this meant the subordinate would be difficult to tame. He nodded in satisfaction, thinking, "I've gained quite a lot this time. All I used was a single deadly strike card." Then, he said, "Bring him back to Golden Court Mountain." "Yes, Master," Zhao Yu replied, raising her hand. Pan Zhong was enveloped in energy and brought back to the cloud-splitting chariot. Pan Lydian coughed unnaturally as he looked at the chariot. "How am I supposed to get up there? With my identity and status, it would be awkward for me to ask for help." At that moment, a harsh and piercing whistle could be heard from the far end of Slender West Lake. Lin Luo said, "It must be the reinforcements from the palace." "Who cares? We'll just kill them as they come." Little Yuaner brought out her Nirvana sash again. The scarlet sash danced and fluttered in the air. Pan Lydian felt dizzy just looking at it. Everything seemed tinged with red at that moment. He was sure he hadn't drunk enough to be that tipsy. The harsh and piercing whistle sounded again, clearly trying to lure them over. "Master, it's probably a trap." "Be careful," Little Yuaner said, moving to stand in front of Lu Zhou, much to his surprise. "It's all right," Lu Zhou said, walking toward the eastern bank of Slender West Lake with his hands behind his back. Lin Luo and Pan Lydian wondered if they should follow. After all, both were elderly and had little combat strength. Lin Luo was a bit better off, as his injuries were half healed and his cultivation base had been restored by 20%. However, Pavilion was truly a good-for-nothing who would only hold them back. Little Yuan seemed carefree, hopping and skipping along beside her master. There was no place in the world safer than by her master's side. Lin Luo said with a smile, "If you're afraid, you can wait here." "Don't be ridiculous." "If I were afraid, I wouldn't have come to the evil sky pavilion alone," Pan Zhong retorted. The two exchanged a look before walking toward the eastern bank of Slender West Lake as well. 4 of them maneuvered their way through the destroyed park and eventually emerged from it. Duan Musheng watched from the cloud-splitting chariot, wondering if he should join them. He was not familiar with steering the flying chariot. He could fly it in a general direction, but navigating it to follow his master along the small path would be too much to ask. After a moment's consideration, he decided to stay put. Lu Zhou and little Yuan walked in front. As they passed through the long corridor, they saw a young man carrying a sword, leaning against the fence, and lazily shaking his leg. The young man whistled again. Little Yuan rolled her eyes and said, "Shameless." The young man was none other than Zhenghai. He cupped his fists at Lu Zhou and said, "I take it my letter has safely reached you, old senior. Otherwise, I wouldn't be meeting you here." Lu Zhou regarded Zhenghai curiously and said, "How did you know Mochi would be here?" Zhenghai straightened up and said, "It's simple. I intercepted Mochi's letter. He had requested reinforcements from various forces. The only person who could save him was Emily." Lu Zhou nodded. At that moment, Lin Luo and Pavilion walked over. Zhenghai appraised them and said, "Greetings, Elder Hua." He walked up to them and shook Pavillion's wizened hand as he greeted him. Pavilion was baffled by Zhenghai's behavior. Zhenghai's gaze shifted from Pavilion to Lin Luo and said, "Leader of the Black Knights, Lord Fan." "Greetings." "Scram," Lin Luo said. Zhenghai hastily retreated a step, standing beside Pavilion. He muttered under his breath, "I knew Elder Hua is the friendly one." Pavilion couldn't bear it any longer and kicked Zhenghai. "Where did this wretched fellow come from?" Zhenghai was stunned. "I was being friendly by greeting you." "Is this how you repay me?" Little Yuan said enthusiastically, "He's Pan Zhong's grandfather. The first elite of the Clarity sect." Zhenghai scratched his head, and a faint look of shock appeared on his face. "Grandfather?" "Scram!" Pavilion bellowed. Zhenghai knew that the Clarity sect's first elite had left the sect a long time ago and had been missing for a century. No one knew where he had gone. Needless to say, no one would have expected him to show up at the Evil Sky Pavilion. He processed this information for a moment. Although these experts couldn't compare to the Evil Sky Pavilion's patriarch, they were not to be trifled with. It's best to keep a low profile. My life is important, after all." "Apologies. I have eyes, but couldn't see. Please don't hold this against me, since I'm the one who rescued Pan Zhong," Zhenghai said. Lu Zhou turned around and looked at Zhenghai, who was smiling ingratiatingly. "You saved Pan Zhong?" Zhenghai flipped his hair and said arrogantly, "If I hadn't been quick enough to save him, he would have died. He's only in the Divine Court realm, but he wanted to launch a sneak attack on Mochi. He's unaware of his own limits." Pavilion was not offended by this. Instead, he cupped his fists slightly at Zhenghai. Zhenghai waved his hand and said with a smile, "It's nothing, it's nothing." Lu Zhou responded, "So, you're saying I should thank you?" Zhenghai hurriedly waved his hands. No. There's no need to thank me. After all, we're working together." His tone made the listeners uncomfortable. Zhenghai continued, "This is the Grand Beclouding Formation. It's not fully activated yet. Besides, an elite like Mochi can't be defeated by someone like me. I brought you here to tell you that you should leave quickly. If the people from the palace arrive, it will be too late." "Didn't you intercept Mochi's letter?" "He sent more than one. I can't intercept all of them." Everyone was left speechless. At that moment, a troop of men charged toward them. Lin Luo and Pan Lydian turned to look. The ground slightly trembled, and the lake's surface rippled. However, Jiang Jin didn't seem afraid. He was still leaning on the fence, usually the first to flee. He asked, "The reinforcements from the palace are here. Aren't you afraid?" Pan Lydian glanced at Lin Luo and said, "He's talking to you." Lin Luo ignored him. Hundreds of soldiers appeared in their line of sight. A lady in blue embroidered robes led the group, with 4 men in helmets closely following. Based on their auras, they were clearly not weak. Lin Luo and Pan Lydian tried to appear calm as they surreptitiously looked at Lu Zhou. They felt lucky the old villain was here to handle things. Otherwise, they would have had to flee with their tails between their legs. Shortly after, the soldiers came to a halt, and the horses neighed. The lady leaped off her steed, smoothed the hem of her dress, and gracefully walked over. Perhaps out of habit, she curtsied at Jiang Jin before saluting Lu Zhou and said, "Jingyi offers her greetings to old senior." Little Yuaner said with a smile, "You're here." Lin Luo and Pan Lydian were puzzled. Since when did the evil Sky Pavilion collude with the imperial court? They were unaware that Lu Zhou had saved Li Jingyi's life in Anyang, so it was only natural that she greeted him. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "You're here to help Mochi?" An awkward expression appeared on Li Jingyi's face as she replied, "I'm only following orders. I'm to kill everyone who approaches Slender West Park without exception. I'll never forget that you helped me, old senior, and I'm not ungrateful. You should leave Slender West Lake for now, old senior. I'll handle things here." Help? Pan Lydian couldn't stifle his cough. He briefly wondered if he was in the wrong place. Li Jingyi continued, "There are other reinforcements coming from the palace as well. I think they'll be here soon." There are more reinforcements? Jiang Jin was slightly stunned. Li Jingyi glanced at Jiang Jin and grunted in response. Jiang Jin cupped his fists and said, "Well, I have something else to attend to. I'll be taking my leave." "Wait," Lu Zhou said. Jiang Jin looked guilty as he turned around and asked, "Old senior, is there anything else you want to say? I have some questions for you." "Go ahead, old senior. I'll tell you everything I know. I received a piece of information yesterday that when Zhang Yunsan found out about his close friend's affair, he killed the pair with a single strike. He's not in a good mood these days." The others looked at Jiang Jin as though he had gone mad. Lu Zhou was not interested in Zhang Yunsan's personal affairs. He raised his wizened hand and grabbed Jiang Jin's arm, pulling him to the side of the lake as though he were a chick. Jiang Jin's expression clearly showed his unwillingness, but he was in no position to refuse. "Is Emily still in the palace?" Lu Zhou asked. One of the divine capital's 3 divine archers, Qinzhu, was her subordinate. When Qinzhu died, the second prince was so angered that he spat out blood and confined her to her quarters, Jiang Jin replied. This was similar to Lu Zhou's speculation. He asked again, "What is Emily doing recently?" "She's staying put, old senior. You two fought several times, and she is heavily injured. I don't think she'll be recovering anytime soon," Jiang Jin answered honestly. Whether it was the people controlled by Emily's witchcraft spells or the grand witchcraft formation, they were all shattered by Lu Zhou. That was the shortcoming of witchcraft. The more powerful the spell or formation, the greater the backlash on the spellcaster when the spells were broken. Lu Zhou nodded and said, "Is the emperor not going to do anything about the internal feud in the palace?" Fortunately, Jiang Jin was the third prince. Anyone else would not have been able to answer this question. Jiang Jin shook his head and sighed, "To be honest, I don't know." "I believe you," Lu Zhou stroked his beard and continued, "Final question." He paused, looked at the surface of Slender West Lake with his hands on his back, and then asked without beating around the bush, "Is the emperor the one who wants to find Qinghuang?" Ever since Yi Tianxin left the evil Sky Pavilion, Lu Zhou had been thinking about this matter. Emily had a long time before she reached her life limit. Why was she so anxious to find Xinhuang? The emperor was old but still held on to his position. He had the strongest motive. Like Emperor Qin from Earth, he was probably searching for the elixir of life after unifying the 6 nations. Jiang Aijian shook his head and said, no. Initially, Lu Zhou wanted to ask about the key. However, he did not have a single clue about it and did not even know where to begin. He did not know what it looked like, what its function was, or anything else. How could he ask Jiang Aijian to search for it? For this reason, he did not bother to ask about the key. Realization seemed to dawn on Jiang Aijian at this moment, and he asked, Old Senior, are you intentionally waiting for the reinforcements from the palace to arrive? Lu Zhou stroked his beard and remained silent, exuding an ambiguous air. At this moment, the sound of hooves clopping filled the air. Several men spurred their steeds through the forest around Slender Westlake. They appeared more impressive compared to Li Jingyi's group. Li Jingyi was accompanied only by her deputies and a few cultivators. However, this group of reinforcements consisted entirely of cultivators. When she saw them, Li Jingyi shouted, the Black Knights are here. Everyone, please leave immediately. Upon hearing this, Jiang Aijian shuddered and said, Old Senior, I'll be going now. Farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped into the air, intending to flee. Alas, Lu Zhou caught Jiang Aijian's arm and said, you won't be going anywhere. Jiang Aijian pulled a face. There's no use in me staying here. Lu Zhou did not reply. Instead, he focused on the Black Knights. Since these reinforcements were from the palace, Lu Zhou did not take them lightly. In the unlikely event that they could not hold these people back, they could use Jiang Aijian as a last resort. After all, Jiang Aijian was the 3rd prince. The Black Knights approached swiftly and loudly. The cultivators wore long black robes and silver helmets. The 4 cultivators in the lead formed a precise formation. Li Jingyi's men quickly retreated to Slender Westlake. The Black Knights stopped in neat rows. Li Jingyi, one of the Black Knights asked, clearly confused. Li Jingyi responded, are you here under orders as well, Black Knights? Of course, she knew they were here under orders. However, she was there on the Emperor's orders, and she did not know who the Black Knights were serving now. With the slightest hint of disagreement, the Black Knight drew his sword. The 4 knights stepped onto the backs of their steeds and launched themselves into the air. They landed before Li Jingyi and the others. We are here on the chief's orders to clear Slender West Park. Li Jingyi, you are falling short of expectations. The Black Knights will surely file a complaint against you to the palace, one of the Dark Knights said, his face dark. Li Jingyi's expression remained calm. At that moment, Lin Luo stepped forward. Lin Luo's appearance stood out from the others, and when he walked out, he caught the attention of the Black Knights. Whose orders are you following? Lin Luo asked. The 4 Dark Knights glanced at Lin Luo. His familiar attire confused them. Li Jingyi smiled wryly. Naturally, it's the leader of the Black Knights, Lord Fan Shouwen. Bastards! Lin Luo suddenly cursed, creating a sound wave. He understood why there were 4 new Dark Knights and even the need for a new leader of the Black Knights. However, he could not tolerate the idea of his old name being used by someone else. The 4 Dark Knights stared at Lin Luo. Who are you? Lin Luo approached them until he was only half a meter away from the tips of their swords. For some odd reason, the 4 Dark Knights took a step back. Lin Luo said coldly, Chen Zhenghai, Yu Cheng, Li Qing, and Duan Yanhong fought alongside me and claimed countless lives. Their bones are filled with the killing intent forged on the battlefield. Do you think the likes of you are fit to be called the 4 Dark Knights? The 4 of them retreated again. If they could not understand what was happening, they would be fools. Their eyes widened as they watched Lin Luo approach them, his silver mask gleaming. Li Jingyi exclaimed, Fan Shouwen, Lin Luo? The 4 Dark Knights retreated again, clearly flustered. Since joining the Black Knights and being appointed as Dark Knights, they had heard countless stories about this legendary figure. Lung Luo's legend was the most widely spread story in the Black Knight space. Even when the fake Fan Shouwen took office, he struggled to replace Lung Luo in the Black Knight's hearts. Impossible. Fan Shouwen was killed by the old villain. Are you trying to trick us? They raised their long swords and finally stood their ground. Heed my order, everyone. This man is impersonating Lord Fan, the leader of the Black Knights. He will be executed here. Kill all who trespassed upon Slender West Park. There will be no exceptions. Kill without exception. Kill without exception. Several hundred Black Knights shouted in unison. Their primal chi surged, and the sound wave washed over Li Jingyi's group, moving toward Jiang Aijin and Lu Zhou. Pan Lydian shook his head. He looked at Lu Zhou and said, "They're just trying to show off." As expected, it all comes down to you, Pavilion Master. Lu Zhou appeared calm. Inwardly, he thought, like hell, I'll do something about this. With this many Black Knights, even if I had 10 times the number of deadly strike cards I have now, it still wouldn't be enough. Fortunately, I have a prince here whom I can use as a shield. Jiang Aijin, don't be afraid. Lu Zhou tightened his grip on Jiang Aijin, but his expression remained benevolent and gentle. Yuaner, keep an eye on him. Little Yuaner pulled a face at Jiang Aijin. Chicken. At that moment, hundreds of Black Knights drew their swords. Chapter 225, Zhenghai's Ambition. The atmosphere was tense and hostile. Both sides were poised to attack. Li Jingyi glanced at Jiang Aijin, while Lung Luo remained still, not making a move. After all, he was not yet fully healed, and he would be at a disadvantage if he fought the 4 Dark Knights. The Dark Knights seemed to have noticed Lung Luo's hesitation. One of them sneered and said, "You've got guts, trying to impersonate the chief. Kill them all." Several hundred Black Knights closed in on them. Little Yuaner, seething with anger, said, "Master, let me have a go at them. I'll make sure there's nothing left of them when I'm through." Before Lu Zhou could reply, Lung Luo shook his head and said, "There's no need to intervene. After roaming this world for many years, I naturally have a few tricks up my sleeve." Instead of retreating, he advanced. This action shocked the others. Kill. The 4 Dark Knights attacked, their 4 long swords stabbing toward Lung Luo simultaneously. Lung Luo kept his hands on his back the entire time, maintaining his air of dignity after so many years. He would not allow himself to be humiliated. With a whoosh, Lung Luo suddenly vanished from sight. In the next moment, he appeared among the Black Knights. BZZT. At the same time, an 8-leaf golden lotus avatar materialized out of thin air. 8 golden, shining leaves spun swiftly around the lotus, their swirling energy tearing through the ranks of the Black Knights. With a single move, the group of knights, numbering in the hundreds, crumbled. From a distance, the golden lotus resembled a massive, golden bowl. The avatar disappeared as quickly as it had appeared. Although it only maintained its appearance for a second, it was enough to deal with the Black Knights. The 8-leaf stage was the known limit achievable by humans in the cultivation world. The Righteous Sect and Heavenly Sword Sect had long spread rumors that the evil Sky Pavilion's patriarch had achieved the 8-leaf stage and now possessed a 9-leaf golden lotus. However, nobody believed it. Yi Tianqin had witnessed the 9-leaf golden lotus and initially thought she had seen incorrectly. After all, when the golden lotus spun at top speed, it was difficult to determine the number of leaves. Lung Luo's avatar was different. Similar to how experienced gamers differentiate items, at a certain level, cultivators could also determine the level of the avatar they were seeing. The brief display of the 8-leaf golden lotus terrified the Black Knights. Many of them reeled from the impact. Some vomited mouthfuls of blood, others cowered in fear, and still, others were in shock. At this moment, Lung Luo stopped attacking. He stood straight with his hands behind his back, surveying the Black Knights who had fallen to the ground. "Weaklings," he declared. The 4 Dark Knights looked at Lung Luo with pale faces, gulping. Swords were scattered across the forest floor. The hundreds of Black Knights behaved as if they were facing an extremely formidable enemy, struggling to get back on their feet. "We were blind for not recognizing you. Please forgive us, Lord Fan." The 4 Dark Knights immediately surrendered. Facing a cultivator with an 8-leaf golden lotus avatar, even the new leader of the Black Knights would have no choice but to kneel. Behind the 4 Dark Knights, many of the Black Knights crawled forward and kneeled. "It's Lord Fan. All hail Lord Fan. Lord Fan, you're alive." A hint of excitement could be heard in some of the knights' voices. Alas, with the passage of time, things changed. Although some things might remain the same, people would inevitably change. Lung Luo said, "Lord Fan no longer exists in this world. Lord Fan, silence." Lung Luo said evenly. His voice was not laced with primal chi, nor did it create sound waves. However, the Black Knights stumbled backward in shock. They looked at their former leader with expressions of disbelief and incredulity. The 4 Dark Knights were not Lung Luo's former subordinates. They were wary, as they had offended him earlier. Although these new Dark Knights could not be compared to their predecessors, they were still elites among the Black Knights. Regardless, faced with an 8-leaf elite, they had lost all motivation to fight. Lu Zhou and the others knew that Lung Luo could have killed every one of the Black Knights, given what they knew about him. It was clear he was being merciful for old time's sake. Lung Luo was wounded, and his cultivation base was far from fully recovered. It was commendable that he could even conjure his 8-leaf avatar and maintain it for a second. Lu Zhou thought Lung Luo might be a burden coming here. Who knew Lung Luo was capable of such a feat? There was no need for Lu Zhou to make his move now. A stiff expression appeared on Pan Litian's wizened face, but he could not help but applaud Lung Luo for his technique. Lu Zhou released Zhenghai Jin, who sighed in relief. It felt as though he had been freed after spending 100 years in prison. Lu Zhou stepped forward and said, "Lung Luo." Lung Luo turned around. He no longer kept his hands on his back. Instead, he cupped his fists at Lu Zhou. Upon seeing this, the Black Knights were shocked. Who is this person who earned the respect of Lung Luo, who has an 8-leaf avatar? Everyone's eyes were on Lu Zhou at this moment. Though he appeared old, he seemed full of vigor. Little Yuan hurried to follow her master. Lu Zhou looked at the Dark Knights and asked, "Am Li's orders?" The Dark Knights were not fools. Even Lung Luo did not act rudely toward this old man. They were not so foolish as to underestimate him. One of the Dark Knights suppressed his fear and said, "The Black Knights are directly under the Imperial family's command. We are here on His Majesty's orders." Lu Zhou turned to look at Li Jingyi and Zhenghai Jin. He did not think Li would be bold enough to control the Emperor. In that case, there was only one possibility: the Emperor genuinely did not wish to see the downfall of the Clarity sect. That was why he sent Li Jingyi and the Black Knights to support the Clarity sect. Considering the palace, there were only 3 forces available. The first was Wei Zhuyan's men, but he was occupied with suppressing the rebel army. Even if he were here, he would not pose much of a threat. Moreover, Lu Zhou had even saved Li Jingyi's life. The second option was to send the Black Knights. Without Fan Shouwen leading them, their strength was significantly reduced. With Lung Luo here, his former subordinate would retreat 3 blocks away at the sight of him. The third option was the Imperial Guards. Naturally, the Emperor would not casually mobilize the Imperial Guards. This confirmed Lu Zhou's theory that the rogue, Zhenghai, was opposing the Emperor. The heights of his ambition were abundantly clear. Meanwhile, when Lung Luo recalled being controlled while he was the leader of the Black Knights, he realized there was nothing about them he would miss. However, the Black Knights were the Black Knights. Many of his former subordinates had fought alongside him in the past. I must sever ties with my past. Fan Shouwen is dead, and I'm Lung Luo once again. After thinking it through, Lung Luo looked at the Black Knights and bellowed, "What are you waiting for? Scram." The Black Knights behaved as if they had been granted amnesty. They hurriedly mounted their horses and quickly disappeared into the forest. Once the Black Knights left, Lin Luo began to sway slightly. It was clear the move he had unleashed earlier had taken a toll on him. For now, that was the extent of his powers. His injuries were too severe. He could only keep up the cool act until now. He had finally cut ties with his past. Zhenghai Jin carried his sword and walked over, saying meaningfully, "Old senior, that was quite a high-level trick you pulled there." Little Yuan looked at Zhenghai Jin in confusion and asked, "What move?" "The Black Knights are the Emperor's pawns, after all. By letting them go, you're just creating trouble for you, Zhenghai," Zhenghai Jin said. Lu Zhou turned to look at Zhenghai Jin and said gently, "You're really smart. Why don't you come to the Evil Sky Pavilion for a cup of tea before you leave?" Zhenghai Jin hastily waved his hands and said, "No, thank you. I have something to attend to. Old senior, let's meet another time." As he spoke, he slowly retreated. He was afraid Lu Zhou would grab him again. As he leaped into the forest, he said, "Old senior, before I leave, let me give you another piece of news. Your seventh disciple, Wuya, is at the Clarity sect's main altar." His voice trailed off. The others were rendered speechless. Only Zhenghai Jin told Lu Zhou about this when he left. Just how much did he fear Lu Zhou? Li Jingyi could not hold back her laughter. She quickly regained her composure and said, "I'll be taking my leave." Lu Zhou had a good impression of Li Jingyi. At the very least, she was tactful. Thus, he did not stop her. Li Jingyi led 4 of her deputies and the others away. Silence descended on Slender West Lake once again. Lu Zhou turned around and walked toward the flying chariot. He scoffed and said, "Rascal. Master, where are we going?" "The Clarity sect's main altar." Little Yuan leaped in joy, seemingly happy she didn't need to return to the Evil Sky Pavilion yet. However, wasn't it too early for Pan Lydian and Lin Luo to visit the Clarity sect's main altar? It wasn't that they feared the Clarity sect. With Mochi reduced to ashes, the sect had little strength left. Yu Hongyi and the 7 Clarity Sons were like arrows at the end of their flight. The real concern was the Nether sect, which was also at the Clarity sect's main altar. The Nether sect's 4 great protectors were all top-notch elites. Rumor had it that the cultivation base of the Nether sect's sect master, Zhenghai, matched that of the Evil Sky Pavilion's patriarch. A one-on-one fight might be manageable, but the Nether sect had so many elites, how could they handle all of them? Moreover, the Golden Court Mountains barrier had just malfunctioned. Their current priority should be to return to the mountain to recuperate. 3 old men traveling with a little girl was an odd sight indeed. They returned to the flying chariot. Pan Lydian said, "I think this won't do." "What won't do?" "I understand you want to clean up your sect's mess, sect master, but I've heard that Zhenghai's cultivation base is extremely profound, and he commands a large force. He won't be easy to deal with," Pan Lydian said. "I know what I'm doing," Lu Zhou said. Lin Luo said disapprovingly, "Are you that reluctant to visit the Clarity sect again? I think you're the first person I've met who used such an excuse to avoid something. Old Lung, do you feel uncomfortable if you don't take a swipe at me?" "Old Pan, I'm trying to teach you to face your fears instead of running away from them." Perhaps they had been bickering too much recently. The others acted as though they did not hear the duo, as if they were already immune to it. Lu Zhou glanced at Pan Zhong, who was lying in the flying chariot, and said, "Zhao Yu, take him back." Witzard came on the clouds. When Pan Lydian saw Witzard, he stopped bickering with Lin Luo immediately. His eyes were as wide as saucers, and he looked at Witzard, shrouded in auspicious chi, with a shocked expression. A cultivator would have used up his fortunes for 8 lifetimes just to be able to see one legendary mount in his life. In many families and even cultivation sects, there would only be one legendary mount shared throughout the generations. He did not expect that Lu Zhou would possess 2 legendary mounts. Lin Luo, on the other hand, was much calmer. The memory of the grand predecessor formation was still fresh in his mind. He would never forget Witzard's mighty powers. Panlydian asked, how did you obtain Witzard? According to the books, Witzard is extremely difficult to tame. Moreover, it can't be found in the misty forest. Witzard? Lu Zhou said, stroking his beard. He shook his head and sighed. I obtained it by a stroke of good luck. It's nothing significant enough to mention. Panlydian said, you're being too humble. Anyone who can tame Witzard must be powerful. It's rumored that Witzard can speak the tongues of men, understand the feelings of all living things, and know the appearances of everything under the heavens. Is that true? Little Yuan answered the question on her master's behalf. I don't know about that, since it has never spoken. All I know is that it's strong. It was an extraordinary feat when it unleashed its skill and brought a rain of auspicious qi that dampened the 10 shamans' grand formation. Witzard hovered beside the flying chariot. Zhao Yu conjured up some energy and lifted Pan Zhong as she mounted Witzard. Go, Lu Zhou waved his arm. Witzard moved on the clouds and disappeared into the sea of clouds in a blink of an eye. In terms of speed, Witzard was slightly faster than a flying chariot. The only drawback was that a mount could only carry so many passengers. Panlydian kept his eyes on Witzard until it was finally out of sight. Then, he shook his head and sighed without saying anything. He merely cupped his fists at Lu Zhou slightly. He felt slightly embarrassed to spout words of gratitude at his age. He thought it was better not to say anything. He lifted the wine jar and drank a cup, drinking alone in the flying chariot. Duan Muxing, who was manning the helm again, asked, Master, are we really going to the Clarity sect's main altar? Lu Zhou glanced at Duan Muxing and said, are you doubting me? I dare not. I'll continue manning the helm. Lu Zhou looked at his remaining items. Deadly Strike card X3. Impeccable card X4. Critical Block card X7, passive. Binding Cage card X4. Refining Talisman X1. Ji Tiandao's Peak Form Trial card X1. Critical Heal card X3, Improved Critical Heal X3. Witzard. Buy-in. If he used all these cards on his wicked disciples, the process of disciplining them might be much smoother. This was especially true with the improved Binding Cage cards. Zhenghai, Shangrong, and Wuya were all experts. Lu Zhou would have to catch them first, before making them submit to him. Since Lu Zhou had the Peak Trial card, he was confident he could take on 10 Zhenghais. Whiz! The cloud-splitting chariot drew a wide arc in the air. Like the carp leaping through the dragon gate, the chariot sped toward the Clarity sect. I'm sorry, little junior sister. Hold on tight. It's all right, senior brother, this is fun. The old man did not find it as exciting as little Yuan did. The flying chariot picked up speed and left a long trail in its wake. Along the journey, the flying chariot gradually stabilized. Meanwhile, in the Clarity sect's main altar, the scene was disastrous. The main altar was splattered with blood, and discarded weapons were strewn everywhere. Half of the 7 peaks were charred. A massive flying chariot was parked in the skies above this scene. Dozens of cultivators stood in a square formation on the main altar, looking toward the clouds to the east. The 4 individuals standing at the lead wore robes of different colors. After a moment's silence, the Vermilion Bird Hall's first seat, Yang Yan, could no longer restrain himself and asked, will the old villain really show up? Hua Chongyang glared at him and said, watch your attitude. If the sect master hears this, you'll be punished. Bai Yuexing added, the old senior has gone to Slender Westlake. Knowing his temper, Emochi would find it hard to escape his fate. However, the reinforcements from the palace might hinder him. After all, Wei Zhuyan has some elites on his side. The old senior might have a difficult time escaping from this. I'm afraid Emochi didn't expect to die at the old senior's hands after escaping from the sect masters. The others exchanged looks and nodded. The sect master trusts the evil Sky Pavilion's Mr. Seventh. If Mr. Seventh said the old senior would come, he certainly would. Is he that confident? Have you forgotten how the sect master punished you previously? Don't underestimate that person, or any of the evil Sky Pavilion's disciples, Hua Chongyang said. If the old senior didn't have his own agendas, I don't think any of them would be weaker than us. Remember, we're supposed to keep the old senior here with our words for as long as possible to buy the sect master some time. Yu Hongi and the others are all that's left. I hope nothing untoward happens with the four of us here. If there's nothing we can do, we can always run away. The four of them agreed, convinced that fleeing from such an expert was not shameful. They were still discussing among themselves when the cloud-splitting chariot appeared in the clouds. Hua Chongyang looked up and informed the others, "They're here." Bai Yuexing seemed amazed. The reinforcements from the palace were defeated this quickly? This is definitely the evil Sky Pavilion's chariot. Notify the sect master and Mr. Seventh. Tell them to proceed with caution. Chapter 227, Why Do You Slander Me, Third Junior Brother? On the cloud-splitting chariot, Lu Zhou looked down at the Clarity Sect's main altar with his hands behind his back. Master, the Clarity Sect's barrier has been breached, and the 7 peaks are burning, Duan Muxing said, gazing at the 7 mountains surrounding the main altar. The Nether Sect's flying chariot. Little Yuaner exclaimed, pointing at the flying chariot hovering above the main altar. Duan Muxing snorted and steered their flying chariot toward the Nether Sect's flying chariot. Perhaps noticing this, the Nether Sect's chariot quickly retreated to the back of the main altar. The cloud-splitting chariot's speed decreased as it arrived above the main altar. Hua Chongyang of the Azure Dragon Hall pays respect to the senior. Di Qing of the Black Tortoise Hall pays respect to the senior. Yang Yan of the Vermilion Bird Hall pays respect to the senior. Bai Yuexing of the White Tiger Hall pays respect to the senior. 4 voices, laced with gentle sound waves, clearly transmitted their messages to the cloud-splitting chariot. Those on the chariot looked at the 4 individuals, who were neither overbearing nor servile. Master, it's the Nether Sect's 4 great protectors, Duan Muxing said. Lu Zhou nodded, looking down at the main altar. The cloud-splitting chariot hovered above it, while Lin Luo observed the land from the flying chariot. He said, it's rumored that 2 of the Nether Sect's 4 great protectors are 6-leaf cultivators, while the other 2 are 7-leaf cultivators. I wonder if there's any truth to that rumor. With such strength, it's no wonder that the Nether Sect is capable of wiping out the Clarity Sect, Pan Lydian said. Lu Zhou glanced at Pan Lydian. After all, Pan Lydian was from the Clarity Sect. He seemed unaffected by the calamity that had befallen the Clarity Sect, but Lu Zhou did not ask about it. Instead, he looked at the 4 great protectors and asked, "Where's Zhenghai?" Hua Chongyang bowed, cupped his hands, and said, "Old senior, the sect master told us to wait here." The sect master also mentioned that although the Nether Sect annihilated the Clarity Sect, you can claim it for yourself if you wish, old senior. Lu Zhou surveyed his surroundings, but saw no sign of Zhenghai. As expected, that rascal was cunning. Duan Muxing yelled, "Tell Zhenghai and see Wuya to show their faces now." How ridiculous for them to cower in fear when master is here. Hua Chongyang remained calm and continued, "Please stay your anger, Mr. Third. The sect master and Mr. Seventh are busy and cannot come." Nonsense. There's no excuse for being cowards. Aren't they ashamed of themselves for acting otherwise? Duan Muxing said, incensed. Although Duan Muxing was nowhere near as glib as Mingshi, he had his own way of cursing. Nonetheless, Hua Chongyang and the others remained unperturbed. After all, Duan Muxing's words were true. Otherwise, 4 of them would not have been ordered to wait here. Old senior, I speak the truth. I dare not lie. Hua Chongyang bowed again. He could already feel the heat of Lu Zhou's anger. If this continued, Lu Zhou might well vent his anger on them. The 4 great protectors prepared to retreat at a moment's notice. If the old senior were to strike, they would immediately flee without hesitation or attempting to block his attack. As 6 and 7-leaf nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivators, they should have no problem escaping. Naturally, they were unaware that Lu Zhou didn't take them seriously. Tell me, then. Where are you Zhenghai and Wuya right now? Lu Zhou didn't believe that the four of them didn't know. You're not telling? Old Senior, we are members of the Nether sect. We can't commit such an act of betrayal. I hope you can understand this, Old Senior, Hua Chongyang said. Since you're not willing to tell me, I'll return to the evil sky pavilion. Lu Zhou's gaze fell on Hua Chongyang. Hua Chongyang shuddered, instinctively taking a step back. His mind raced. He hastily strung sentences together and said, Please forgive me, Old Senior. I'm only one of the four great protectors and play no pivotal role in the sect. Moreover, Golden Court Mountain's barrier has been acting up lately. You should be careful of opportunists, Old Senior. Bai Yuqing chimed in as well. I heard that Luo Chongfeng, the sect master of Heavenly Sect and Luo Xingkong's son, was killed by you, Old Senior. Luo Xingkong has been actively seeking a way to take revenge on you. You must guard against him, Old Senior. Yang Yan added, There's no need to be so cross with our sect master, Old Senior. He had no choice but to leave the evil sky pavilion back then. When they heard this, little Yuaner and Duan Muxing understood well. Both were Yu Zhenghai's juniors and knew better than anyone how their master had treated them back then. However, they did not know why their eldest senior brother was so determined to leave. All this time, the Nether sect's four great protectors had been behaving respectfully. Lin Luo said, In any case, betraying one's master is a grave sin. The four of you aren't fools. I don't think I have to explain the concept to you. He can run for now, but he can't run forever. Hua Chongyang and the others remained silent. Just when the four great protectors were at a loss about how to handle the situation, a deep voice rang out from the third peak of the Clarity sect. Master, why do you have to do this? The voice traveled through the forests and mountains, sounding as though it had come from far away. It echoed among the cliff faces between the main altar and the 7 peaks. Clearly, Yu Zhenghai had heard their conversation. Lu Zhou waved his hand expressionlessly. Rascal. Understood. Duan Muxing steered the cloud-splitting chariot determinedly toward the third peak. The four great protectors were shocked. They did not expect the Old Senior to pull such a stunt. The cloud-splitting chariot left a trail like a comet and arrived at the third peak in an instant. The situation on the Clarity sect's third peak was no better than at the main altar. Everything was in chaos. The buildings halfway up the mountain were almost entirely burned to ashes. The corpses of the Clarity sect disciples were scattered on the steps. Despite his disdain for the Clarity sect, Pan Lydian sighed upon seeing this scene. They brought this upon themselves. Lu Zhou did not have time to dwell on Pan Lydian's past at this moment. He was determined to find the source of the voice. The dense forest obscured their view. All Lu Zhou needed was a glimpse of Yu Zhenghai or Wuya, and he would unleash the improved binding cage cards. The entire mountain was eerily quiet. At this moment, the four great protectors approached through the air, hovering near the flying chariot in a single row. Old Senior. Old Senior. The Clarity sect has attempted to harm the evil sky pavilion multiple times. They were also planning to ally with others on the noble path to attack the evil sky pavilion. Since our sect master has annihilated the Clarity sect, you should be pleased, Old Senior. Hua Chongyang tried his best to persuade Lu Zhou, bowing his head and speaking in a solemn tone. Lu Zhou did not even spare him a glance. Duan Muxing said, if he truly had the evil sky pavilion's interests at heart, what was he doing when the 10 great elites attacked our master? What was he doing when the 10 great elites attacked Golden Court Mountain the second time? Not only did he betray our master, but he also colluded with the noble path and exposed our master's whereabouts. He deceived his master and denounced the patriarch. He deserves to be put to death. Upon hearing this, the four great protectors were left speechless. In the end, this was an internal matter of the evil sky pavilion, and it had little to do with them. Even if it had something to do with them, they did not have the courage to act. Who would dare to recklessly challenge such an elite? Moreover, their sect master had repeatedly instructed them not to attack the evil Sky Pavilion at all. From behind the Clarity sect's third peak, Zhenghai seemed troubled by Duanmuxing's words. He replied, "Third junior brother, we are disciples of the same master. Why must you slander me?" As his voice echoed, primal chi surged in the air. It was clear that not only was Zhenghai in the Clarity sect, but he also seemed to be engaged in a battle. Moo. A mooing noise, laden with battle intent, echoed through the air. When the mooing ceased, a loud explosion reverberated overhead. A golden radiance shot up from the foothill of the third peak, rising hundreds of feet into the sky. The golden light spiraled counterclockwise and swept through the forest, uprooting all the trees in its path. The energy formed a massive ripple that continued to spread outward. The commotion was immense, and everyone turned to look in its direction. Lung Luo said, "That's Kuainyo, the mount." That was Kuainyo's call. Isn't Eldest senior brother's mount another beast? Little Yuaner had only heard of it and had never seen it. Moreover, her knowledge was based on rumors from the cultivation world. Given Lin Luo's expertise, it was unlikely he had guessed wrong. Lu Zhou glanced at the golden radiance and the sweeping energy. He recognized it as Zhenghai's famous skill, the dark heaven starlight. However, since they were too far away, he couldn't see the rascal. Duanmuxing prepared the flying chariot for takeoff. The four great protectors exchanged glances and arranged themselves in a row. Then, they swiftly moved to the front of the cloud-splitting chariot. At the same time, they activated their avatars. 2 6-leaf avatars and 2 7-leaf avatars appeared simultaneously. Such formidable opponents were indeed awe-inspiring. The avatars remained for only a moment before vanishing again. The resonance of the energy nullified the mooing sound, which gradually faded, and their surroundings grew quiet once more. "We know we're no match for you, old senior. Our sect master has spoken of your unparalleled strength. Even if the four of us join forces, it's impossible for us to defeat you. Please think this through, old senior." They were trying both soft and hard approaches. In other words, if Lu Zhou was determined to stop them, the four of them would fight him. Pavilion coughed and took a step back, appearing helpless. Lin Luo was calmer than Pavilion. Perhaps due to his mask, no one knew what expression he wore. Meanwhile, this seemed to prove that Zhenghai's cultivation base was on par with his master's. After all, if the four great protectors had such profound cultivation bases, it made sense that Zhenghai would have an 8-leaf avatar. Lu Zhou looked at the four of them. He had a good impression of these individuals. At the very least, they had always been respectful. For this reason, he did not intend to kill them. However, he had bought 4 Thunderblast cards, just in case. "I commend you for your bravery," he said, his voice deep and commanding. "In light of the cloud-treading boots, I'll make an exception this time. Step aside." The words "step aside" echoed in everyone's ears. There was no ostentatious display of sound waves or fluctuations of primal chi. Lu Zhou was confident he could repel the four of them. If they wanted to take their chances with the 1% sure kill rate, they would have to rely on their own luck. Hua Chongyang bowed, sweat beading on his forehead. He did not dare look at Lu Zhou on the flying chariot. He gritted his teeth and steeled his resolve, then waved his arm and said, "Retreat." Yuexing did not understand this. Although he did not want to fight the patriarch of the evil Sky Pavilion, how could they retreat on a whim when they had a grand plan to execute? "We're supposed to buy time for the sect master. Yu Hongyi shouldn't be able to hold out for much longer. The third peak's defensive restrictions should be breached any time now. We can't retreat." Yang Yan said. "I'll say it again, retreat. In the sect master's absence, I'll be assuming his role." Hua Chongyang said in a deep voice. "Understood." The others had no choice but to bow and follow the orders. The four of them slowly made way for Lu Zhou. Lin Luo and Pavilion exchanged a look, then they looked at Lu Zhou, who seemed unmoved. There were no fluctuations of aura on Lu Zhou's body. However, the formless aura field was enough to strike fear into the hearts of the onlookers. 3 feet of ice is not formed in a single winter's day. The tempering of a millennium has given Lu Zhou a commanding presence. Hua Chongyang, Bai Yuexing, Yang Yan, and Di Qing parted to the sides respectfully. Duan Muxing understood what his master wanted and steered the flying chariot toward the Clarity Sect's third peak. There were countless towering trees at the foot of the third peak. The cloud-splitting chariot flitted through the forests like an electric eel in the ocean. "Master, up ahead," little Yuan pointed out. Pan Lydian said, "That's where the Clarity Sect keeps its prisoners. There are up to 1,000 restrictions." No wonder, no wonder. Lin Luo said, "The 4 great protectors were buying time for Yu Zhenghai. With Yu Zhenghai's strength, even he would need some time to break through these restrictions." Little Yuan was slightly impatient. She hopped around and said, "Third senior brother, quick, quick, quick. Don't let eldest senior brother get away." She pointed at a round clearing where the energy blast had swept through. The trees were uprooted, and rubble and debris were scattered on the ground. The cloud-splitting chariot's advantage was not clear in a forest, where it had to maneuver around huge, towering trees. At high altitudes, the flying chariot could reach its maximum speed. At low altitudes, it would not achieve the same speed. Moo! Kuei Niu's call sounded again, trailing off. Running away? Lu Zhou pushed off the ground and leaped off the cloud-splitting chariot. When she saw her master jump out, little Yuan applauded and said, "With master making his move, eldest senior brother won't be able to get away now." When Lu Zhou leaped out, he did not unleash his grand technique. Baiyan appeared and growled. Lu Zhou landed on Baiyan's back, and they shot forward at breakneck speed. Baiyan resembled a bolt of lightning as it traveled through the forest, eventually reaching where dark heaven starlight had struck moments ago. Lu Zhou looked around, studying the trees carefully as Baiyan slowly descended. There were still remnants of auras left by the energy around the trees. Only the great dark heaven memorial could leave this in its wake. Lu Zhou made his way to the prison. Soon, he saw the entrance to the prison below the peak. The 2 pillars at the entrance were damaged, one tilted at an angle. Clearly, they had been destroyed by an energy blast. There were bloodstains all over the floor, indicating a battle had taken place there. Layers of restrictions stood before Lu Zhou. The 1,000-layered restrictions of the Clarity Sect stood in his path like 1,000 spiderwebs. Where would Yu Zhenghai be? BZZT. BZZT. Electricity crackled along the 1,000-layered restrictions. The powerful restrictions had clearly weakened from relentless attacks and looked as though they were about to vanish at any moment. At this moment, Moo! Kuei Niu's call sounded near Lu Zhou. He turned around and saw Kuei Niu shooting through the forest. It resembled a yak with a white body and no horns. At this moment, it seemed to be shining. That person on Kuei Niu's back must be that rascal. Lu Zhou waved his arm without hesitation. The improved binding cage card shot out. Lu Zhou had never seen the improved binding cage card in action. However, the instant it was unleashed, he could feel that it was different from before, in both speed and power. The improved binding cage card seemed to move faster and smoother, though it was not as large as he had imagined. A Taoist mantra? The binding mantra? Lu Zhou was puzzled. He wondered why the improved version was not the cage itself, but something that resembled the Taoist binding mantra. There was a huge bind script surrounded by a golden 8 trigram. It was shrouded in rich primal qi as it shot toward Kuei Niu. Follow it. Lu Zhou was certain Yu Zhenghai would not be able to escape this time. Baiyan sped toward the target. They were instantly above the prison, a cliff face that was nearly perpendicular to the ground. The mantra disappeared after plunging over the cliff. Since the mantra disappeared, this meant that its effect had been triggered. The rascal won't be able to get away. Lu Zhou stood on Baiyan's back and scanned the area with his eyes. You rascal, do you think you can hide from my mantra? It was unfortunate that Lu Zhou could not follow the binding cage as he did when he was Yanzi Yunsan. The mantra moved too quickly, flying past in an instant. There were both advantages and disadvantages to the improved cards. Fortunately, Bayan had a keen nose. Since the mantra had hit, Zhenghai must be nearby. At that moment, Lu Zhou heard the system's notification. Ding! Rascal punished. Reward, 300 merit points. Punished? Lu Zhou had never heard of this notification before. This meant that the binding mantra had found its mark. Bayan slowed down. Its nose twitched. With its keen sense of smell, Bayan was like an oversized hunting hound searching for its prey on the cliff face. It growled every now and then. If anyone showed up, it would pounce without hesitation. Lu Zhou was in no hurry. He allowed Bayan to do its thing. It traveled downward along the cliff face and entered the forest again. The dense canopy blocked out most of the sunlight. Lu Zhou looked at the forest and found nothing odd about it. What a cunning man, he thought. Bayan continued moving forward, picking up speed. Lu Zhou examined the fallen trees in front of him, noticing signs of them being rammed by a beast. He should be up ahead. A whole row of trees had fallen. Soon, Bayan stopped. It looked up and began growling at a huge tree stump. Lu Zhou looked up as well. The energy from the technique had left a round clearing. Some clothes lay scattered beside the tree stump. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. The cicada sheds its carapace. Bayan's sense of smell wouldn't fail. Since it stopped here, this meant that its target was here. The surroundings were completely quiet. Lu Zhou surveyed his surroundings for any signs of movement. Alas, he has gotten away, he thought, frowning slightly. This can't be. He called up the system dashboard and read the improved binding cage card's description again. Indeed, it had a sure trigger rate. The system had also reminded him that the card would hit its target without fail. In that case, if Zhenghai's cultivation base was sealed, how did he manage to control a feisty mount, clear the forest, and leave at such swift speed? Lu Zhou leaped off Bayan's back and walked up to the pile of clothes. He stooped down and glanced at them. Zhenghai's clothes. Lu Zhou remembered the sizes of Zhenghai's clothes from when he was still cultivating on Golden Court Mountain. What a clever escape plan. Even so, it should have been impossible for Zhenghai to make such a quick escape. Could it be that he used some kind of ground escape technique like Yanzi Yunsan? Lu Zhou raised his hand. Energy seals scattered around him like flower petals. These energy seals were not destructive, they were more like tracking seals. Classified as beginner-level cultivation seals, they were relatively easier to master and did not consume much of a cultivator's resources. When little Yuaner's clansmen were kidnapped, Zhenghai had used this technique to track down the hostages. Simultaneously, these seals could track living beings in the vicinity. Naturally, if the target possessed a cultivation base, this technique would be of little use, as it would be blocked by a cultivator's protective energy. However, if the binding cage card had successfully landed, the target's cultivation base should have been sealed, making it impossible to block the tracking seals without a cultivation base. Yet, the seals flew throughout the forest for some time before vanishing like bubbles in the air. There were no signs of movement, and Lu Zhou did not sense any living beings nearby. Did he make Kuei-Nyo drag him away? The records in the book stated that Kuei-Nyo was also a legendary mount. If it traveled at full speed, it would be difficult to catch up. However, it seemed slightly unbelievable that it could leave without causing a commotion. Lu Zhou looked at the bloodstains on the clothes. He must have used some other technique that didn't require his cultivation base to make Kuei-Nyo leave. There were all kinds of sects under the skies of Great Yin. The three main teachings were the predominant sects that included the majority of cultivators. There was also witchcraft, which required a long time to cast spells, so people generally preferred cultivating Taoist techniques instead. Lu Zhou was knowledgeable enough to rule out some auxiliary items cultivators used, such as the cloud feather raiment, heaven-grade weapons, and formation streamers that activated formations. Rascal, it looks like you picked up some skills after leaving the evil sky pavilion. Lu Zhou slowly rose to his feet. He circulated his primal qi and condensed it into energy. With a wave of his arm, the energy spiraled and transformed into a mini dark heaven starlight. Although he was only in the divine court realm, his mastery of the skill was evident. The dark heaven starlight multiplied, and in just a blink of an eye, the trees within 100 meters of him were cut down by the energy. From above, one could see a round clearing. Lu Zhou sensed his Dantian sea of qi and nodded in satisfaction. As his cultivation base slowly recovered, he found it easier to cast his disciples' cultivation methods and techniques. The problem of being unable to cultivate his disciples' methods when he first transmigrated had been solved with the gradual restoration of his life. It might not be as powerful as one unleashed by a nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivator, but it was still a magnificent sight to behold. At the very least, it was no problem for him to cut down a few trees. A moment later, Bayan followed Lu Zhou's orders. It swept the area, but found nothing and could only return empty-handed to its master. Lu Zhou leaped back onto Bayan's back. He swept his gaze across the forest and said, "How long can you hide without your cultivation base?" Lu Zhou did not think that anyone could break the binding mantra. Unless the binding mantra only lasted for a short period, he was confident the rascal would come begging sooner or later. Return. Bayan gave a low growl and shot toward the Clarity Sect's third peak. The cloud-splitting chariot waited at the same spot where Lu Zhou had left it. Lu Zhou returned to the prison. Everything was the same as when he had left. Nothing had changed. He looked at the 1,000-layered restrictions that buzzed with electricity. It was clear that the Clarity Sect's restrictions were breaking. The final survivors of the Clarity Sect must be hiding behind the restrictions. Otherwise, Zhenghai would not have unleashed the Great Dark Heaven Memorial to try and breach them. Lu Zhou deliberately waited a moment. Perhaps he could obtain some information about Zhenghai from these people. At that moment, the 1,000-layered restrictions vanished. A red-clad woman carrying a sword in her hand slowly walked out. Several disciples behind her looked around warily. The 7 of them arranged themselves in a semicircle. Each was injured to varying degrees. The Nether Sect has left? They looked around in confusion. The woman in red, the last elite of the Clarity Sect, Yuexing, noticed the old man standing on Bayan's back. She hastily said, "Look out, everyone." The Clarity Sect's disciples also noticed the old man on Bayan. The legendary mount, with its majestic air, stared at them. Yuexing did not dare to let her guard down. She asked Lu Zhou, "Are you from the Nether Sect?" Lu Zhou shook his head. "If it weren't for me, you would all have been sent to the Yellow Springs." When Yuexing heard this, realization dawned on her. She hastily bowed. "So you're the one who chased away the great villain, Zhenghai." The other Clarity Sect disciples also bowed. "Thank you for helping us, old mister. How can we ever repay your kindness?" Ding. Received pious worship from 15 people. Reward, 150 merit points. Lu Zhou was slightly stunned. "I must have an air of benevolence about me. Alas, your lives have nothing to do with me." Only Yuexing looked around, then sighed and shook her head. "If you hadn't come, old mister, I'm afraid the Clarity Sect would have been. The Nether Sect is an insufferable bully. Zhenghai is supported by the evil Sky Pavilion's old villain and commits all sorts of wicked deeds wherever he goes. The Clarity Sect had attacked Golden Court Mountain before. It's to be expected that this calamity would befall the sect." The 7 Clarity Sons discussed among themselves emotionally. "I wonder if Sect Master is here?" Yuexing said sharply, "Don't mention the Sect Master ever again. If he hadn't colluded with the factions within the palace, the sect wouldn't have ended up like this." The others lowered their heads and no longer dared to speak. Seeing that they had calmed down somewhat, Lu Zhou said, I have some questions, and you will answer them. As he spoke, he pointed at Yu Hongyi, who was standing at the forefront. Yu Hongyi pointed at herself and asked in confusion, me? She walked out of the 1,000-layered restrictions and instinctively looked around. Everywhere she looked was in complete chaos, and black smoke rose from the other 6 peaks. Her expression darkened at the sight. She endured the pain from her injuries and cupped her fists slightly at Lu Zhou. Ask away, old sir. Are you the current Grand Elder of Clarity Sect, Yu Hongyi? Lu Zhou asked. Yes, I am, she replied. Was the person you fought earlier Yu Zhenghai, the sect master of the Nether sect? Lu Zhou inquired. Anger appeared on Yu Hongyi's face as she said, of course, I would recognize him even if he were reduced to ashes. My sect had thousands of cultivators, and yet, this is what we have been reduced to. Please grant us justice, old sir. You want me to grant you justice? Lu Zhou's expression was calm, though he felt unsure whether to laugh or cry. My sect has fallen to this state, and sooner or later, the same fate will befall the other sects on the noble path. At that time, the land will be plunged into chaos, and the people will live in misery. Since you were able to chase away that villain from the Nether sect, please help us, old sir. Yu Hongyi spoke sincerely, kneeling and cupping her fists. The others also kneeled and cupped their fists at Lu Zhou. Although Lu Zhou was not the one who annihilated the Clarity sect, Yu Zhenghai was still his disciple. If news spread that Yu Zhenghai had annihilated the Clarity sect, the cultivation world would still blame the evil Sky Pavilion. Surely, they're not going to ask me to commit suicide here as a way to seek justice for them, right? Lu Zhou said apathetically, the Clarity sect brought this upon themselves. Yu Hongyi, let me ask you a question. What is considered noble, and what is considered fiendish? Did Mochi seem like he was on the noble path when he dabbled in arcane arts? Moreover, 30 years ago, the Clarity sect and the 7 Stars Villa fought over territories, sacrificing thousands of commoners within 100 miles. Is that noble? He was not going to list more examples. There were too many to enumerate. Compared to the evil Sky Pavilion, the Clarity sect seemed more like it was on the fiend path. Nevertheless, at the end of the day, it was the survival of the fittest. Yu Hongyi was rendered speechless. If she had been asked this question in the past, she would have answered without any hesitation that the Clarity sect and the 10 great sects were definitely on the noble path, while the evil Sky Pavilion, the Nether sect, the Fiend Temple, and the Azure Dragon Association were all on the fiend path. However, her sect master, Mochi, had secretly cultivated arcane techniques that required him to devour the essence and blood of human cultivators. This was 100 times worse than those on the fiend path. When she thought about this, she felt that Lu Zhou was truly benevolent for not striking them when they were down. After mulling it over for a long while, she said, ashamed, your words have enlightened me. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded, saying, back to the main topic, did you see anyone else apart from Yu Zhenghai? Yu Hongyi nodded and said, the evil Sky Pavilion's 7th disciple, Wuya, was here as well. That man is treacherous and cunning, a master of schemes. His support was what made it possible for the Nether sect to control the 7 peaks. Upon hearing her words, the 7 Clarity sons began to get worked up. That man is despicable. He planted more than 100 moles in our ranks. How detestable. More than 100. Even Lu Zhou felt that Wuya had gone slightly overboard. An ordinary person would plant 1 or 2 moles in their enemy's ranks, but Wuya planted more than 100. Is he trying to go against the norm and have his moles work together? Yu Hongyi said, the Clarity sect has always recruited disciples every year. All he did was exploit this. There's nothing more to be said about it. It was truly a feat for Wuya to have managed this. It was slightly unbelievable. Where's Wuya now? Lu Zhou asked. Do you have a grudge with the people from the evil Sky Pavilion, old mister? Yu Hongyi wondered aloud. Lu Zhou gave it some thought before replying, not exactly. When Yuhangi heard these words, they held a different meaning from what Lu Zhou intended. She thought that even if Lu Zhou did not have a grudge against the evil Sky Pavilion, their relationship could not be good either. She said, "If you can deal with the evil Sky Pavilion, old mister, it will be something to rejoice about." Lu Zhou shook his head. Perhaps he was used to this kind of scene, he found himself immune to it now. Yuhangi seemed to remember something at this moment. She bowed and asked, "May I know which sect you belong to, old sir?" "I'll certainly visit you, and thank you again for saving us from our doom." "The evil Sky Pavilion," Lu Zhou replied honestly. Yuhangi was stunned. She thought she had misheard Lu Zhou. She asked again, "I'm sorry, old sir. Which sect did you say you're from?" At this moment, the cloud-splitting chariot appeared from among the trees. Perhaps those on board had waited too long and lost patience. The clearing left in the Great Dark Heaven Memorial was a suitable place for the cloud-splitting chariot to hover above. Naturally, the others were drawn to the sound of the cloud-splitting chariot. In just an instant, Yuhangi recognized the flying chariot. She shuddered and cried out, "Fall back! Get back into the prison!" The 7 Clarity Suns shuddered and retreated as well. However, after they passed the first pillar, they seemed to finally remember that the 1,000-layer restriction had been destroyed. If they went in now, wouldn't they be sitting ducks? "Old sir, quick! The evil Sky Pavilion is here. Old sir!" At this moment, all of them placed their hopes in Lu Zhou, who was standing on by-in. Lu Zhou was not surprised by their frightened expressions. At this moment, little Yuan stepped into the air, wrapping the Nirvana sash around her. Her attire was exceptionally eye-catching against the green forest. She approached Lu Zhou gleefully. "Master! Master?" On the flying chariot, Duan Muxing, who was at the helm, cupped his fists and said, "Master, we've been waiting for you anxiously." "Where's that traitor?" Yuhangi stumbled backward. She felt her chest tighten. "Run? Can we make it?" "Elder Yu, what's the matter?" "Elder Yu has suffered from Zhenghai's palm strike. She's injured." The 7 Clarity Suns were worried. However, Yuhangi hastily said, "Run, run now. That's the evil Sky Pavilion's cloud-splitting chariot." "Evil? Evil Sky Pavilion?" The 7 Clarity Suns looked at the flying chariot, the little girl who flew out from it, and the old man who casually stood on Bayan's back. The pieces finally clicked. Without a second thought, all of them scurried away. Running away? Too late. Little Yuaner's Nirvana sash flew out, red like the tongues of flames. At the same time, she was also wrapped in it, as if the area around her had caught fire. Yuhangi did not move. When she saw the heaven-grade weapon's might, she seemed horrified. She was almost certain the little girl was the evil Sky Pavilion's 9th disciple. Yuhangi and the 7 Clarity Suns, like arrows at the end of their flight, could not outrun little Yuaner's Nirvana sash. In just a blink, the Nirvana sash tripped the 7 Clarity Suns and the other disciples who were running away. They could no longer move. "That's enough." An elderly voice rang from the flying chariot. The speaker was none other than the former elite of the Clarity sect, Pan Lydian. Yuhangi looked up and exclaimed in shock, "Elder Pan?" She was overjoyed. The 7 Clarity Suns struggled to their feet and looked at the old man on the flying chariot as well. They said in unison, "Greetings, Elder Pan." The first elite of the Clarity sect had returned. It felt like a ray of hope was shining down on them at that moment. Pan Lydian said expressionlessly, "I am not your Elder Pan. I am an elder of the evil Sky Pavilion." Pan Lydian's words effectively stomped on the hope that had just begun to bloom in Yuhangi and the others' hearts. Yuhangi wore an incredulous expression on her face. She shook her head, seemingly in a daze, and said, "Elder Pan, you..." Before Yuhangi could finish her sentence, Pan Lydian shouted, "Silence!" His shout startled Yuhangi and the others. Lu Zhou was surprised by Pan Lydian's steely resolve. Well, this was beneficial for him. From now on, Pavilion would serve the evil Sky Pavilion. Pavilion would definitely be a great asset to the evil Sky Pavilion. At this moment, Lin Luo suddenly said, the Clarity sect's current predicament is largely due to sect master Mo Chi, and he was controlled by Mo Li from the palace. This has little to do with you Hongi. I propose that we let them go. In his eyes, there were only Mo Li and Mo Chi. Upon hearing Lin Luo's words, Pavilion cupped his fists at Lin Luo. This was something he had never done before. Lu Zhou's expression did not change, but he inwardly complained, do I really look like such an evil and ruthless person to them? He did not intend to waste his time here or hold this against Yu Hongi and the others. Just as Lu Zhou was about to speak, little Yuan pointed at the flying chariot above the main altar and said, Master, the Nether sect's 4 great protectors are running away. When Duan Muxing saw this, he glared at them angrily. He bowed and said, I'm willing to steer the cloud-splitting chariot and pursue that traitor. Lu Zhou leaped onto the cloud-splitting chariot. He glanced at the people on the ground before saying, let's go. After that, Lu Zhou turned to look at the Nether sect's flying chariot speeding into the distance. They might not be able to catch up to it now. After all, the Nether sect's flying chariot was powered by 4 elites. Besides, the cloud-splitting chariot was still in the forest, which would surely slow them down. Little Yuan hastily flew up to the flying chariot, not forgetting to pull a face at Yu Hongi. Then, she stuck out her tongue and said, I'll spare your lives for Elder Pan's sake. Pavilion, taken aback, coughed and finally said, little girl, that's not how you use a heaven-grade weapon. Huh? Whether it's a heaven-grade weapon or an earth-grade weapon, once it acknowledges its owner, a bond forms between the owner and the weapon. The deeper the bond, the greater the weapon's strength. I saw you using your weapon earlier. Your movements were impressive and seemed powerful, but it's not refined. He reached for the gourd on his waist, pulled the cork out, and placed it on his palm. Try and lift this, he said. Little Yuan said, that's easy. She waved her hand, and the Nirvana sash moved nimbly, flying toward Pavilian's palm. The Nirvana sash easily wrapped around the cork. Little Yuan's face clearly showed she did not think much of this task. Put it back, Pavilion said, raising the gourd. It was clear he wanted her to put the cork back into the bottle. Little Yuan controlled her Nirvana sash and moved it toward the bottle. Bam! She failed. Bam! She failed again. Little Yuan was beginning to feel annoyed. She summoned her primal chi. The Nirvana sash danced in the air around her, as though she was trying to kill someone. Bam! She failed a 3rd time. The task seemed simple enough, but she couldn't put the cork back on the bottle. How strange. Even Lin Luo was attracted by the activity. He watched, amused. Little Yuan said indignantly, what's this? Are you deliberately making fun of me? Pavilion shook his head. He took the cork from the sash and manually recorked the bottle. Then, he flicked his thumb, and the cork shot out with a pop. He caught it with his hand and said, human hands are one of the best weapons. You'll only be able to say you've mastered your weapon when you can control the Nirvana sash as well as you can control your hands. Pavilion had referred to his hands as a weapon. In a way, he was right. Little Yuan pouted and said, I don't believe you. The only person I believe is my master. After she finished speaking, she moved toward Lu Zhou. Pavilion shook his head helplessly. Now that he had lost his cultivation base, even if he genuinely wanted to impart his knowledge to her, he wasn't convincing enough. Moreover, she was a disciple of the evil Sky Pavilion. It seemed he had overstepped his bounds. In the end, he cupped his fists at Lu Zhou and said, I've been rude. Please forgive me. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, it doesn't matter. After all, Pavilion was the first elite of the Clarity sect. He was a man from Lin Luo's generation. His knowledge and experience could not be compared to that of the younger generation. Fortunately, he was willing to instruct the juniors. Moreover, Lu Zhou had not devoted much effort to teaching his disciples before. Lu Zhou looked at little Yuan and said, "What Elder Pan said is right. Indeed, your mastery of your weapon can be more refined. Thanks to Elder Pan's reminder, I'll spend more time teaching all of you when we return to the Evil Sky Pavilion." "Thank you, Master," little Yuan said happily. Lu Zhou looked at the gourd bottle in Pan Litian's hands and asked, "Heaven grade?" Pan Litian was slightly stunned. He nodded and said, "Good eye." Lin Luo spoke in his hoarse voice, "Wine gourd. I'm impressed. I was lucky. The Blackwood Forest burned for 49 days, and this is the only one left." Pan Litian raised the wine gourd with satisfaction and took another swig from it. To think that the unassuming wine gourd was a heaven-grade weapon. It was not easy for him to retain his weapon after losing his cultivation base. The cloud-splitting chariot flew out of the forest at a high altitude, leaving a meteor-like trail in its wake as it chased after the Nether Sect's flying chariot. However, the Nether Sect's flying chariot disappeared into the clouds and vanished without a trace. Duan Muxing said, "Master, it's quite difficult to catch up since the 4 great protectors are powering the flying chariot simultaneously." "Third senior brother, allow me," little Yuan said. A flying chariot relied on the person manning the helm and the others who powered it in the cabin. The higher the cultivation bases of those powering the flying chariot, the faster the speed would be. Naturally, Lu Zhou was aware of this. However, he said, "It doesn't matter. Zhenghai has been hit with my mantra. He'll show up on his own sooner or later. Stop chasing after them. Zhenghai would never be able to achieve his dreams without his strength and cultivation base. Besides, how would he keep the 4 great protectors in check?" "Huh?" Lu Zhou's expression remained calm as he said, "Return to the Evil Sky Pavilion." Meanwhile, in an unfamiliar forest, sunlight filtered through the leaves and shone on Wuya's bare body, creating a play of light and shadow. At that moment, he was leaning against a tree stump, a helpless look on his face as he gazed down at the word bind etched on his chest, its color a deep red. Looking up, he saw Zhenghai's back. Zhenghai sat on a tree stump with a dignified air, holding the jasper saber in his right hand, which he had plunged into the ground to support himself. Though he appeared composed, a trace of blood visible at the corner of his lips. "Binding mantra. Master sure has many tricks up his sleeve," Wuya said with a helpless smile. "It must have been hard on you, 7th junior brother," Zhenghai said, looking ahead. "We're brothers. No need to be so formal. I'm to blame as well for being careless. I thought that by luring Master away on Kuan-Yo, you'd have the chance to finish off Yu Hongi and the others." "What a shame," Wuya replied. Zhenghai suddenly punched out with his left hand. A fist-shaped ball of energy shot out, piercing the huge, towering tree in front of him. He suppressed his boiling emotions and said, "No matter. Yu, Hongi, and the 7 Clarity Sons are no threat now. Currently, the Clarity Sect merely exists in name. We've basically achieved our objective. There's no need to be concerned about this, junior brother. If I didn't have your help, the 7 peaks wouldn't have been taken down so swiftly." Wuya coughed. Zhenghai turned to look at Wuya, perplexed, and said, "The binding mantra, the cloud-splitting chariot, the mount, Bayan. Master is as impressive as ever. However, why is he stubbornly meddling in our affairs at his age?" He started his sentence calmly, but his tone gradually turned gloomy. It was clear he was not too happy about this. Wuya said, "Perhaps, the old man is trying to combine the advantages of various cultivation methods to prolong his life?" Upon hearing this, Zhenghai clenched his left hand and said, "If it's possible to prolong one's life, why hasn't anyone succeeded yet?" The cultivation world had existed for a long time. Many prodigies and elites had sought to defy the heavens and the unchanging truth since ancient times. However, it had proven to be an impossible task so far. "Stay your anger, eldest senior brother. Don't hold this against Master," Wuya said. Although he was bound by the binding mantra, he did not seem the least bit angry. Zhenghai slowly rose to his feet. He looked at the sky and sighed. Fortunately, you're here, junior brother. Wuya shook his head. He recalled the earlier situation in the forest and said, don't mention it. If you hadn't brought me along and used your essence and blood, I would have been captured by Master. Zhenghai frowned slightly and said, I'm curious. Master always refrained from using the Great Dark Heaven Memorial. Why did he suddenly unleash the Dark Heaven starlight? The fluctuations of his aura didn't seem that impressive, but his control is much superior to mine. Wuya propped himself up with difficulty. He pointed at the mantra on his body and said, he even used a mantra. I think he's just trying to warn us with the Dark Heaven starlight. Zhenghai looked at the binding mantra on Wuya again. The huge bind script was dazzling and eye-catching. Don't worry, junior brother. I'll find a way to free you from this binding mantra no matter what, Zhenghai said. All in good time. It doesn't matter if I have my cultivation base or not. Wuya smiled confidently. He didn't mind the mantra that bound him. Zhenghai nodded and said, it's no wonder you can manage the dark net with such an open-minded attitude, junior brother Wuya, you flatter me, senior brother. In any case, since you're bound by this mantra because of me, I'll send someone to the Celestial Masters sect. I believe you can handle the dark net, but not having your cultivation base is a cause for concern, Zhenghai said. It was safer for Wuya if he had his cultivation base. After all, who could tell if the members of the dark net were all loyal? Let's return to Pingdu Mountain first. You're the boss, senior brother. In the great hall of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Hua Wudao, Leng Luo, Pan Lydian, and several other disciples looked at Lu Zhou, who seemed lost in thought. They were puzzled, wondering what he was thinking about. At that moment, Lu Zhou was checking his remaining merit points on the system dashboard, 10,220 points. Earlier, he had purchased 4 Thunderblast cards but hadn't used them, and he had earned some merit points for Mochi. He decided to try his luck with the lucky draws again later. Lu Zhou waved his sleeve, and the menu disappeared. Thinking about Zhenghai, he said aloud, how did he manage to get away? He had been pondering this during the journey back but still couldn't figure it out. The binding mantra had clearly landed, and he had even been rewarded with merit points. Where did it go wrong? Hua Wudao looked at the perplexed Lu Zhou, cupped his fists, and said, you don't have to worry about this, Pavilion Master. The person who frequents the riverbank can hardly keep his shoes dry. Moreover, he suddenly trailed off, realizing his words might be misconstrued as suggesting Lu Zhou was getting old, making it logical that his powerful disciple managed to escape. Lu Zhou found Hua Wudao's attempt to console him annoying. Feeling Lu Zhou's gaze, Hua Wudao immediately stopped talking. After a moment, he said, I heard that Zhenghai was hit by your mantra. He will certainly look for ways to break it. There are only 2 methods. The first is to find a more powerful mantra caster. The Celestial Masters sect has many cultivators skilled in mantras. The second way is to go to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Duan Mingshi nodded and said, Elder Hua has a point. Master, let's seize this opportunity and wait for the hare to hit the stump at the Celestial Masters sect. The others looked at Duan Mingshi. The Celestial Masters sect was not the Clarity sect. It did not have many elites like Pan Lydian, but the Celestial Masters sect specialized in mantras and formations. No one would dare to underestimate the Celestial Masters sect on their own territory. What good would a bunch of misfits do by going there? They would just be serving their heads on silver platters. Leng Luo and Pan Lydian would be considered doing a good job if they did not hold the others back. A cultivator of the tortoise technique like Hua Wudao, who had honed his defense to near perfection, was more suited to stay back and guard their home base. Lu Zhou shook his head and said, the Celestial Masters sect might not be able to undo my mantra. The rascal has nowhere to go. He's bound to come here one day. Understood, Duan Mingshi said. Lu Zhou looked at Zhao Yu and asked, how is Panzhong doing? Zhao Yu replied, his injuries are stabilizing, and he's out of the woods. He'll recover once he gets enough rest. Thank you. Pan Lydian cupped his fists. His attitude on this matter was a clear indication of their relationship. Leng Luo asked, I'm curious. What relationship do you have with Pan Zhong? Pan Zhong was in his 40s at most. In the cultivation world, he was considered a young man. Pan Lydian and Leng Luo were of the same generation, and Pan Lydian had left the Clarity sect several centuries ago. No matter how one looked at it, he was definitely too old to be Pan Zhong's grandfather. Pan Lydian asked, what does it have to do with you? At that moment, Lu Zhou waved his arm, and a black brocade box flew into Pan Lydian's hands. I've always kept my word, Lu Zhou said. When Pan Lydian received the black box, his old hands visibly trembled. He bowed to Lu Zhou, but remained silent. However, his silence was enough to convey his thoughts and feelings. Over the years, although he had the opportunity to obtain sable magnolias, how could he do so without his cultivation base? It would be easier for him to ascend to heaven than to get a sable magnolia. Leng Luo was puzzled by Pan Lydian's excitement. With your identity and status, shouldn't it be easy to ask the Clarity sect to find you a sable magnolia? He asked. Pan Lydian shook his head. Leng Luo, if Emoli had disabled your cultivation base, would she have given you a sable magnolia? He responded. Leng Luo fell silent, as did the others. Pan Lydian cupped his fists. I'll take my leave now, he said. Leng Luo cupped his fists in return, excusing himself. Go on, said Lu Zhou, waving his arm. Those two would need a long time to recover their cultivation bases. Before they did, they were of little use to the evil Sky Pavilion. After the duo left, Lu Zhou asked, any news from Mingshi? Master. Fourth senior brother has overdone it this time. He's been out playing for so long and hasn't returned. Lu Zhou found this strange as well, but the system had not mentioned anything about Mingshi. Well, he wasn't worried that Mingshi would come to harm, as he trusted Mingshi survival skills. At that moment, Zhou Jifeng walked into the hall with a peculiar expression on his face. What's the matter? Lu Zhou asked. Yuexing is back. Zhou Jifeng's expression was tense. He paused for a brief moment before adding, she came with the head of the Heavenly Sword sect, Yuexing. Lu Zhou didn't show it, but he was inwardly surprised. He hadn't expected Yuexing to kill an elite from one of the 10 great sects, just to enter the evil Sky Pavilion. Nor had he expected her to choose an elite from the Heavenly Sword sect. Are you unhappy? Lu Zhou looked at Zhou Jifeng. Zhou Jifeng shuddered. He hurriedly knelt and said, I dare not. I would have given anything to kill Luo Changfeng with my own hands. Alas, Luo Changfeng has already been killed by you, senior. I've long severed any ties I had with the Heavenly Sword sect. That's for the best. Don't ever forget how you survived back then, Duan Muxing said. Yes, Master Third, Zhou Jifeng replied. The Heavenly Sword sect has been quiet since their attack on the evil Sky Pavilion. Luo Changfeng's death was a significant blow. I heard that Luo Xingkong went into seclusion to cultivate before he gave the position of sect master to his son, Luo Changfeng. We must guard against Luo Xingkong, who has now experienced the pain of losing a son, Hua Wudao said, cupping his fists. Lu Zhou turned to Zhao Yu and asked, any news from the station? Zhao Yu replied, currently, the word outside is that. She hesitated, afraid to speak. Go on, Lu Zhou encouraged. They say you absorbed the barrier's power to maintain your cultivation base, which is declining, Zhao Yu said, lowering her head. After saying this, she hurriedly added, I am willing to mend the barrier. Lu Zhou waved his hand. It's meaningless. Mending the barrier was only natural, but it wouldn't erase the fact that it had been disturbed. After all, the outside world was convinced that Lu Zhou's cultivation base was rapidly declining. Even if the barrier was mended, it would not change their minds. As they spoke, 2 female disciples brought Yuexing in. Yuexing appeared battered, as though she hadn't slept for days. Her eyes were bloodshot and puffy, and her hair was disheveled. She held a green bow in her hand, which did not seem to be made of high-quality materials. It appeared to be a yellow-grade weapon. In her other hand, she carried a sack, the bottom of which was dark with a bloodstain. The blood had dried after exposure to the air for a long time. Since Zhou Jifeng had already informed them beforehand, it was not difficult to guess that a head was in the sack. Hua Wudao looked on in disbelief as Yuexing knelt on the floor. Yuexing cupped her fists and said, Yuexing did not betray everyone's expectations. I've killed a 2-leaf nascent divinity tribulation realm elite, Elder Yuexing from the Heavenly Sword sect. Yuexing? You'll know once you open the sack. There's no need for that. Lu Zhou did not have a habit of looking at decapitated heads. He waved his hand and said, take care of it. Understood. 2 female cultivators carefully took the sack away. Lu Zhou's gaze fell on Yuexing as he asked, with your strength and cultivation base, you barely managed to kill a 2-leaf cultivator. Yuexing blushed in embarrassment. She said sheepishly, I know my strength is far from enough. The people from the Heavenly Sword sect are too cunning. I didn't get the chance to attack them. Why did you choose the Heavenly Sword sect? Upon hearing Lu Zhou's question, Zhou Jifeng turned to look at Yuexing as well. Yuexing said, I heard that the Heavenly Sword sect has been itching to act. Luo Xingkong has been searching for a way to exact revenge on the evil Sky Pavilion. I thought it's better to strike first before they can do anything. I wanted to show them that the evil Sky Pavilion isn't a force to be messed with. Listen to that. Such determination. This method. This is how a disciple of the evil Sky Pavilion should act. Yuexing sounded more like a disciple of the evil Sky Pavilion than its actual disciples. This certainly warmed the hearts of the others. Moreover, the evil Sky Pavilion needed an archer. At this moment, Hua Wudao said, Pavilion Master. Yuexing has passed the test. If you'd allow me, I'd like to instruct her in her cultivation from now on. Yuexing was elated when she heard this. She was about to bow in gratitude when... Wait. Hua Wudao was stunned. He had spoken on the Pavilion Master's behalf without waiting for his response, seemingly overstepping his bounds. He hastily said, Please forgive my impatience, Pavilion Master. Lu Zhou slowly rose to his feet. He walked down the stairs and stopped in front of Yuexing. Raise your head. Yuexing felt uneasy. How could she remain calm and unafraid with the world's greatest villain so close? She looked up nervously. Lu Zhou's expression remained unchanged. He merely glanced at her before pushing his palm forward. The others felt their hearts leap to their throats. They could not bear to watch. Even Yuexing closed her eyes. Everyone thought Lu Zhou would hit her when a light blue radiance appeared in his palm. Primal chi fell upon her body. The merciful arc of salvation, Hua Wudao's cloudy eyes widened. The light blue radiance enveloped Yuexing's body. Immediately, she felt a surge of primal chi flowing in the opposite direction of her own. Moreover, her injuries were healing at an alarming rate. A moment later, she opened her eyes and quickly kowtowed, saying, Thank you for healing me, Pavilion Master. Ding. Received 1 sincere kowtow. Reward, 10 merit points. What a shame. It would have been better for Lu Zhou if he could be repeatedly rewarded for each kowtow. If that were the case, he would capture that rascal, Zhu Honggong, Old 8th, and make him kowtow once for each passing second. That way, he would be able to earn more than 80,000 merit points in a day. He could purchase all the avatars and look down on everyone from above in just a few days. Lu Zhou sighed. Well, even a mosquito had flesh. It was better than nothing. I'm letting my mind wander again. Lu Zhou nodded and said, Since you've joined the evil Sky Pavilion, you must abide by its rules. I understand. Ding. Obtained 1 subordinate. Reward, 1,000 merit points. How many leaves do you have? Lu Zhou asked. Yuexing said awkwardly, TW two-leaf, a two-leaf cultivator is one of the 3 godly archers? It was quite a letdown. When Yuexing felt the sidelong glances from her surroundings, she lowered her head and blushed. With her cultivation base, she would have been a prominent figure in any sect and would have been cherished as a prodigy. She had also received much attention when she cultivated under the Luo sect's protection. Alas, this was the evil Sky Pavilion. Lu Zhou did not shun her. Instead, he said, you have remarkable talents. To think that you were able to kill the two-leaf elite, Yuexing, with your two-leaf cultivation base. It's a commendable feat. Thank you for your praise, senior. There are many books on archery in the West Pavilion. Anyone from the evil Sky Pavilion is free to go through them. Yuexing had heard that the evil Sky Pavilion had many books and weapons, usually the best. She was delighted to hear this and quickly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, senior. You're dismissed. Understood. Hua Wudao cupped his fists at Lu Zhou as well and left the great hall with Yuexing. Lu Zhou returned to his throne and sat down slowly. He looked at Zhou Jifeng and said, Zhou Jifeng. Zhou Jifeng shuddered, hastily bowed, and said, Pavilion Master. He paused briefly before continuing, I've never regretted my decision to join the evil Sky Pavilion. My only regret is that I couldn't kill them with my own hands. Let bygones be bygones. What you must do now is to strengthen yourself. If you have the time to entertain meaningless thoughts, you might as well use it to go through the books in the West Pavilion. When Zhou Jifeng heard this, he nodded and said, I understand. Everyone is dismissed. Lu Zhou waved his arm. The others bowed and left the great hall. Meanwhile, in the nether sect on Pingda Mountain, Zhenghai stood with his back to the 4 great protectors, Hua Chongyang, Bai Yuqing, Yang Yan, and Di Qing, who behaved respectfully. Sect Master, we were unable to stop the old senior. Please punish us. Please punish us, Sect Master. Please punish us, Sect Master. Zhenghai turned to face the 3 great protectors and said, all of you played a great part in making the nether sect as powerful as it is now. We dare not claim any merit, Hua Chongyang hastily said. Ever since I left the evil Sky Pavilion and founded the nether sect, this has always been my grand plan, Zhenghai said slowly. All of you have been a great help to me and are the people I trust the most under the heavens. The 3 did not even dare to breathe loudly. Zhenghai placed his hand on his back as he moved to stand in front of Hua Chongyang. Hua Chongyang was kneeling on one knee with his head bowed, one hand on the ground for support. I'm willing to be punished. I was the one who gave the order on your behalf, Sect Master. This has nothing to do with the others. As soon as Hua Chongyang finished speaking, Yang Yan kneeled immediately. Brother Chongyang was only thinking about the bigger picture. All of us wholeheartedly supported his decision at that time. I'm willing to be punished as well. Di Qing kneeled as well. I have nothing to add, but I'm willing to be punished as well. In the end, the 4 of them chose to retreat when faced with the evil Sky Pavilion. If they had managed to buy Zhenghai even a little more time, the entire Clarity sect would have been annihilated. Zhenghai was aiming for a great cause, not a child's game. The thing he despised most was people chickening out at the critical moment. However, in a move that surprised the 3 of the 4 great protectors, Zhenghai placed his hands on Hua Chongyang's shoulders and pulled him to his feet. You're all my trusted people. I would never blame you. Sect Master. You've done well in this matter. Hua Chongyang was perplexed. Yang Yan and Di Qing were similarly speechless. Wasn't the Sect Master going to punish us heavily by summoning us here? Why is he suddenly being so lenient? The 3 great protectors were puzzled, unable to make sense of the situation. Sect Master, we're unworthy of your kindness. Hua Chongyang shuddered and fell to his knee, resuming his previous position. Stand up and speak. Zhenghai did not pull Hua Chongyang up. What I said was sincere. You're all my most trusted people. I would never punish you. At that moment, Zhenghai recalled the binding mantra. If his 7th junior brother had not taken the hit for him, he could not and dared not imagine what would have happened to him. In truth, he was secretly afraid of his master, but he could not show it for fear of damaging his reputation and honor. Hua Chongyang and the others were moved by Zhenghai's words. They rose and said in unison, "Thank you, sect master." Zhenghai nodded. Then, he changed the subject and said, "However, if you ever run into my master again." Before Zhenghai could finish, Hua Chongyang hastily declared, "Don't worry, sect master. If we run into him again, we'll stop him even if it costs us our lives." "No," Zhenghai shook his head. "You should run as far away as you can." The three of them exchanged glances. What is the sect master playing at? Naturally, they knew they were no match for the evil Sky Pavilion. Moreover, they had been instructed to avoid confrontation unless absolutely necessary. This rule hasn't changed since the Nether sect was founded. "You're dismissed," Zhenghai said. "Understood." Hua Chongyang was about to leave when he seemed to recall something. He asked, "Sect master, is it enough to send by Yuexing alone to protect Mr. 7th? Zhenghai replied, "I know what I'm doing." Upon hearing this, Hua Chongyang no longer dared to say anything else. He only said, "I'll take my leave, then." The White Tiger Hall's first seat, by Yuexing, one of the 4 great protectors, was currently not on Pingdu Mountain. After considering that Wuya's cultivation base had been sealed by the binding mantra, Zhenghai sent by Yuexing to escort Wuya back to the Crouching Dragon. 2 hours later, the Nether sect's flying chariot parted the clouds. Wuya sat in a dignified manner aboard the flying chariot, his eyes closed as he rested his spirit. Occasionally, he would try to muster his primal chi to break through the seal. Alas, his body was like an empty vessel. Currently, he was almost no different from a mortal who couldn't even truss a chicken. The only thing he had was his strengthened physique due to body tempering. A cultivator who couldn't conjure primal chi was useless. Wuya was currently useless. He opened his eyes and sighed, "Stop." By Yuexing, who was manning the helm, brought the flying chariot to a stop. They hovered motionlessly in midair. By Yuexing asked in confusion, "Mr. 7th, we're almost at the Crouching Dragon. Why are we stopping?" Master arrived at Clarity Sect from Slender Westlake in such a short time. "This means someone leaked the information," Wuya said. By Yuexing was stunned. "Are you suspecting me, Mr. 7th? He asked. After all, the one in charge of wiping out Mo Chi the other day was By Yuexing. Wuya shook his head with a smile. "You've misunderstood me. He couldn't possibly say that he had a source among Wei Zhuyan's men who were present at Slender Westlake the other day. Change direction. Head south. The Crouching Dragon is only a temporary information station meant to fool the others. Go south, there's an information station less than 10 miles away. Yellow Peak Mountain. It's safe there." Wuya pointed in the general direction. By Yuexing said, "They say you're more cautious than ordinary people, Mr. 7th. It seems the rumors are true. I'm impressed." Then, he steered the flying chariot in the southern direction. After a while, the flying chariot slowly descended. After By Yuexing landed the chariot, he said, "Mr. 7th, we've arrived at Yellow Peak Mountain." The two of them left the flying chariot. In the meeting room on Yellow Peak Mountain, Wuya and By Yuexing entered the room. "Thank you for bringing me here, Brother Bai. Please thank Eldest Senior Brother on my behalf when you return," Wuya said. By Yuexing smiled. "The sect master has already given me an order. Considering your sealed cultivation base, I'm to be your bodyguard until you regain your cultivation base." Wuya was stunned. However, he quickly regained his composure and acted as though nothing had happened. "Have a seat," By Yuexing cupped his fists and said, "I heard that you prefer quiet surroundings. I won't trouble you any further. Let them arrange my lodgings." He pointed at the Darknet members outside the room before leaving. He seemed like a tactful person. Si Wuya did not object and let Yuexing do as he pleased. As soon as Yuexing left, a faint smile appeared on his face. At this moment, the person in charge of Yellow Peak Mountain came in, bowed, and said, "I apologize for being late to greet you. Please forgive me, Sect Master." "No matter. Yuexing is one of the Nether Sect's 4 great protectors. He's also a friend of mine. Treat him well." "Understood. If there's nothing else, you're dismissed." Si Wuya was exhausted from what he had gone through. He wanted to try to break free from the binding mantra again. "I have another matter to report." "What is it?" "A few days ago, a visitor with the surname came. He wanted to get something from you, Sect Master." Si Wuya frowned slightly and said, "A friend with the surname?" He disliked unforeseen circumstances the most. He did not like the feeling of things being out of his control. The person in charge was startled by the question and said, "He knew about your identity and the password. Is he an imposter? Where is he?" "He's a guest on Yellow Peak Mountain." For some unknown reason, a foreboding feeling rose in Si Wuya's heart. Everything felt like too much of a coincidence. At this moment, a familiar voice reached Si Wuya's ears. "Long time no see, 7th junior brother." As soon as Si Wuya heard the voice, he shook his head. He knew to whom the voice belonged. "There's nothing else. You're dismissed. Sect Master. He's my friend. I'll be taking my leave." At the same time, a man in peculiar clothes walked in with his hands behind his back. His beard was long, and his hair was pulled up. His long robes made him look like a merchant from another region. When he saw the man walk in, Si Wuya was slightly taken aback for a moment. He quickly regained his composure and said with a smile, "Long time no see, 4th senior brother." "What friend with the surname?" "It's just a name he randomly came up with." Mingshi removed his beard and his baggy robes, regaining his familiar appearance. "Aren't you surprised?" he said. Si Wuya sat down, keeping quiet. Indeed, he was surprised. "Master's orders?" "Master told me to bring you back to the Evil Sky Pavilion," Mingshi said with a smile. Si Wuya found Mingshi words strange. He thought back to the incidents at the Clarity Sect and was perplexed. His master had personally gone to the Clarity Sect with his flying chariot and even unleashed a mantra. Why did he send his 4th senior brother here alone? Moreover, it seemed like his 4th senior brother had been waiting on Yellow Peak Mountain for 2 days. Although he was more intelligent than the average person, he could not figure this out. Isn't it better to wait for the hare to bump into the tree stump? Outwardly, Si Wuya calmly asked, "How did you know I would be here, 4th senior brother?" Mingshi did not act like a stranger. He walked to the other side of the table and took a seat. He poured himself a cup of tea and said, "Simple. I investigated you. There are no walls in the world without ears. Do you remember the flying chariot at Skylark Pagoda? Junior brother, you've been careless. No matter how many men you employed, do you think ordinary people can own flying chariots?" Si Wuya nodded and clapped his hands involuntarily. "How did you find out the password?" "I stayed at the Crouching Dragon for 2 days. I must apologize. I can't really stay still, so I searched the entire Crouching Dragon," Mingshi said. "By the way, I've searched this place as well." Si Wuya looked at Mingshi with a complex expression. For a moment, he did not know what to say. He did not expect Mingshi to put so much effort into tracking him down. Then, he said calmly, "As long as you're happy, 4th senior brother." Mingshi drained the teacup in one go. Then, he looked at Si Wuya and said, "Eh? You don't look so good." Si Wuya remained silent. Mingshi smiled and said, "Don't pout. My brain is on par with yours. It's not embarrassing to lose to me just once." Mingshi felt exceptionally pleased with outsmarting Si Wuya. The joy he felt was akin to that of a despicable person rising to power. "4th senior brother, I have something to ask you," Si Wuya said. What is it? For some reason, Mingshi felt exceptionally happy at this moment. If he were honest, he never thought he would see Wuya again. He felt like a blind cat that had stumbled upon a dead rat. Although luck played a huge part in this, luck was also a form of strength. This was especially true now that he had managed to catch a smart and cunning person like Wuya. The evil Sky Pavilion's barrier is greatly weakened. I heard that the master forcibly absorbed its power to maintain his cultivation base. Is that true? Wuya asked. Although Mingshi had heard about this matter, he had not returned to the evil Sky Pavilion yet. Since he had not seen it personally, he did not dare to deny or confirm it. He only said, "I'm sorry. If you want to find out, you'll have to follow me back to the evil Sky Pavilion." Wuya smiled and nodded. "I must say, fourth senior brother, you've changed, I remember that you used to be the one with the most opinions." "That was in the past. We're living in the present, in that case." "Why didn't you forcibly bring me back before?" Wuya asked, puzzled. "What difference does it make if I bring you back now?" Naturally, Mingshi would not admit that he lacked the strength to do so in the past. Wuya chuckled and said, "We're both fellow disciples. Why do you have to make things difficult for me? A traitor is a traitor, after all. You should be thankful that I'm the one who came today. If the master were here, he'd turn your bones to ashes with just a palm strike. I wouldn't be surprised if he did something like that. The master's cultivation base is unfathomably profound. I have no reason to doubt his strength. However, I have many things left to accomplish. I'm slightly reluctant to return at this moment. I don't care about your plans. You must return to the evil Sky Pavilion with me today." Mingshi rose to his feet as primal chi surged from his body. Wuya was not afraid. Instead, he said calmly, "Do you think things will change even if I return? What about 5 years from now?" He had shortened the time from 10 years to 5 years due to the barrier issue. 5 years later, they would still be scattered all over. Wuya had lost count of the number of times he had tried to explain this to Mingshi. "We'll leave tomorrow's troubles for tomorrow," Mingshi said. Wuya replied in a disapproving tone, "In that case, I'll mimic you and say something rebellious. If I'm unwilling, not even the master himself can do anything about it." Mingshi slammed his palm on the table and said, "Traitor. I'll purge the pavilion's scum on the master's behalf today." Smack. The table cracked. The pots and cups fell to the floor and shattered into pieces. Mingshi palm strike elicited no reaction from Wuya. He frowned and said, "Impudent. Do you think I've made no progress?" With that, he struck with his palm again. It startled him when his palm seal landed accurately on Wuya's chest. Bam! Wuya flew back and crashed through the pillar and wooden door. Mingshi was puzzled. He had expected a prolonged battle with Wuya. He did not expect Wuya to stand still and take his blow. Far away, in the evil Sky Pavilion, Lu Zhou, who was in the midst of comprehending the heavenly writing in the East Pavilion, was startled and confused by a sudden notification from the system, "Punished Wuya. Reward, 200 merit points." After mulling it over for a moment, Lu Zhou figured out that Mingshi must be the cause of it. However, he was puzzled. Mingshi had just recently sprouted leaves on his golden lotus. How could he match Wuya? Only then did Mingshi walk over to Wuya. Wuya spat out a mouthful of blood before propping himself up to sit. After appraising Wuya for a moment, Mingshi realized something. Wuya was not intentionally concealing his aura, his cultivation base had been sealed. He half-lowered his body to look at Wuya and said, "So your cultivation base is sealed. I never thought I'd live to see this day, 7th junior brother." Wuya was not angered. He said, "You're indeed more powerful than before, 4th senior brother. However, if my cultivation base weren't sealed, you wouldn't be a match for me." "Well, it's a pity we won't know for sure." As of now, you've been defeated, Mingshi said. Forget it, Wuya shook his head calmly. A loss is a loss. Do what you must, fourth senior brother. Do you think I won't? Mingshi grabbed Wuya by the collar of his shirt and raised a palm. Will you? Wuya was not afraid as he stared into Mingshi's eyes. Wuya knew his fourth senior brother very well. He knew Mingshi would not follow through on his threat. Who said Wuya was always cautious? There were times when he would take risks, and this was one of those moments. Mingshi held on to Wuya's collar, fury churning in his eyes. He did not recklessly attack Wuya but only glared at him as he said, "At the end of the day, I'm still your senior brother. Before I do this, I want to know the real reason why all of you left the evil Sky Pavilion." By all of you, he naturally meant his eldest and second senior brothers, Zhenghai and Shangrong. Wuya said with a smile, "That's simple. Master has a fiery temper, and we're humans who have dignity. Who can endure that treatment for such a long time? Once we obtained our weapons and cultivation methods, we naturally left without turning back. Do you think I'd believe that? You're painting your betrayal of the evil Sky Pavilion as something righteous. When did you grow so shameless?" Mingshi asked, with a sneer. Pot calling the kettle black. I remember you had similar thoughts when the elites of the 10 great sects laid siege on Golden Court Mountain, fourth senior brother. You might not believe me, but many of those who attacked the Golden Court Mountain back then were my moles. Back then, you infuriated Master to no end, fourth senior brother, Wuya said confidently and frankly, as though he had seen it with his own eyes. Silence. A surge of sound waves washed over Wuya, causing him to sway slightly. Then, he cupped his fists and said, "I'm only stating the truth. Please forgive me, senior brother. The past is the past. You weren't us, how would you know what it was like on the mountain back then?" Mingshi asked. To say the same, you're not us either. How can you presume to understand our feelings? Do you dare quibble with me? Mingshi tightened his grip before throwing Wuya aside. Bam! Wuya crashed through the railing and landed in the courtyard. Far away, in the evil Sky Pavilion. Ding! Punished Wuya. Reward, 200 merit points. Lu Zhou briefly opened his eyes upon receiving the notification, then closed them again. Against a cultivator who had completed the 9 stages of body tempering, this level of harm would not have much effect without some primal qi. Mingshi leaped out of the room and looked at Wuya in confusion. After a moment, he said, "There's a cycle in nature, and what goes around comes around. Who's the wise guy who sealed your cultivation base so tightly that you can't break free?" Wuya propped himself up and wiped the blood from his lips. He looked outside and Mingshi continued, "No one will come to your rescue. I've been cultivating here whenever I have the time. Perhaps they're all frightened to death." Wuya was silent for a moment. He suddenly realized that his fourth senior brother was much smarter than he had expected. He managed a smile and said, "Fourth senior brother, why don't you join the Darknet? You can be the sect master, and I'll be your aide. You're hopeless. In light of Master's absence, I'll punish you on his behalf." Mingshi raised his hand and cast another palm seal towards Wuya. Just as the energy seal was about to connect with Wuya's chest. Bam! Another, faster energy seal shielded Wuya's chest. The energy seal was extremely thick, appearing at lightning speed to negate Mingshi energy seal. Mingshi turned around to look. A man cupped his fists toward him from the roof of the courtyard. He said, "The Nether Sect's White Tiger Halls by Yuexing offers his greetings, fourth sir." The Nether Sect, Mingshi instantly retreated and surveyed his surroundings, worried that his eldest senior brother was also here. Bai Yuexing said with a smile, "There's no need to feel anxious, fourth sir. The sect master is currently occupied with other matters. He isn't here." Now that's a joke. Me? Afraid of him? Mingshi was inwardly relieved. "Fourth sir. I heard the commotion here earlier. The sect master has repeatedly ordered me not to interfere in the personal affairs of his fellow disciples. However, the sect master has also tasked me with protecting 7th Sir. Why do you have to be so overbearing and put 7th Sir in a difficult position, 4th Sir? Mingshi looked at Yuexing and said, you dare defy your sect master's repeated orders. If I were your sect master, I'd have the heads of those who disobeyed my commands. Yuexing was speechless. Wuya managed to rise to his feet and said, 4th senior brother, why do you have to be so angry? Even if you kill me, what will that accomplish? My problem is you. Wuya, for a moment, he felt that his 4th senior brother was a stranger to him. He did not understand why his 4th senior brother had changed so much. After all, the former Mingshi shared the same opinion regarding the evil Sky Pavilion. After a moment's silence, Wuya removed his upper clothing, revealing his slightly skinny yet toned body, complete with six-pack abs. It was hard to imagine that the gentle and scholar-like Wuya possessed such a physique. However, a large, blood-colored bind script was visible on the center of his chest, covering a significant portion of it and impossible to miss. A binding mantra? Mingshi frowned, inwardly shocked. He had studied the books in the West Pavilion while at the Evil Sky Pavilion, aiming to enhance his cultivation base. At that time, his Bluewood Heart technique was not yet complete, but he had accumulated considerable knowledge. This binding mantra was one of the most terrifying binding techniques. He finally understood why Wuya had not retaliated at all. It was because Wuya's cultivation base was sealed. With a faint smile, Wuya said, 4th senior brother, do you know who did this? I wasn't there when it happened, so why are you asking me? Mingshi replied with a question. This response indicated to Wuya that Mingshi had not been on the flying chariot at Clarity Sect. In that case, Mingshi presence on Yellow Peak Mountain has nothing to do with Master, Wuya thought, feeling relieved. He said, Master is the one who placed this binding mantra on me. Master? Mingshi was shocked. He remembered that his master had been using unusual techniques recently, whether Buddhist mudras or Taoist seals. And now, he's even using mantras? He felt a bit skeptical. Wuya said, there's no need to doubt me, senior brother. This was indeed done by the old man. You'll understand once you return to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Even if it is, you deserve it. After I was hit by this mantra, I lost my cultivation base. Danger lurks everywhere in the cultivation world. There are many sects that would love to flay me alive. Since you were able to find your way to Yellow Peak Mountain, senior brother, others could find their way here as well. Aren't you worried that Master would do something equally cruel to you in the future? Wuya asked. Spare me these discord-sowing words. You betrayed the Evil Sky Pavilion, deceived your master, and denounced your patriarch. I won't be surprised if Master decides to kill you. Mingshi paused briefly before he said, come back with me to face Master. Chapter 237, Mingshi Method. Wuya prided himself on his ability to predict all outcomes. However, he did not expect his 4th senior brother to be so stubborn. He did not anticipate that his 4th senior brother would disregard the binding mantra, seemingly undeterred by the possibility that their master might also be cruel to him in the future. Knowing that there was no hope of changing Mingshi mind, Wuya realized he would have to approach the situation differently. He put his clothes back on and said with a faint smile, 4th senior brother, combat strength is indeed important. However, the true deciding factor on the battlefield is not just combat strength. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to take me away. I'll try. The sound wave from Mingshi voice surged toward Wuya. The space in front of Wuya seemed to distort, but the sound wave was ultimately held back by a layer of protective energy, like a thick wall erected before him. Mingshi looked at the white tiger hall's first seat, Yuexing. Yuexing cupped his fists and said, I'm sorry, 4th Sir. I have to ensure 7th Sir's safety. Mingshi said, what's your name again? My name is Yuexing. I am the White Tiger Hall's first seat in the Nether sect. You have a great cultivation base. Would you consider joining the Evil Sky Pavilion? Yuexing looked awkward as he said, thank you for the kind offer, fourth sir. Since I joined the Nether sect, I've never thought of leaving. As soon as Yuexing finished speaking, Mingshi turned to look at Wuya with eyes filled with mockery. His gaze seemed to say that even Yuexing understood not to betray his sect. Wuya was not bothered by Mingshi's mockery. Over the years, he had been mocked by countless people. He had been called a traitor, someone who deceived his master and denounced his patriarch, disloyal, faithless, wicked, scheming, petty, and despicable. The countless insults hurled at him had made him immune to them. Finally, Mingshi looked at Yuexing, standing on the roof, and said, all right. I'll remember you. Although Yuexing's cultivation base was more profound than Mingshi's, when he heard Mingshi's words, he was inexplicably shaken. However, remembering his sect master and brothers supporting him, he felt slightly relieved. Besides, Wuya was on the Nether sect's side. How long could the Evil Sky Pavilion last? In the cultivation world, time was the most valuable and important asset. With his courage bolstered, he cupped his fists and said, please try to understand, Mr. Fourth. Please leave. Please leave? Mingshi stomped his foot. Boom. The houses on both sides immediately crumbled. Mingshi shot into the sky. At this moment, he was looking down at Yuexing from above. Yuexing met Mingshi's gaze. Deep down, he had always longed to fight a disciple from the Evil Sky Pavilion. Since he began cultivating, he had heard many legends and stories about the Evil Sky Pavilion. Everyone feared the Evil Sky Pavilion, especially its master, the sect leader's master. When the 4 first seats faced the Evil Sky Pavilion back then, they did not dare to attack. However, now that a good opportunity had presented itself, he could hardly remain calm. He cupped his fists and said, do you want to fight, Mr. Fourth? Swoosh! Mingshi charged at Yuexing's face at lightning speed. A solemn expression appeared on Yuexing's face. He did not dare to let his guard down. He leaped into the air, and the two began to fight. For a time, the wind blew fiercely in the air. Both opponents launched energy seals at each other. Wuya shook his head at this scene. The person in charge of Yellow Peak Mountain ran over fearfully, lowered his body, and said, it's my fault. I shouldn't have let the wolf in. Wuya glanced at him and said, I don't blame you for this. Thank you, Sect Master. Thank you for being merciful. The person in charge sighed in relief. He felt much calmer now. However, today, you can retire and return to your hometown. Sect Master? This is the Darknet's custom. Given your loyal service over the years, you may keep your tongue, Wuya said calmly. The person in charge initially wanted to say something. However, since his sect master had spoken, he did not dare to say anything else. He sighed and bowed to Wuya. Thank you for being merciful, Sect Master. Farewell. Wuya did not look at him. Even when the person left, he did not turn around. As the saying goes, a man who does great things would never fret over trivial matters. Some mistakes could never be made. A short while later, another person approached Wuya. When he saw the chaotic battle in the air, he said, Sect Master, would you like to rest inside? No need, Wuya replied. He was in no mood to rest. Instead, he walked to the side and watched the battle between Yuexing and Mingshi. Sect Master, the two of them seemed to be evenly matched. Who's going to win? There's no need to worry, Wuya said. Yuexing is a 7-leaf elite. Although 4th senior brother has a heaven-grade weapon, it's impossible for him to win. Yuexing is being considerate. Although a heaven-grade weapon was powerful, it couldn't make up for the differences of a few ranks. I understand. Wuya continued, spread the word that Yellow Peak Mountain's location has been leaked. Have the core members move. Understood. At that moment, the trees and grass in the area grew wildly and rapidly. "See," Wuya exclaimed, "it looks like fourth senior brother has obtained the complete Bluewood Heart technique." "Master, did you finally come to your senses?" In the cultivation world, whether it was Taoist Madras, Buddhist Brahmin chants, seals, Fiend Zen, or the Confucian school's expansive qi, everything had to be drawn from primal qi, whether for healing or condensing energy seals. However, the Evil Sky Pavilion's Bluewood Heart technique was different from other sections. It used primal qi to promote the growth of plants. Countless vines moved in on by Yuexing at the same time. Internally startled, he looked at Mingshi, who was coming at him swiftly. He no longer held back. "Mr. Fourth, here I come." Buzz, Bai Yuqing's avatar materialized, towering at 70 feet tall. The moment the avatar appeared, a massive wave of energy surged out from Bai Yuexing in all directions. The vines were instantly overwhelmed by the firm and powerful energy blast. A streamlined energy shield appeared before Mingshi in midair. The separation hook gleamed in his hands at this moment. As soon as the vines withered, he shot through the air. When Bai Yuexing sensed a threatening aura, primal qi surged out of his body once more. He unleashed countless palm strikes with his hands in an extremely short period of time. Bam! 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 Mingshi drew his separation hook across the air before himself, repelling the incoming palm strikes. A heaven-grade weapon? Bai Yuexing saw the separation hook in Mingshi hands. As expected of Evil Sky Pavilion's fourth master. However, it won't be enough. His avatar swiftly shrank to a height of 10 feet before expanding again. "What's this?" Si Wuya was puzzled by the sight. The expansive heavenly energy? He was surprised to see someone from the Nether sect cultivating the expansive heavenly energy, given the sect's reputation as the greatest cult under the heavens. However, regardless of whether a person follows the noble path or the fiend path, both sides can freely cultivate the method they prefer. It was not uncommon for the Nether sect to have an expert who cultivated the expansive heavenly energy. The instant Bai Yuexing's avatar enlarged, the expansive heavenly energy surged toward Mingshi with unstoppable momentum. The disparity in their strength was significant. Mingshi flipped in the air, trying to deflect the relentless energy blasts that were coming at him. The expansive heavenly energy surprised Mingshi as well. However, he was prepared to defend against it. He had expected one of the Nether sect's 4 great protectors, a 7-leaf expert, to have a trick or two up his sleeve. He flipped in the air and stabilized his footing after skidding a few hundred meters away. Even then, the expansive heavenly energy made his qi and blood surge, and he felt numb all over. If he had been caught off guard, he would have been injured. Hovering in the air, he stared at Bai Yuexing. At this moment, Bai Yuexing had already recalled his avatar. The entire place was silent. Bai Yuexing did not feel any sense of achievement just because he bested Mingshi. Instead, he was shocked. He had yet to properly gauge Mingshi strength, making him feel as though Mingshi was holding back. Although there was no doubt he could defeat his opponent, he was still surprised. It seemed there was a valid reason why everyone generally feared the Evil Sky Pavilion. It seemed the rumor about the Evil Sky Pavilion being able to dominate the outside world was not baseless. "Thank you for letting me win," Bai Yuexing cupped his fists humbly. "Old Seventh, I've truly underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have found such a helper," Mingshi said as he hovered in the air. Si Wuya said, "Fourth senior brother, why do you have to do this? Seventh junior brother, why do you have to do this? It's meaningless to say anything else. Fourth senior brother, please return. Please convey my message to master. Tell him I'm doing well and that eldest senior brother and I won't take this to heart," Si Wuya said. "You bastard." Mingshi cursed, "The audacity. How dare you speak to master in such a manner? You're a disgrace." He turned to look at Bai Yuexing and said in a deep voice, "I advise you to stay out of this. Get lost." The sound wave rolled toward Bai Yuqing but dissipated several meters before reaching him. Bai Yuqing shook his head helplessly and said, "Since you're being stubborn, fourth master, I have no choice but to do this." Whiz, his 70-foot avatar appeared again, towering over the surroundings. Primal chi from the surroundings swiftly gathered toward it. Mingshi frowned, looking at the avatar with a slight contempt. He had hidden his identity while conducting his investigation recently. He followed his leads all the way to Yellow Peak Mountain and successfully found Wuya. He felt as though all his efforts were going to waste because of Bai Yuqing. He was truly unwilling. Mingshi hovered in midair as energy swirled around him. Bai Yuqing pushed off the roof and shot toward the heavens with his avatar. Mingshi felt a peculiar pressure coming at him and retreated swiftly. Bai Yuqing did not seem to be holding back as he shot toward Mingshi with his avatar like a fired arrow. The most effective way to crush one's opponent was to utilize the difference in cultivation base. Back then, the righteous sex elder Zhang Chunlai had used this very method to break Zhu Honggong's octagon formation. Petty tricks were meaningless before an avatar. Wuya looked at the scene in the sky, slightly shocked. Bai Yuqing's back was straight as he moved, and his avatar maintained the same posture as him. Wuya muttered softly, "Eldest senior brother, is this truly your will?" Mingshi retreated again. The avatar was moving too quickly. The Darknet members gaped at the Nether Sect elite's shocking technique. Mr. Fourth from the Evil Sky Pavilion is going to have a tough time, they thought. After all, Mingshi was an Evil Sky Pavilion disciple. How could his pride withstand being outshone by an elite? The others shook their heads and sighed. The moment Bai Yuqing and his avatar approached Mingshi, three green figures suddenly appeared before Bai Yuqing. Bai Yuqing and his avatar paused midair. The three figures slowly merged into two, like a reflection in water. The person wore a green robe and had long, flowing hair. Hovering in the air, with arms crossed, the sword on his back hummed and vibrated. At this moment, Bai Yuqing's avatar stopped moving entirely, unable to advance. He closed his eyes, then opened them again. The two figures had become one. The sword carried by the green-robed swordsman unsheathed itself with a whoosh and flew out. Bai Yuqing's heart sank as a terrifying name surfaced in his mind, Shangrong. The longevity sword shone brightly. Like a firework, it formed a fan-shaped arc as it sliced at Bai Yuqing's avatar. Swoosh, the sword's speed was incredibly fast. As soon as the avatar was cut in half, it dissipated into the air. Meanwhile, Bai Yuqing stumbled and fell. As he plummeted from the sky, he spat out a mouthful of blood. When one's avatar is destroyed, it's as if they'd been dealt a heavy blow. This slash would keep him bedridden for half a year. Bai Yuqing's eyes widened as he looked at the green-robed swordsman, who hovered in the air with his arms crossed. The green-robed swordsman smiled. His long hair fluttered in the wind as the scarlet longevity sword returned to its scabbard. Bai Yuqing continued to fall. Just before hitting the ground, he struck the air and executed a 180-degree flip. When he finally landed on his knees, he supported himself by placing a hand on the ground. He panted heavily, too afraid to move or lift his head. He knew who the newcomer was. The green-robed swordsman was none other than the second disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Shangrong. Moments later, Bai Yuqing spat out another mouthful of blood, staining the back of his hands. The color of his blood was crimson, like a red plum blossom. Mingshi, hovering in the air, was thoroughly shocked as he stared at Shangrong, his second senior brother, in confusion. He was unsure if he should thank his second senior brother, who had helped by unleashing that sword skill, but who was also one of the Evil Sky Pavilion's traitors. Wuya remained exceptionally calm, while his subordinates on Yellow Peak Mountain cowered in fear. The world fell silent, until Wuya broke the silence. "Greetings, second senior brother," he said. The others bowed as well. "Greetings, Mr. Second," they chimed. Shangrong smiled amiably. He waved his hand and said, "There's no need for formalities. The others felt relieved. Shangrong's attitude surprised many of them. He did not seem like a villain who would commit wicked deeds. Instead, he appeared gentle, polite, and humble. Meanwhile, Mingshi was struggling with himself. He was still debating whether he should thank Shangrong. Tui, why should I thank him? Although he helped me, a traitor is still a traitor. He never thought Shangrong would do anything to him. After all, he had his master's support, and he knew what kind of person his second senior brother was. Shangrong didn't turn around. Instead, he tilted his head slightly and smiled gently as he asked, "Fourth junior brother, are you hurt?" "Huh? No. No. Thank you for your help, second senior brother," Mingshi said. "We're both brothers. There's no need to be so polite," Shangrong said gently. Mingshi nodded when he heard this. His pride and confidence, which he had carried all day, seemed to leak out of him like air from a deflating balloon. "Second senior brother, what brings you to Yellow Peak Mountain?" Yellow Peak Mountain was in a remote location, difficult to find. Mingshi did not think his second senior brother would set aside his pride and search everywhere like a fool. Shangrong said with a faint smile, "I have an appointment with seventh junior brother." Upon hearing this, chills ran up Mingshi spine, and goosebumps rose on his arms. He looked at Wuya, who was standing straight. He understood that Yuexing was here to protect him from any elites who might cause trouble. However, what was the meaning of arranging a meeting with his second senior brother as well? He really wanted to give Wuya a thumbs up, thinking, now that's a good schemer. After the three disciples exchanged pleasantries, everyone looked at Yuexing. Yuexing's avatar had taken a hit from Shangrong's sword, and he had yet to catch his breath. Shangrong looked at Yuexing and said, "Are you Yuexing, the White Tiger Hall's first seat, under eldest senior brother's command?" Yuexing swallowed. He endured the pain and calmed his turbulent emotions before straightening up, but his knees remained on the ground. He cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, second master." Yuexing did not show any dissatisfaction or anger. His sect master had taught them that the Nether sect would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. However, there were two individuals they must avoid. One of them was the evil Sky Pavilion's patriarch, and the other was Shangrong. The four great protectors had always kept this rule close to their hearts. However, deep down, they longed to spar with such an elite. Only by fighting him would they know if the legendary sword devil, Shangrong, was truly on par with their sect master. Any doubts Yuexing had were now completely gone. Shangrong's attack had made the difference between them as clear as day, even though the difference was only a single leaf. He accepted his defeat without complaint. Shangrong smiled and said, "Not bad. Thank you for showing mercy, Mr. Second," Yuexing said. "You seem to enjoy bullying the weak with your avatar?" Shangrong said lightly. Indeed, Yuexing's move to use his avatar to crush his opponent seemed like an act of bullying. "I was given an order to protect Mr. Seventh by my sect master. Mr. Fourth insists on taking Mr. Seventh away, so I had no choice but to do that. Please try to understand my position, Mr. Second." When Shangrong heard this, he turned to look at Wuya and asked, "Seventh junior brother, is that true?" He did not wait for an answer before continuing, "There's no need to answer in haste. If you say it's not true, I'll end him right here. I'm more than willing to help eldest senior brother get rid of lying evildoers by his side." Yuexing. Mingshi. Mingshi shuddered inwardly. His second senior brother was as unfathomable as ever. Shangrong had clearly placed Yuexing's life in Wuya's hands. Wuya replied without hesitation, "Of course, it is." Shangrong was direct. He cupped his fists at Yuexing. "My apologies." Yuexing's scalp prickled. He hurriedly cupped his fists. "It's all right." After that, Shangrong completely ignored Yuexing. He looked at Wuya and said, "Seventh senior brother, since it was to protect you, then you are at fault." Si Wuya's eyelids twitched. Shangrong continued, fourth junior brother might seem sly on the surface, but he's actually a person who values relationships and loyalty. Knowing him, there's no way he would threaten your life. Second senior brother. There's no need to explain. Shangrong stood straight in the air and flew forward slowly. He moved to Yuexing's side. Cold sweat trickled down Yuexing's face, and he trembled. Shangrong ignored Yuexing and looked at Si Wuya coldly. It's only right for a senior brother to discipline his junior. How could you behave so rudely to your senior? Si Wuya sighed inwardly. You're right, second senior brother, he said helplessly. At that moment, Mingshi flew over and landed beside Yuexing. Thank you for understanding, second senior brother. Old seventh, come quietly with me and face master. Fourth junior brother, Shangrong said, may I? By all means, second senior brother. Shangrong said, seventh junior brother is intelligent and has been a great help to me over the years. I hope you'd consider this for my sake. An unnatural expression appeared on Mingshi's face. He forced a smile and said, as you please, second senior brother. Junior brother Wuya, surrender your peacock plume and apologize to your fourth senior brother, Shangrong said with a faint smile. This way, your fourth senior brother won't have to return empty-handed. Si Wuya, he was starting to regret meeting his second senior brother here. He could sense his second senior brother's displeasure but was uncertain if it stemmed from his eldest senior brother or Yuexing. Regardless, wild guesses were meaningless. He cupped his fists and said, you're right, second senior brother. He bowed to Mingshi. Fourth senior brother, I was rude earlier. Please accept my apologies. The evil Sky Pavilion had never practiced such customs. Usually, sects on the noble path adhered to these rigid and corrupted formalities. It seemed awkward for them to behave this way all of a sudden. Mingshi did not dare to voice his opinion either. I won't hold this against you. After all, I didn't expect to bring you back smoothly either. It seemed he was out of luck. He truly did not expect Si Wuya's cultivation base to be sealed, especially by their master. What had Si Wuya been up to these past few days? He shook his head. Worrying about it now was useless. He would learn more once they returned to the evil Sky Pavilion and spoke to the juniors. Mingshi extended a hand toward Si Wuya. Si Wuya waved to his subordinate, who quickly brought the peacock plume and hurried over. From its appearance, the peacock plume seemed to be forged from pure gold. The shining golden cylinder had 2 hinges. When pressed and infused with primal chi, the hinges would condense the chi into energy before shooting it out. It was as beautiful as a peacock spreading its tail, looking brilliant and splendid. While one was immersed and mesmerized by this otherworldly sight, it could take one's life. This was the way of the peacock plume. Si Wuya remained expressionless. Mingshi moved quickly and took the peacock plume. He clicked his tongue in wonder, appraising it for a moment before saying, now you have neither your cultivation base nor your weapon. However, you do have your brain. Do you want to break my head, fourth senior brother? On account of second senior brother, I won't stoop to your level. However, I should remind you that the cultivation world is a treacherous place. Without your peacock plume and cultivation base, you'd do well to avoid your enemies. I don't know if I helped you, but I know you must be annoyed that I troubled you, Shangrong said, a faint smile on his face. I dare not, Yuexing replied. He had protected Si Wuya and Yellow Peak Mountain, but Shangrong's appearance had left him injured and caused the loss of his personal heaven-grade weapon. He certainly regretted these events. Shangrong, of course, understood Si Wuya's thoughts, but did not mention them. Instead, he turned to Yuexing and asked, did the eldest senior brother send you? Yuexing, enduring his pain, said, the sect master has given me specific orders. I dare not disobey his words. Shangrong responded, when you return, tell the eldest senior brother that I have no intention of interfering in his affairs, nor do I have the time to. However, he should not act out of place. Bai Yuqing cast a helpless glance at Wuya. Wuya said, Brother Bai, please return. Bai Yuqing cupped his fists and said, well, then. Take care, Mr. Seventh. He was the White Tiger Hall's first seat and knew about the conflicts between Shangrong and his sect master. The two had never seen eye to eye, and the changes in the evil sky pavilion did nothing to ease the tension. He no longer dared to linger here. After all, Shangrong had clearly meant to slight his master by injuring him. Reflecting on the situation, he could only blame his own bad luck for being caught in the middle. Mingshi hurried all the way back to the evil sky pavilion. After a long flight, he finally approached Tongzi town. At the very least, he could report back to his master with the peacock plume in hand. This thought gave him much more confidence. Mingshi had been focused on investigating Wuya, which left him feeling exhausted. Additionally, he had to fight Bai Yuqing. He needed some time to rest. When he made a brief stop near Tongzi town's information station to rest, he overheard a discussion nearby. Someone pointed in the direction of Golden Court Mountain and said, the evil sky pavilion's barrier has weakened again. Tongzi town was not far from the evil sky pavilion, though the pavilion itself was not easily visible. Nevertheless, this did not stop people from speculating. It was clear that many were secretly paying attention to the evil sky pavilion. If this continues, the evil sky pavilion won't last long. I think the patriarch is doing the right thing. Dignity and honor are everything for a man. I'd rather live with dignity than let the evil sky pavilion be trampled on by vermin. Mingshi was not surprised by their words. This vast world held many strange and wonderful things. The fiend path existed because many shared the same ideals. As a prominent figure in the fiend path, the evil sky pavilion naturally earned the respect and admiration of many. Some aspired to become disciples of the evil sky pavilion. Unfortunately, since his master was getting old, he had long stopped accepting new disciples. Dignity won't save your life. Someone went to check yesterday. The barrier has weakened by another third. The evil sky pavilion seems to have no intention of repairing it. It's not easy to repair. It would take a few years to fix. In a few years, it'd be almost time. You have a point. Mingshi glanced at the few individuals. He did not join the conversation but minded his own business and enjoyed his tea. I heard the Heavenly Sword sect is preparing to challenge the evil sky pavilion. The Heavenly Sword sect must be eager to act. Upon hearing this, Mingshi rose to his feet, walked over to the cultivators, and sat down at their table. The Heavenly Sword sect is going to attack the evil sky pavilion? He blended in seamlessly with the people here. This was normal at a rest stop where people came and went, and all kinds of news could be obtained. A bearded cultivator said, Luo Changfeng, the sect master of Heavenly Sword sect, was killed by the evil sky pavilion's patriarch. He was also Luo Xingkong's only son. You might not know this, but the Heavenly Sword sect's top disciple, Zhou Jifeng, also defected to the evil sky pavilion. I heard that Luo Xingkong didn't sleep for 3 days due to his rage. Luo Xingkong has sent out summonses to the major sections. It's possible they might launch an attack on Golden Court Mountain before the evil sky pavilion's patriarch's time is up. Mingshi smiled. That old geezer, Luo Xingkong, is so bold? Old geezer? The others looked at Mingshi. There's no need to be so harsh, brother. This is just casual talk during tea. Don't bring your personal sentiments into it, the bearded cultivator said with a smile. Mingshi ignored the comment and asked, Luo Xingkong has sent out summonses? That's right. The 10 great sects, apart from the Clarity sect, have already received the summon. I wonder if the Yun, Tian, and Luo sects will join as well. Where does Luo Xingkong get his confidence from? I mean, look at the Heavenly Sword sect, another cultivator remarked upon hearing this. That's not fair. Luo Xingkong has been in seclusion for many years and shouldn't be underestimated. Besides, the evil sky pavilion's barrier is weakening. Perhaps this is the chance they've been waiting for, Mingshi chuckled. Then, he rose to his feet and said, I've heard these same words before when they attacked the Golden Court Mountain. Even without the evil Sky Pavilion's patriarch, they still have the disciples to contend with. You have a point, someone agreed. After that, Mingshi left the station. Meanwhile, in the evil Sky Pavilion's Great Hall, Lu Zhou looked at the price of the avatar, the 8 methods connected. It cost 20,000 merit points. Seeing the price, he decided to try his luck with the lucky draw. Lucky draw. Ding. Spent 50 merit points. Obtained reversal card X3. Not bad. Lu Zhou had earned 100 luck points during his last lucky draw. He was surprised to be rewarded this time. Perhaps it was all a matter of timing and heavenly luck. Lucky draw. Ding. Spent 50 merit points. Obtained critical block card X5. Better than nothing. He remembered this item had only been successfully activated once in his entire history of using it. It seemed to have little value. Lucky draw. Ding. Spent 50 merit points. Thank you for participating. Luck point +1. Lu Zhou's winning streak ended, and he closed the system dashboard. At that moment, little Yuan ran in excitedly and announced, Master, 4th senior brother, is back. Very good. Lu Zhou glanced outside. Mingshi walked in at that moment, carrying the peacock plume in his hand. Master, I investigated the incident at Skylark Pagoda. Indeed, it was planned by that traitor, Wuya. Yellow Peak Mountain is his information station. Unfortunately, I couldn't capture him since he's protected by an elite. I only managed to obtain his weapon. Lu Zhou remembered the merit points he had earned from Wuya's punishment. He nodded slightly. Bring it here. Mingshi presented the peacock plume to Lu Zhou with both hands. Ding. Retrieved the heaven-grade weapon, peacock plume. Refining needed before use. This was Wuya's weapon, a rare projectile-type weapon.